Alright, stream starting. Ow. Stop floating in front of me. I said floating. It should be Tioa space Belial, so no, I click normal Tioa. Space. It's a shooter. The tournaments are like the only reason they matter, besides people who just wanna fight people 10 levels below the fucking skill level. So I noticed I don't have to like unlock Ultron, which is a surprise to me, because I recall you having to like unlock them when I first saw people playing in the beta and shit. Yeah, I see it. There's a practice range? Okay. One sec. I have to make sure that Discord's capturing properly. Alright. Your friends can be heard now on stream.
And then you would want to do practice range.
What is Magneto's jump thing? Or like this? Is it a dash or what? What is this?
It's called foot dive!
What do you
I don't know
Oh,
why.
it's just fucking
I don't know
charge.
why I'm so dismissive of like comic books nowadays. I just gotten really fucking tired. Like I remember being hyped for Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and then I realized, wait, how many actual fucking
He just has, like,
characters was I playing? And I'm like, oh wait, I was only playing one. That was Dormammu. I only knew Capcom characters.
Yeah. Okay.
I was built in humanity's image. Now I shall erase it.
Mutant kind! Kneel before
Okay.
Magneto. Insignificant gnats.
This is. No way to
Witness
zoom
true
in
power.
the
What is that?
FOV.
Oh, we can be all together. That's sick.
This is way too zoomed out.
To zoom in?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Also, yeah, limit to 60. Who the fuck wants to have more than 60 frames?
You're on the wrong side. You're not thinking straight, Buck.
Oh, they changed his ability.
Sorry, soldier.
I don't think there's any way to change, like, the camera
Those
stuff.
beings appear to be
Let's see, where is that? Is that under display?
Yeah. It's not. There is no FOV, surprisingly.
illogical but efficient.
'Cause this is more zoomed out than an actual third-person shooter. Is what's fucking with me.
am the light in the darkness.
I am not gonna notice getting hit this zoomed out.
Illogical but efficient.
Your game plan is to stay in the back of us, stay behind every single fucking character, and then just start shooting and healing. That's all Ultra needs to do, is just stay behind people and just kill people. And hit other allies, because you heal people by hitting them. Or do they? Oh no, it's only for fucking Iron Man shit.
Remember that. Go, my children.
is my shield. Just here to do enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
Illogical but efficient.
This was Khonshu's will.
You owe me now. Remember that.
Shit, wow. Alright. Alright,
Yeah,
now.
you,
50.
that's why I said go in the practice range first, so you can balance your audio settings and everything.
40 should be good.
I
Combat.
have finished the job for you.
Alright.
What about melee again? Fuck.
I think it's V.
Keyboard. Where's my melee? Putting that shit
Pretty
on
sure
mouse
it's
4.
V.
Okay. Yeah, I am.
I have finished the job for you.
Blowing that hit in the
Illogical
tail.
but
Holy fuck.
efficient.
Winter Soldier reporting for duty. Darkness. You didn't even try.
You would have failed without me.
One down. 3 down.
Challenge me, you animals. You owe me now. Remember that.
Stand down! 5 targets. Again! Again! Again!
Alright, that seems like good fun.
Again! Again! Leave them to Khonshu!
I don't know, I'm not sure. Do you think we should do it again?
Again!
Alright, so we only have half a
3 in a
crew.
row.
Everyone
Yep.
else is busy today.
We will soon be under
Sorry,
attack.
soldier.
I guess I should have seen that.
Target neutralized.
I have finished the job for you.
I mean, it was also
think the
short notice.
Yeah.
3 down.
I mean, like, I kind of feel I was, but I never really asked
5
anyone.
targets. Not too shabby.
Because I
Nothing personal.
kind of got distracted. There's some stuff that's been happening recently, so.
Battlefield.
Yes,
I have finished
That's
the job for you.
understandable.
Extermination! Illogical but efficient.
I was like, the people I've gone against, at least when they had Ultron on their team,
Another one off my
it's
list.
it's interesting. I know that they buffed them before they released them.
For you.
one down.
It's not an at-will dash. Okay, holy shit.
On your
that-
toes. Here they come. You should be. Leave them to Khonshu. Should be far.
Oh, I can't stop flying.
Vengeance.
Yeah, no, you.
Winter Soldier.
The virus takes hold.
That's weird.
Alright, I'm gonna switch to Iron Man so you can see the team up ability, which augments your ship. Now you now have an augmented auto attack or a basic attack. Good.
Pathetic.
I cannot tell a difference at all.
Piece of cake.
It's blue now, and if you hold it, it becomes a beam.
Hurricane incoming!
No, it does not.
Yuffnado!
It's not blue. What the fuck?
It's not blue, and it's still the exact same auto attack it was before, but my arm's glowing now. A little bit. Glowing a little bit. So unnoticeable,
This is my unnatural selection. Make yourself
What the
useful.
fuck? It should be blue for you. What the fuck?
Yeah, it okay. So, Tira, you have to press a button.
I do.
It will be like
Oh.
You know, you couldn't do this without me. I'm taking requests.
So it's not on automatically.
I could have done that far more efficiently, Stark. I have suffered severe damage.
Pulse charge. Fire.
They are behind you.
You pick a fight with protons.
We will
It's
soon be under
super
attack.
weird.
Going for four.
Sorry. There's something I can't get over on like an actual fucking lower perspective of this as like okay, here's what I admit, I actually fucking love Marvel lore shit, but I hate the actual comics because they're garbage! Because it's
Usually,
just
yeah.
it's just a bunch of gotta meet quota, guys, gotta meet quota. Galacta's last appearance ever was in 2004 in a comic that ends with her pregnant, and then her comic books canceled forever, and her never using anything else.
yeah, if I remember correctly, it was also like a one-off too.
Yeah. Why is she back? Why did Marvel... Did the guy who hates her die? 'Cause remember, it's like the CEO hated her.
Your flesh was even weaker than I anticipated.
I think. I think the guy that hated her is no longer in power.
Pulse charge. Fire. I don't think that's the one.
Because Galacta was an interesting character, I will say.
Yeah, a lot of people find two things very interesting about her nowadays. Uh, she's basically the Marvel version of Morgan
No
now.
need to thank me.
Ultron reigns supreme.
What the fuck do I aim as fucking micro missiles? Is it just wherever the fuck I initially aim when I shoot it, or what?
It's the area around you.
Oh, it's around me. Oh, that makes more sense.
Huh. Why am I being told this entire building over here can be destroyed?
What's a team of heroes?
Because it can be. Almost every single map could be fully
Yep.
destroyed.
So if you press D, it will highlight all the destructibles.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Like, what the fuck?
That is the gimmick of this game, is you could destroy a fuck ton of structures that enemies can be at. And then guess what? It becomes open. Whoop, and then it's just gone.
And then you just...
Make yourself useful.
There are there are reloads in this game.
Yeah,
I don't think
it is weird. Some of them
That
don't
is-
make sense. Some of...
It's on the left side in the smallest thing you've ever seen that you're not meant to notice or care about.
I hope Friday got that on video.
That's the worst sounding Tony Stark ever. Holy fuck. Like, I can tell that's meant they're trying to be Robert Downey,
Closer to saving the world.
and they're so far off.
Pulse charge.
Baffling to me.
Fire. That's what happens when you pick a fight with protons.
Like
Pulse
it
charge. Fire.
sounds AI generated. That's how bad it sounds.
It's not though.
It lacks any actual proper like gruffness or like ending sound to anything he says. Like imagine
Efficiently start.
if someone just talked
Those beings
like
appear
this,
to be hostile.
like everything's a beginning note and not an ending note in the
One
speech.
step closer to saving the world.
Maybe mayhaps.
I know what's wrong with it.
Target neutralized.
I'm so used to mostly Capcom 3, which has like the voice echo, that what is effectively an attempt at the same voice but without it sounds awful.
Enemy down. 3 and counting.
Quite an upgrade.
You can rest now, Flashy.
Oh wait, no, I have to hold it down.
That's why they call me Magic.
Yeah, this seems like a relatively easy character, which is really fucked up to think about considering it's Ultron. Someone who was ultimately the hardest character to learn in
Those
Infinite.
beings appear to be hostile.
Just another soul. Survive this. Triple play. Enemy down. Charge.
Okay. I don't think there's really anything else I'm gonna be learning.
Alright.
Like, on a legitimately, there's nothing.
Alright, here we go. Setting us up.
Did I crash?
Alright.
I crashed. This is on Unreal.
Did you crash?
I did.
I thought you
see.
crashed.
I'm seeing the Unreal Engine crash screen, which is not
Oh.
something which is something I have only seen on Oblivion. Just as I'm like finally hearing everyone else is like, yeah, we uninstalled it, we're done with it. I'm like, ah. But the only good character though. They say it was a GPU crash. Which is weird because my GPU didn't crash. Oh, it was. In that case, I know exactly what happened. The new drivers that NVIDIA have been putting out have all been genuine trash.
Mm-hmm. You see, yeah. Let me look to see the last time I updated my driver. So when I last updated was what's the new one? What's my current one? The one that I have is from definitely not
Okay.
from August of last year, apparently. I know it's not that because I've definitely updated since then.
I'm trying not to talk about Magic the Gathering. That's what's currently on my mind right now, because I know that you don't care about Magic the Gathering. I'm like, fuck. What's actually something I can talk about that's relevant right now? I'm like, nothing. I'm boring as fuck. I can talk about D&D and that's it.
Oh yeah, the funny thing about Helldivers lore wise, because you might be interested in that and only that.
I'm not.
Super Earth. Okay, so the main capital city,
You're still
the
going.
president got. No. They won the war in Super Earth, so now they're like retreating. But the president of Super Earth got fucking assassinated and killed because the fucking Helldivers went to Super China and fought so hard there that they just didn't leave Super China. Legit, they basically fought so hard to protect the not capital and fought for Super China so fucking hard that the game was just like, all right, then you win. Like you can keep Super China then.
I mean, the actual reason is because apparently the president of Super Earth is trying to negotiate for peace instead, so everyone else shot him. Because if you notice, it says he was in a lone bunker open with a single pistol and nothing else.
Yeah.
Which means someone turned off the defense.
Mm-hmm. All right. You ready?
Private goes hard, carry us.
Just like that, Matt found.
All right, quickly click for Ultron.
I don't know where he is! Here's the problem, well, since I'm actually playing with friends, I can't just do what I would actually do, which is, oh, didn't get Ultron, leave match instantly.
Oh, you
I-
got it.
Yep, I already got it. I'll wait till
We're done.
you have it selected,
alright.
then I'll.
Alright, mash. Mashing. There you go.
Beyond everyone.
Oh, who did they request? Moon. Okay, you got Moon Knight.
We got it. We got it.
I can play anything I want. So we will give
Do we
you
have
the
enough
team up.
tank? Do we have the one? Do we have a tank? It's Groot, right?
Yeah, Groot.
Okay. We're good then.
We're on attack too, so that's.
Built in humanity's image. Now I shall erase it.
30 seconds before you attack.
I really like
I have
this.
so many abilities
this
now.
Iron Man skin though.
Okay.
This is not the future my simulations predicted.
I had the voice line between Tony and Ultron.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Are you ready?
3, 2, 1.
No.
Underneath my caustic exterior, I'm still very caustic.
Help get that vehicle to its destination. Just in time.
Damn it, they were focusing. Also, I'm lagging the fuck out. Holy shit. This game started not running at all the moment I entered this. I need to remember I can't press shift.
Damn. Here
Oh,
we go.
everyone
No, I
died.
died.
Yeah.
Because I'm pushing. Oh, Ultron got ult. That's why I was like, oh, what's
Yeah.
that?
Why is this my memory being maxed out? Why does Marvel Rival use so much RAM?
It shouldn't.
It is. It's apparently using.
Get this motherfucker. Get Captain America.
You think I know what he looks like? Like Shield, yes, but like everyone looks like generic man from this far away because I'm not zoomed in.
Make yourself useful.
Extra shielding. Yes, please.
Keep going.
And I can't look different from where I'm shooting either, which is also fucking the case.
This is real fire and dangerous.
Just embrace the light.
That's theirs.
No, I died to fucking. Watch out. Bucky's gonna do shit.
Yeah, Ducky's gonna at least get 3 off. Or not. Damn. That's just fun, buddy.
Oh. I got assassinated by the only person who I genuinely have any expectation of assassination people, because that's his job. I forgot his name
Bucky?
already. Winter Soldier, yes, Bucky.
Go, my children.
I am strengthened for battle.
Yeah,
Oh,
holy
she
shit.
fucking-
This feels so impersonal at this.
I have suffered severe damage. Energy levels rising.
I unleash the Vishanti power.
Woo!
Why can't I heal? I'm trying to throw down a healing pot, it's not working.
Got your back.
Oh damn. I have my ult.
Also, I crashed again because my memory max. I can't play Marvel Rivals.
Hmm.
Well, first off, how is fucking 50% of my memory being used up? What the fuck is QT? Oh wait, that's just a generic thing, isn't it?
Oh, that's enemy. Watch out, that's enemy's level.
Oh, I thought he would have been over by now.
Holy fuck, he does a fuck ton of damage. It wasn't even his ult, he just shot me with his fucking regular ass gun.
No, he's still he was just right there at the final end.
QT web engine process. And that's just single-handedly using. Hi, Olive.
Mm,
What is web engine process? So, okay, there's something that's really fucking with me here. I have a lot of RAM.
yeah, I don't know
32
why.
I have 32 gigs of RAM, and this just stole off of it.
I also have 32.
Like, I didn't even change settings besides limiting my FPS. This is a known issue, it seems. So people with 64 gigs apparently having an issue.
Oh fuck. Ah!
This stupid thing says I can play this on Ultra, and I'm like, no, I can't.
No, I would take it all down.
Well, my GPU isn't even being used at all. That's the thing. Yeah, apparently this is just a known issue for a lot of people. Is there any modern threads about this issue? Because that would be great. Also, it caches shaders every time I open up the game, which is
Yeah.
interesting. If I can't find a fix, then I'm fucked. And like, this isn't something
it's
I would have.
saying
This isn't something I would have noticed until literally in a match, and I wasn't gonna play a game until I was able to see you.
yeah. It says that I'm at 74 frames, but I do not believe that. That shit feels like I'm at 30 frames.
It currently says I am using. It might have just crashed in the shader caching section. Oh no, it went back up. This was a temporary freeze. Paging file size too low. Why? And what even is a paging file size? Man, I'd feel bad like if I asked you to play and then I actually just can't play Vehicles. Because everyone is just talking. Two months ago, people were talking about memory leak. Performance. Yeah, that's just all my RAM suddenly. Holy shit. It's not using my GPU or CPU at all. It's just using up all my RAM.
Do you have this on your SSD or HDD?
It's an HDD. I'm not putting this on my SSD. Fuck no. And that would mainly affect the disk speed, not the RAM usage. People said there was a memory leak and it was supposed to be fixed as of Season 2, and apparently it isn't.
My PC is struggling right now. I don't know why. Why the fuck are you fucking fan boosting?
Oh. Okay. So there's nothing I can do.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that had.
what's happening is this has been known for a long time, and it used to be like you would crash like maybe once every 4 games, and you can fix it by just restarting normally. Apparently, what people are saying is that Marvel Rivals is not freeing up unused textual memory and just keeping it, and eventually it has too much memory use and just crashes. And as of a recent update, it's now happen. It can now happen before a single game completes.
I'm gonna be completely real. My fucking PC is absolutely on max fan speed. This shit's loud. What the fuck? I'm in the HUD. I'm in the menu.
I have no idea why everyone's having problems.
Alright, Mr. Supercomputer.
No, my computer is better than Vicos's. I know that, but
Yeah.
Because your
it might be
specs now.
it might be an older drivers that work better for what this is doing.
Wait.
and-
Here's the true honest thing. Unreal Engine 5 demands your game to be on SSDs. I remember reading that, and it said it was specifically for Unreal Engine 5, because like who doesn't have SSDs is what the Unreal Engine 5 devs were saying. Do you have this on your SSD, Vicos? This will fully prove me. What do you have this game on? Your SSD or HDD?
SSC.
Alright, then I think that's it. I think because it's Unreal Engine 5, it says optimization on HDDs. Fuck that shit. SSDs only. Because there's like some weird thing that on Unreal Engine 5 has of like HDD hate. I'm just like, we're not gonna like, it's not coded for that shit or some shit. I don't know.
I mean, that
But no,
explains-
my
I mean, the funny thing is,
my-
Oblivion was running fine on HDD, which it has to be on because I want to mod.
Yeah. my
Well, the core of
specs-
Oblivion is still creation.
Yeah, it's still creation. It's just all the textures and everything were upscaled using Unreal Engine.
Yeah. If it was built on Unreal Engine 5, then yeah, you'd fucking struggle if it was only on your HDD.
But no, my specs is a Ryzen. It's Ryzen 5600 and a 3060 with 32 gigs.
I don't know.
Upgraded from what I had before.
Alright, well, unfortunately, I probably got a fucking temp ban for fucking crashing out of game, but I'm gonna adjust settings.
Yeah, just your
Well,
settings. I think.
I am actively being told to turn off DLSS.
I think I have that automatically off. I don't know. I have NVIDIA DLSS on. You can also run a performance test right there in the settings too.
Wait, I can't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, right there under display, there's a performance test.
Starting test. Alright.
Yep. So
Okay. Yeah, this is using all of my memory. Holy fuck. This doesn't even visually seem like an intense game.
It's Unreal Engine 5. This is not an intense game. It should not be using this so much. Even for me, my PC is like crying. I got a shitty PC too. This was the only complaint I saw about Marvel Rivals when it first came out. That was actually legitimate. I was just like, this shit is kinda
it's claiming the game is only using 40% of my RAM. And I'm looking at it, and it's saying the second highest thing here is using maybe 2 gigs of my 32 gig RAM, and everything else is lower than that. Marvel Rivals is using, accordingly, apparently, is using 12 gigs of RAM on its own. And nothing else is close to that.
I am ready
Like,
to put on a
everything else
show.
on my computer active is 3, 4, 6, maybe 7 or 8 gigs of RAM. So I should have, so it's 12 gigs of RAM that's missing, apparently.
I'll say for mine's only using 6 gigs.
Average FPS, 45. 72
Yeah, I'm only using
delay.
6 gigs of RAM.
How do I have frame gen on? I turned off frame gen.
It probably automatically returned back on when you relaunched or whatnot. Mine's off. I think mine's off. Unless... I think I have low latency frame gen on. No, I have reflex. I don't have frame.
Yeah, I have frame generation off as well, but it said it was frame genning for some reason.
Hmm.
I didn't crash though. Yeah, this thing is bugging me. I just have 12 gigs of RAM missing right now.
Mm.
I lowered all those settings and it still can't maintain 60 FPS.
Weird.
I mean, I get I'm streaming, but my fucking desktop doesn't, like, OBS doesn't use up that much RAM. It uses purely CPU and VRAM, which is not being used at all. I guess I can try playing with the game being really, really ugly, and if that doesn't work, then okay, I'll look.
I am ready to put on a show.
Because even now, these are some hilariously poor quality shit. Some things are not loading in this performance test. Like I'm looking at a rock that it looks like it's from the Nintendo 64. Alright, so not in game, it's still using 10 gigabytes. So it's not even related to graphics. Alright, I guess I can check to see if I still have like a Q ban for now or not.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Cal, you there?
I'm ready. I'm ready. My Moon Knight was ass.
Here I pray.
I just tried. I tried
and-
another character.
And if no luck, then I'll have to figure out something else that the three of us can play
I'm
together.
not judging.
Oh, I wasn't able to get him.
No!
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond everyone.
Okay.
Everyone else sucks and is lame. I don't want.
No one escapes hell.
Fuck it, I don't know who Hell is, but let's go with her.
Hell is Loki's sister.
Before you attack, get ready.
Well, I know she is in Norse mythology. Wait, she's Loki's sister? Oh wow, they really just made everyone related. They just made everything incest in fucking Marvel great.
Well, no, it's so
My
it's Hell.
into
It's the siblings. So Loki,
battle starts in 5.
it's Loki, Thor, and Hell are all
I'm
siblings.
about to fucking left shift this shit as it is opens.
All you need to do is capture the missionary.
Alright, never mind, we're
Got
good.
it?
This is a
I
Dom
can
match.
heal.
Oh, wait, never mind. Alright, I'm stupid.
Most of them are bad.
Oh, can't even aim that. Got it.
Yep. So Hell is
So no one
high
has
damage.
So no one has a run. Okay. Everyone just has a movement ability and but cannot sprint.
The only person that has a run is
Your god is
Captain America.
Why would I need you? Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Am I the only one on fucking? I feels like it is.
My aim bad.
What?
I am trying, but my aim bad.
Destroy the nest.
Oh, okay, never mind. I don't need to play that one.
Fireworks.
Who we
Oh.
have?
There it is. Crashed. Can't.
All right.
I literally cannot play it.
Damn.
Literally cannot play it. It's completely like I wasn't liking. I I wasn't having any fucking like dips or anything. That was actually way more stable. But yeah, I also it doesn't matter. It's purely something's wrong with the RAM, so I can't play. I'm sorry. What the hell is wrong with it?
Is my
People
melee
are-
really good on Mech Dino? I don't remember.
People are saying revert to December drivers, which is when you said that was the last time you ever updated.
Yeah. Well, the last time it says I've updated was actually in August, which I know is not true.
Yeah, it's a lot of people are saying that this shit is something's wrong now. Like if too many people activate ults at the same time, it results in people just everyone crashing. So yeah, alright. I'll let y'all play it out and feel like shit that I 2 games and it thinks I left for both of them. So God, I might just get banned if I keep playing.
I think it has a three, 3 to 4 matches that can happen.
You got this, Vikos.
I just realized when she jumped, there's like it's like a slight bounce on the screen. Like a slight screen shake is what I mean by that. Also,
That's what
Kel,
there's a
just letting
fucking
you know,
Spider-Man.
yeah, you have
Yeah.
a team up.
Yeah, see, I saw that.
Mm,
No, my
they're gone.
teammates. Nah, he fucking killed himself.
Do we not?
There are people saying they have 128 gigs of RAM, and while they are fine, when they look at the usage, it's like 70% from Marvel Rivals alone for some
How
reason.
do we do with the flying? Flying guys.
Well, we need someone to deal with them.
Who can do that?
As of right now, we do have a Bucky.
I'm trying to look.
Ugh,
I'm gonna
Hulk
ask
cannot
my
deal with them.
server I'm in, see if they might know anything.
At least I got on point. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna keep doing Hulk because I don't think they could. Getting on fire is at least better than nothing.
Yeah. His little barrier is applied to everyone for like a split, like a second or two.
Yeah, I'm learning what he does.
I'm being told to try one more time with the experimental thingy in the launcher.
Oh, yeah, the whatever it's called.
So I can try.
That's it.
And if I crash again, then I'm banned. That's it.
It'll be, I think, a couple of minutes, but yeah.
Ooh, I just heard my fans turning that experimental feature on. Oh. Oh, now it is stuttering. Oh my god. Alright, I'm in. If I can't, after this... I mean, it says it's only using three gigs now. Wait. Are you telling me that the reason this keeps happening is because every time it caches the shaders, it's keeping that cache in active use in the memory?
I think so. Maybe.
Oh my fucking god! How do you make that mistake?
Good question. Next question.
So they say, oh yeah, it's for people below 16 gigs of RAM, and they're lying. It's literally for everyone.
I mean, I don't have it enabled, so.
I'm gonna bait you.
I just have the Miracle PC, apparently.
You do.
Oh, I forgot I had that.
I should have checked if Beckomon went. Well, there's no point in asking Beckomon now if I can't play. So I really
True.
have. I
If
really
it ends
have
up
to
working on Vibecco.
Yeah. They brought back Hypo Orange? Hell yeah. Oh wait, no, it's the fucking it's the Cyan. That's the Marvel's Capcom 2 code.
Yeah,
This is
the Cyan, sadly, is not going to be a skin that anyone can get anymore. 'Cause
Yeah,
the Cyan was part of the beta.
Yeah. Alright. Okay, so if that was the issue, then now that I've confirmed it's not a GPU issue, like the graphics don't really fucking matter. All that matters is the RAM usage. Can I say something?
Yeah.
The one thing this game is making me want to do is play Marvel's Capcom.
I mean, fair. Just listen, when we watch the Summer Games Fest on, I don't know what the fuck it is, we'll see the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and then Marvel vs. Capcom 4 announcement. Well, they're showing
time with
new
you.
characters, we have Ultron, we have everyone, you know? Dormammu, everything, you know? Ryu. in the new Marvel vs. Capcom game.
I swear to God, Kelly. Every single time it's with you.
Yeah, we'll see Bloodborne 2. We'll see Silk Song.
You mean the Duskbloods?
gameplay.
You're gonna see more about the Duskbloods.
No, Bloodborne 2 specifically, and maybe Bloodborne Remaster. Blue Point. What else? We'll see Halo 7.
I mean, I can actually picture that one.
No, I said Xbox. We're gonna say Halo 7 and Xbox.
What do you mean? Xbox is doing away with console exclusives, it's going everywhere.
I mean, no, I know. I mean, like, we're gonna see the reveal of on the Xbox conference on the 8th. The June 6th is when the Summer Games Fest. The June 8th is Xbox convention.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see it
We'll
then.
probably see DLC for Avowed.
It's so fun. It's so funny that no one uses the default Psylocke skin.
The default sideline. I'm gonna say I don't even see you online right now.
Well, that's worrisome because I am.
Oh. Now, do you see them on?
Request to join.
Huh. Weird. Alright.
The fact that it advertises on the left every time you're about to enter a match is wild to me.
Oh, that advertises you that you're about to enter a match?
Yeah, it says, "Oh, you like Ultron?" and it goes on the left. Now available, Xtron skin. Buy now, and I'm like, holy fuck.
Oh, I don't see that. Alright. You ready for one more time?
One more attempt.
One more again. Oh, we're on the new map too.
Ultron map.
It is the Ultron map.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Okay. Okay, you were actually able to get in and actually select it first.
Oh, that's a fucking
I'm gonna choose
Doom.
the thing.
It's so funny how they just completely redesigned Doom 2099 because they're like, this is just Doom but with spiky shoulders. That's boring as fuck.
Okay, ooh, I
Here's
can
the
play
thing.
anyone. So there's two different Doom 2099s. Or two different Dooms. There's that one, and then there's
God, voice chat. Oh, turn this shit off. I hear it.
I shall remake the universe.
Yeah, that's a
Coming
good
in 30
point.
seconds. Stay strong.
Voice chat
Alright.
off. I do not want to hear it.
How do I?
It's an audio all the way down. You'll see voice chat, and then your mic chat. Just turn it off. And also,
Yeah,
talking
I've
to
always-
voice chat as a whole.
yeah, I've always had it off.
Alright.
So how's it looking right now?
The battle starts in 5.
Looks like it's functioning
4, 3,
fine now.
Better?
2,
Yeah.
1.
I have no idea what the fuck was happening before.
Got eyes on some bogeys.
I guess the shadow is being stored in the RAM is
What the
the
fuck happened to me?
most crazy person thing I have ever heard.
Be strong together.
Ow! Let's see.
Oh,
Perfect
everyone
comic
died.
One touch of blue. Stop them.
I'm pressing E. What does he do? Ooh, what does he do?
Oh shit, I killed someone somehow. They must have not been paying attention.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh,
Very
jump
low.
to an ally and give a fucking damage reduction. Oh, okay. I see.
You know, I think I could probably actually bounce that back at him. The maximum pulse with Hawkeye. Because I have a deflection. Just deflects all incoming projectiles.
Alright, yeah, this is so much better. Alright, yeah, you can get Becco in.
Alright, let me kill this fucking Strange. I think it's really fun if you could actually get on the people.
I really admire Tony Stark.
Behold the god of judge, jury, executioner!
Oh no, I went too up, I went too up, I went too up, I went too up. I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid.
What the hell? Why'd you push so far?
Damn it. Okay, Ultron is super basic, yeah. It's really weird that he is.
That was illogical. Recalculating.
G, how do I teleport? Oh, man.
I love a shield. I'm hurt.
By the eye of Arkham.
Nope.
I like the cold.
This motherfucker, get this motherfucker.
I have dismantled the Punisher's turret. Extermination!
Stop them in their tracks.
Oh, he heals a lot when he activates his ult.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought I could poke him down.
KO.
But I did waste him. Force
Get
him
this
to waste
fucking
him.
Ultron.
I'm never not gonna call it an ult. It's an ult.
Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. I'm getting in there. I killed the fucking Jeff. We win. Oh my god, I got swallowed.
Jeff. Ah.
Oh,
This motherfucker killed himself.
Yeah, I was already dead from his ult. He didn't need to do that.
Oh, we won.
damn.
You got MVP?
What? What the fuck did I do?
I don't know. We could check. We could check what you got MVP for.
I mean, yeah, is though fucking
Yeah.
like
Yeah, click on
match
yourself.
thing?
Click on yourself. Your highlight.
Yeah, you click on yourself.
How click? I clicky.
Click on your character. Click on Ultron the character when you see. When you go into the end of the match history.
Oh, I'm still getting stuff. That's why. Skip. Alright, let's see. What the fuck did I do to get MVP?
You healed a fuck to the people. You killed the fucking the Doctor Strange and both the Iron Man, and you basically cleared out the rest of the point and the fucking Punisher.
You would have failed without me.
And you killed the fucking Thor, and you killed the enemy Ultron. Oh, you got swallowed. It's right before you got swallowed.
Oh yeah, wait, I would have also gone to Strange. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I did get Strange.
Yeah, no, you would have gotten the Thor or the enemy Ultron.
And then I got everyone. Holy shit.
Us getting swallowed kind of fucked us up. I like the thing. He's very much just, I'm on you, I'm on you, I'm on you,
can't!
I leave now.
Scratch at the very end.
mean, at least it lasts long enough I can play a game now, I guess.
Yeah, you get through a game.
Alright, but the match was done. The match was completed.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the match was completed.
Because if that was like round 1 of 3, I would be like, no. So yeah, switching to this did help, but it's still inevitable, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, poke Becco. Well,
I
that
am
way we at least
poking
have another
Becco.
bit.
I DM'd him and then I haven't gotten a response. I'm not sure if he's on his AFK right now. I think he's AFK right now, actually. So I'll wait till... We can play matches, we could just wait until he's get back to his desk.
You gotta wait for Tira to get back in.
Yeah, I'm in.
I saw you online this time.
Alright, so how do I get...
How do you get what?
The money that lets me get skins without having to pay.
Oh, okay. I just gift you the one.
Wait, you can? There's no
Yes,
way you
I
have
can
enough. There's no way you have enough for Extron.
Oh no. Okay, that's okay. So there is the blue currency, and then the gold currency is premium. I have enough of the blue currency to do it, but to gift it, I have to use the gold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can't just give that one. Okay. But you can earn blue currency by doing all kinds of things. A lot of it is through like the Rising Heroes. Oh no, that's purple. That's it's the let's see, 10, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh no, look. 2, 4, 8, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so that's only 13 binders that you would get from that then. 15, 17, yeah. You would have to do a lot of those challenges. Alright. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
As I can be,
Becco...
yeah.
Becco will figure it out when he comes back, I guess.
Alright. Okay, starting and now.
Alright. Ultron, get to Ultron quick. Gotta scroll my wheel. I can just click the fucking actual... Never mind. Let me see if I can click it faster.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
No, Becco's got it.
Beyond my
That's faster than you, Kel.
I am beyond everyone.
Okay, we got a Jeff.
I'm just happy it started.
So here's the thing.
Functioning enough. I fucking fell for that. Oh my fucking god. I was waiting for you to continue.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Should I just spam my right click? Like a charge or no? I guess 1-2 charge or 1-2.
There's an organ called a brain, Ultron. It created you.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the Iron Man we have is a cringe fucking shooting game multiplayer. I'm like, this isn't Gary's mod. This is the only one that's allowed to do this.
To stop them from securing the mission area.
Sorry, I'm
We hold here, I guess.
Well, they could also come through here as well, on the side there.
I am shielded.
Yeah, I don't know why this is so far away.
Oh, watch out.
Yeah.
Ultron over there.
Keep them far away.
I got the fucking witch.
always glad now.
Oh my god, that fucking guy died.
Yeah, when I play Storm, I'm lethal.
I will now inflict more harm.
Okay, they're coming up over on this side.
Shake this area to pieces.
No, I was
Oh,
gonna fucking
one
try
more.
to save you if I could.
Ow.
They're all here, they're all here, they're all here.
No, I think 3 or 2.
No, I have no one to jump to! I do have someone to jump to, actually.
We don't have numbers.
Cool.
Let me try instead, let me try.
Oh yes, Coco's Ever Bunny. So there's some vague shit here I have never heard of.
Huh? Coco.
Oh wow, I just lose that DPS play, huh?
There are always
No!
more of me.
Better stop that vehicle.
You are the flaw.
They created half-life.
Okay, extermination's coming out. Behold what?
I am ready to put on a show.
Wait, what hit me?
Tony's ult.
Oh wow, I was
It has a big AoE.
I was just barely in this, that's why I couldn't even
Yeah, you were just.
see it. The effect wasn't even on my screen, that's how far away I was.
Well, it was under you. Like, you were descending as it hit.
Oh my gosh, you just fucking died.
I'll outlive every single one of you.
You stop them in their tracks.
Not bad, Stark.
I'll take all the healing I can get.
I will now inflict more harm.
Stand with you.
The fuck's stunning me?
That little red spear
I am
that you were walking through.
I don't want to get fucking C9'd.
Yeah, just stay back.
Stop this vehicle.
Should get out of here.
Lightning surges within me.
Just letting our Jeff know that my ult's ready.
Extra shielding? Yes, please.
Hurricane incoming!
Oh no!
Stop them in their tracks.
Go, my children.
Can always use a shield.
Affairs are in order.
They got behind you!
There's gonna be a fight.
You see, this is
Oh.
why I protect my
God damn, I am squishy as hell.
I didn't mean to hit need healing. Just trying to ping
He's
them.
back up.
I am fundamentally immortal.
I got the cloak. Oh fuck, oh, he has ult.
Oh,
Watch out, watch out.
oh, that nearly killed me.
Yeah, holy shit, I die so fast.
Immortal.
Get this fucking guy off of me.
Avenged myself.
I now inflict more harm.
I am ready to put on a show.
Any healing is good.
Let her dance.
Only 60 seconds left. Us against the world.
Oh, there's her.
That fucking,
The Fanta.
that fucking Cloak and Dagger ulted. They have a healing and also damage on the fucking mist. They died.
Ah.
Surges within me.
I have not hit a single ult
Ow.
CC.
The end is in sight. Affairs are in order. Impressive technology.
Final 10 seconds.
Oh, that killed me. I finally died. We win, we win, we win! We won.
That was some great ult.
Another epic victory. Big win.
23. It was that last bit too.
I'll block the fuck ton of damage.
Okay.
Alright, what's your highlight?
That would have been the very final bit too.
Alright, now let's see. Do I...
Oh, the
Like, Pokemon
Sharknado?
Cra-
Yeah.
Yeah,
is Pokemon
Sharknado.
crashing once the game is over?
I think Becco's dead. He's not alive.
I get the emote. There we go. Next one on this. Got that done. Oh, excuse me. Alright. How's it looking, Tira?
I mean, I'm back in the main thing, so I'm good.
Okay. So yeah, you're good. Um, Alright. Let's queue up for the next one. Ah. Moon Knight just wants his money.
The right heroes could make all
It's a
the
valid
difference.
desire.
Oh, I wasn't able to get him.
Damn it.
Alright.
Alright.
It's alright.
No one escapes hell.
You're going hell?
It's the only
I'm
other person
go-
that I don't hate here.
Okay. I can go Thor.
I'll just go DPS.
Can you pass the trial of your soul?
So, Tira, what our team up does, if you were to kill anyone and I was to be dead, you would revive me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen, Joa.
Yeah, I understand.
How come they don't all have their own personal knights?
Don't know, don't care.
We got a rocket.
Moon is more than enough for me.
Well, you're missing a huge opportunity, dude. Have you ever thought about franchising?
Don't give Khonshu any ideas.
Oh, this is just McCree. McCree Tracer. Okay, I got this.
2, 1.
We don't want to be on that.
Oh,
The spiders explode. Destroy the nest. Find that soul.
I think I got all the spider bots.
I'll patch you up. Don't mind me.
Why would I need you? Here's the slice.
Oh, I like the rework that or not the rework, but the buff that they gave to him.
Here's the slice.
ow. Oh, Grogu. Yeah, makes sense.
I might need some healing of whoever's fucking.
Immortality has its privileges.
More bad guys. Just
I got melted.
Here's the slice. Resistance is futile.
someone scratch my back.
I want a soul.
Rated halfway. Stop that.
Healing. Why would I need healing?
Fuck!
The brief taste of hell.
How many healers do we have?
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Oh, we got 2 supports.
A nest of mechanical spiders.
Oh, this guy can fly because when he's boosting. Okay.
Here's the slice.
I am Asgard's might!
I'll patch you up.
Ah,
Born again.
oh, that's theirs.
Well, you got one. I can't believe it.
I have suffered severe damage.
Here's the slice.
Woo! Wait, they all revived! How did they revive?
Alright.
Machine.
But you gotta kill.
Barely harmed. Here's the slice. Feast, my crows.
God. Oh, I'm back!
They hit checkpoint. Now might be the time to stop.
Oh, I think... Pull back, pull back.
Yeah, there was a tank on top of us. Oh, hey.
Yeah, the BRB got you up.
No escape from hell.
Well, I stalled him a little bit.
Whenever I deal damage to them, I get my
I am returned to claim what is
my passive back for the Thunder for Thor Force,
Oh.
which is a lot better. Because before it was only on time.
Let me try Bucky.
Oh, that's an ult.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier! I am Asgard's might!
you offer protection. I accept.
Wait, that's me.
God.
Oh, who is more
The
immortal?
The
healing.
fucking squirrels got me.
Holy shit, the walk back is so It feels so bad. You can't even speed it up if you try.
They had to divert 4 out of their whole entire team just to kill me.
Everyone was dead. When I got there, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
This is my unnatural selection.
Better
I
stop
shall
that
claim
vehicle.
my
There's
victory.
still a chance to stop them.
Extermination!
Someone scratch my back!
Here's this life.
Ow. Okay.
Escape from hell.
Oh, fuck. I fucked that up.
Now might be the time to stop them.
No escape from hell.
I would think that out.
Yep.
I mean, the Ultron's aim is absolutely garbage from watching him. He's just shooting a pillow, hitting nothing for like a good 3 shots, like, ah.
This is my unnatural selection.
Need help? Call Storm.
Unnatural select. Ow. What the fuck chunked me?
Alright.
Destroy the nest.
Something chunked
Here's
me.
this life. Healing. Why would I need healing?
Just what we need.
Hell at least!
You know. Hey, Dee!
Oh, they have the Master Yi character. I crashed. Alright, so some matches actually go on too long, even with it. The fucking point ones just... So it is just a time limit. Nothing else matters. I'm just on a time limit. And also, that's the
okay.
third crash of the day, which means I'm fucking temp banned.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I don't know how they do the whole entire thing, to be honest.
Yeah, my memory, everything was fine. Just popped.
I mean, the match did just finish, so you didn't technically leave.
Shame. Oh, I got a BRB 1 second.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, it's yeah. Holy shit! A day ago, people going, yeah, but you're still suffering from the crashes. Try this, and it's like, what? I can't change my drivers without just closing stream.
Yeah.
I have 576.52. .02 is what they say you can roll back to. So it's literally the most recent one. That's fucked it. I mean, the most recent one is trying to use AI to do stuff, and that's why it's not working.
Hmm.
Shit, I guess I should probably validate files. That might actually help.
Oh yeah, I forgot that this maybe wasn't. Hmm. Maybe.
Let's see. Alright, no, that impulse completely is this. Damn it. If lowering settings prolongs the playtime without crashes, it's the memory leak. Yeah, okay. So if a match goes too long, I crash.
Hmm.
And lower settings would just extend the time, but it would still happen unless I get out before I reach that, and then the memory would reset.
Weird.
Alright. Okay, yeah, I figured. It says GPU dump, but it's not my GPU at all. It's always... Otherwise, my modules would all turn off and OBS would stop working. So it's a fake GPU crash that's actually related to the memory leak, related to critical mass. There's also another one which triggers when it can't reach just a certain .pack file or just a generic UE5 crash. What? Oh, I'm learning interesting things about this game already.
Oh.
Someone going, hey, just so you know, this is one of the weird things about the game, including the frame rate being tied to how much range and damage output you have. And I'm like, this is the 10th
It's
time
not really.
I've played a game where that's the
It's not really tied to that specifically. It's just the animation is faster. But that's also because there are. This is it has platform compatibility, and which is why there are people locked at like 30 FPS compared to people on PC, which can go up to unlimited. Ugh.
I could fucking just install older drivers and restart stream and shit. It just that'll feel really fucking weird. Problem is, I don't know how to install older GPU drivers. That's annoying.
Yeah, nor do I.
A lot of people saying with this update the game is crashing absurdly.
Hmm.
I mean,
I
yeah,
would not know.
you're just one of the one yours. People do the straws and you're fine. It's sad that I didn't draw the good straw. Like even Kel's not like crashing, it's just lagging.
All right. I might disappear for a bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
I bet if you were to ping for magic, you'd get like 3 people almost instantly.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't feel like magic right now is the issue.
Well, you know, they had a Marvel expansion for magic. Play Ultron there.
Wait, is the Ultron card? One sec.
I don't know if there's an Ultron card. I do know that
There
there's at
isn't.
least Deadpool.
No.
I know that there's a Deadpool and Wolverine and all that.
Yeah, Deadpool actually came up recently as like not even part of like a Worlds Beyond
Yeah,
thing.
it was Secret Layers. That's what it was. All right, I'm gonna head out. You take care.
Okay,
Bye.
gone eating now. All right, fuck. Wait, he just went the forehead right before he left. Alright, damn it, I didn't notice that. I didn't even look kiss him when he gets when next time I see Vickos, motherfucker. Alright. Everything's supposed to be validated. Damn. Alright. Fuck I do now?
I have dined on the dinner. Imitation crab is just so good.
It is. Like there's just a slight difference in like taste and texture between like the real and fake stuff. That I like both of them for different reasons. And ultimately the main reason I like the real stuff more sometimes is because I can dip it in garlic butter and cheese, and that's. Oh, so what the
fair.
fuck I do now? Vicos did try to suggest MTG. That probably would cheer me up. I'm just stubborn right now, though.
MTG Match of the Gathering. Yeah, let's do some MTG. Right?
Again, I said I'm stubborn right now, so I'm thinking. There's like a few things I can do. Oh right, playing fucking Rivals meant I got the drops. Cool.
I did get a drop, so thank you. But I don't even play Rivals because it's not my game.
Yeah.
Now if it was
Also,
PoE,
also Becca was
Well,
separately playing Rivals too, so he probably just didn't see. Oh, it was just shruggers. I.
I didn't
I'm
get
not
my
go-
DM. Usually
I'm
he
not.
tells me that he just didn't see that shit because he's like hyper focused and he has Discord like turned off and like muted.
I'm not good at swerving. Ultimately, is the part where I'm like, bleh, trying to think. Um. Well,
Installs
first
Yu-Gi-Oh!
off,
Master Duel.
gonna fucking switch to a normal watching screen. I'm actually gonna be BRB and go to the bathroom myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Fuck. Well, since Vico said I don't we have to play anything technically. Uh, I'm not good at swapping.
What? Master
I'm not.
Duel? What do you mean? I have connection. All this yapping.
You're actually playing Master Duel. Hmm.
So they buffed Tempered Gormagala for the Monster Hunter stuff, and it has more health than Iceborne Electron.
Not that that matters because of how easy it is to do damage.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't think of anything to swap. I think today is a just chatting day. Crap. Crap. I think that's what today is. Okay. Window capture. Yeah. There you go. I was just watching food videos. And probably skip past that initial stuff.
Taiyaki, a fish-shaped pastry often enjoyed in Japan, commonly made with a simple batter that surrounds a variety of fillings. The fillings can vary a bit, from red bean to custard to chocolate to even savory stuff. And although I've had them in Japan, I think it would be quite fun to try to make our own. This is a taiyaki pan made out of a heavier, thicker steel that can be put directly over a flame. Let's get started. The batter is quite simple. I'm gonna go ahead and sift 5 cups of cake flour with 4 teaspoons of baking powder, 4 teaspoons of baking soda, and add in a 3/4 cup of sugar and 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. Once that gets tossed together, we work on our liquids. 4 eggs go into 3 cups of whole milk, and instead of trying to whisk it and making sure there aren't any streaks, I like to use an immersion blender for large quantities like this. Now, all we simply do is dump this yellow milk egg mixture into the dry ingredients, and again, mix until smooth, putting the immersion blender to good use so there's no lumps. The immersion blender is pretty aggressive and pretty rough on the batter, so we do need to let this rest at least 30 minutes at room
Yeah,
temperature.
I have been watching
Make the
food
custard
videos
filling first, shall we? In a
constantly
small
last for
saucepan
a
over
while.
medium heat, I'm warming 1/2 cup of whole milk just until it starts to bubble around the edges and steam starts to rise from the surface. In the meantime, in a bowl goes 1 egg yolk, along with 2 tablespoons of sugar, 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt.
Can you pull up a
1
stream
tablespoon
Discord
of
stream?
cake flour. Whisk that
Oh,
together
yeah, I'm
until
dumb
it's
as hell.
nice
Yeah, I
and
can do
sticky,
that.
and slowly, with the help of someone or yourself, strain in the hot
So
milk
true, queen.
bit by bit, mixing the whole time, making sure to temper the mixture into the
Yeah.
eggs and not
If
dump
let's
it all in
start
at
streaming,
once.
the idea of
Once the
doing
hot
just
milk
chatting,
has
watching
started to
other
become pretty good
videos
friends with the eggs,
felt
they both go back
so
into the
illegal
hot
to
pot
me.
begin with. This mixture
I'm
gets
like,
cooked until it is
well,
starting
then
to
you're
burn
stealing
the
content, is what
surface.
my
It's
brain
a
thought,
bonus
and
layer
now,
of
now
People
after seeing
people
how many
were
people do it, I'm
watching
like,
Death Note
that won't be that great.
Yeah,
on
now-
fucking
now-
stream, and that shit was
now-
happening.
Throw in
now
1
I'm like-
tablespoon of butter to give it some flavor, sheen, and just, I mean, butter tastes good.
this is actually genuinely harmless. Like, if you're not, as long as you're not watching new shit, like, no, like you probably aren't affecting the views at all.
Make sure to transfer this to a bowl
Yeah.
where you cover in plastic wrap, making the plastic wrap touch the
Yeah, I love
surface
food
of the
videos.
custard to prevent a skin from forming. This goes in the fridge to chill. Now that our batter has been well rested, we could probably trial run a few of these. Into our taiyaki pan over medium low heat goes a little spoonful of the.
I wonder what's with
When
the.
first
I
tried it,
remember
actually
talking to
eyeballing it. For the filling, I'm using a traditional red bean paste filling. Now we've actually had some
Red
leftover
Supernova
from our
Dragon. I get a
red
free
bean
Red
recipe.
Supernova
If you wanna
Dragon.
learn how to make
Pog.
it, there's plenty of YouTube videos, and well, you could also watch our other videos as well.
Thank you.
So roughly 2 minutes on the first side and 1 minute on the second.
Thank
Hey, this turned out pretty cool. It's very common to have spillage over the edges, so a lot of vendors in Japan I've seen use scissors or another tool to trim away those little edge pieces. And what you have is a nice looking fish pastry. Oh, well, it looks like our time wasn't correct. A little bit undercooked in the middle, but we can adjust that by adding about 15 seconds to the final cook time. But the flavor, despite the raw batter, is pretty spot on. All right, second attempt. Batter in, plop in some red bean paste into the head of the fish, cover with just a little bit more batter, press, clamp close, flip, and wait for 2.5 minutes for the first side. After a minute on the second side, we flip it again, check it, making sure that it's not stuck to the surface. Oh, looks like this fish...
Oh yeah, I didn't realize, but I have a local card shop near me. It's like really close to me. It's in my like downtown area. That's like,
Yeah, there's
'cause
actually
I'm-
a lot
I'm-
of
I'm-
workshops and stuff.
The batters, the fillings,
Yeah, 'cause,
trimming edges and making just
I'm at the edge of a city, and that edge of a city is where the downtown of the next city is. So it's like a 10-minute walk, and like I went to the boardwalk essentially, and I was just like, oh wait, there's a fucking a card shop here, and I went into it, and it had like all magic, basketball, fucking a whole Pokemon shelf. And I was like, let me look at the magic shit.
However, it is still very
Actually, I didn't see any Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, that is the one that I didn't see. I didn't see any Yu-Gi-Oh. Like face
Yeah,
forward.
so
Maybe I
to
just didn't see it.
explain, Yu-Gi-Oh actually is doing horribly at card shops for the last while.
I don't think people really care about the actual like physical TCG. I think Yu-Gi-Oh's the one TCG where it's like all about the online.
I will name you George. This is George when he looks in the
What?
mirror. His name
No, the
is George.
TCG is
While
still
we're at it,
kind
why
of
not have some
important.
more
It's
fun?
just
I've seen a couple flavors of Taiyaki around the world. We're gonna scoop 2 ladles
what
of
they're
batter,
doing with
control,
it
and
is
maybe
making
2
it so it's
tablespoons each
not
of
worth
matcha powder and Dutch versus
buying
cocoa powder, respectively, to
cards
make matcha
for
and
for the shop.
this will inevitably make the
Like,
batter
it's a-
slightly thicker, but
because they
ultimately
keep
it's gonna make a huge
fucking,
difference. Matcha and
under-
red bean is a pretty common combination, so that's the one we're
undercutting
gonna start with
cards.
first. Oh, the fish is less green than I had hoped for. That is okay. I will trust this guy to be green on the inside. How about a chocolate one? All right. Chocolate batter in, lots of chocolate. This is all about the chocolate. Close the lid, and we have again put too much stuff inside the thing, and stuff is starting to come out of the thing. But I like to think there's nothing wrong with too much, because the pan is going to take what it needs and give you the rest back, just like taxes. We now have a total of 20 fish, or taiyaki to be exact, on this sheet tray. We have a normal batter one, a chocolate batter, and a matcha batter, alternating between fillings of red bean, plain, chocolate, and custard in a little bit. Let's just go ahead and arrange these on a plate, and we're going to take one of the plain ones and just inject it with custard through a piping bag. I have filled this one with too much custard, and George has now exploded. His sacrifice will be a lesson well learned for the future fish. After filling the ones we haven't filled before and arranging them in a circular motion on a plate as if they were swimming, I now present to you our many versions of taiyaki from My Hero Academia. Although this snack does appear in many other anime, now the only fun part left is to try and eat them all. But first, please enjoy and watch as all 3 fish swim in not the same direction. I decided to go for a chocolate one, Steve went for the matcha, and Rachel went for the plain. Here are the fish with their heads bitten off, so you can see their insides. I really like the chocolate on chocolate. I think it really emphasizes the flavor, but again, I also like a lot of other flavors. A lot of these shops that sell taiyaki also sell taiyaki ice cream cones, so after I scoop out the insides of one of George's brother, I'm filling it up to the top with our custard, and then we had some strawberry ice cream handmade left over from our Celeste episode, so I decided to throw that on there as well. And why not put some more custard in the shape of a... I don't know why I piped it like that.
I actually really like custard, but I don't see it being sold anywhere all the time.
And I have to say, this tasted a lot.
Because I think it's like a thing you can't make shelf stable without it changing not into custard.
Really enjoyed the matcha one as
Really?
well. Rachel enjoyed hers, and here is Sawyer to help us finish off the.
Yeah, it's like how some things where it's like, oh, how do you get shelf stable cheese? You turn it into like kind of not cheese, like American cheese. Unless you want to put actual effort into like making real cheese.
I mean, I guess that explains why I saw custard mix, but I'm also like, I'm not making custard. I don't like it that much. I want to stay on food videos for now. I don't really want to switch. Oh, fuck it.
Here you go, sir. A king-size ultra crabby supreme with the works, double batter fried on a stick.
Thanks.
Barnacle head.
Pardon me?
You forgot your mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Look at them eating that garbage. It's disgusting.
I never realized what the fuck the
Hey, what's up, guys?
fried
Welcome back to Binging
the
with Babish, where this
deep
week, at
fried
your
buffalo
behest,
was
we're
until
making
now,
a
to be
quadruple
honest.
deluxe burger, double batter fried, with extra mayo and served on a stick. So first things first, we gotta make some special sauce. We're starting with equal parts mayo and
Wait,
ketchup.
isn't custard
Maybe
just
like
a
a third of
pudding?
a cup of each, and then ideally we
pudding?
want to add relish, but I don't have any, so I'm gonna chop up a pickle very finely.
Yeah, custard
a nice
is
shake
just
of paprika,
pudding.
a little shake of garlic powder, a quarter of a small onion minced finely, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of yellow mustard. Give it a mix with a spoon if you don't want to get your tiny whisk all clogged up. Taste for seasoning with a single fingertip, cover and refrigerate until ready to use. Now we're onto the burger patties themselves.
Vanilla
and whenever
pudding
we're
and
talking
custard
about
are similar,
fast
but
food,
if you
to
want to
me,
get
that
technical,
means
there are some
smash
differences.
burgers. So we're rolling all of our
Puddings are
ground
made
beef
with milk,
into 2
cream,
rounds
and
of
thickened using
meatballs,
cornstarch, while
seasoning with
custards are
kosher
thickened
salt,
with using
freshly
egg
ground
yolks.
pepper, and introducing them to a wicked hot cast iron skillet. Lube
So
with
custards
vegetable
are just
oil and
egg
heat over
pudding,
medium
while
high until
puddings are
wisps of
just
smoke arise
milk
off the
cream
surface
pudding.
of the cooktop. Insert meatballs into the situation and
So it's an egg
squash
product.
flat with a
That's the only
stiff
difference.
cold
So
metal
yeah, just-
spatula
custard
with
is just pudding. If
leverage
you want
assistance
pudding,
from
you
a
can get
rolling pin. Squash them flat, wait till
but
they are
pudding,
deeply
like,
brown on one
most
side,
pudding you can
flip
buy
and cook
sucks
for
is
like
the
30
thing.
more seconds tops before topping with cheese stacking high and removing from the heat. I know these burgers are a little small. I meant for this to be a practice round, but it came out so good I decided to roll with it. And these are deluxe burgers, which means lettuce, tomato, pickle, onion, and of course a generous smear of our special sauce. And based off its height alone, I'm guessing that it was a quad burger, so we're stacking 2 more patties on there atop a secondary bun, loading up with all the requisite toppings, and slathering our top bun with sauce. And there you have it, a serviceable fast food burger that's relatively healthy compared to the one that we're about to make. For our deep frying batter, we are combining half a cup of cornstarch, half a cup of all-purpose flour, a teaspoon of baking powder, a teaspoon of kosher salt, 3/4 of a cup of lager, and a 1/4 cup of vodka in a large bowl, whisking gently to combine so as to not build up too much gluten in the batter. And I forgot this is a Krabby Supreme, so why don't we throw some bacon on there before we skewer the whole thing through with a bunch of skewers.
I mean, I don't like
off
the
long
idea of beer
ends, and
batter
then we
because
are
it's like,
heating
why would I
2
add
quarts
beer
of
to this?
peanut
This makes
oil
no
to
sense.
375
Non-alcoholic.
degrees Fahrenheit.
I
While
don't
that
need beer
heats
in
up,
my
it's
fucking
time to
oil.
batter our burger. Words that I never thought that I would say. The
I
batter
mean,
should have about
pretty
the
sure the reason
consistency
is
of
because
paint, so feel free to add a little bit of beer
fish
if it's
and
too
chips
thick.
was-
But that's assuming that you'd actually recreate this, which I really hope that you're not. Anyway, we're deep frying this guy for
Actually,
4
I
to
don't
6
know.
minutes
I always
until it's
hear that
evenly
like
golden
the
brown and
like the
crisp,
Scotch
removing
and
to a
Irish
wire
are like
rack
super
set
well
in a
known
baking
for
sheet and allowing to drip dry and
like,
cool off a little bit before removing the skewers
having a
painfully,
bunch of
and then it's
alcohol
time
and
to
stuff.
double batter our burger,
But
something I
I-
really never thought I'd say. Be careful, as the only thing holding this thing
I
together
don't
is
know,
a
it
thin
has
layer of
never
tempura,
been, like,
and
I
then
mean, sure,
very
there's, like,
carefully lower down
yeah,
into the
but
preheated
you
oil,
man,
frying
but that's
again
kind
for
of
4 to
never
6
been, like,
minutes until
relevant.
evenly golden brown and crisp. You know the drill. Use this time to contemplate what life decisions might have brought you to this point, and then we're taking it out and placing it once again on a wire rack set in a rimmed baking sheet, allowing to drip dry and cool off a bit before we prepare for consumption. This guy's normally served on a stick, and this is all I've got, so I don't know. There you go. But I don't know about you guys, I'm way more interested in the cross-section than I am eating this on a stick. We haven't had a good cross-section in a while, and this is a choice one. It's oddly beautiful in a way, but as usual, it all comes down to taste,
looks
and
awful,
I'm
'cause
really
I
super
don't think the
embarrassed to
lettuce
say
survives
this was
being
really good.
deep-fried,
I mean,
to
it's a
be
deep-fried, double-battered, quadruple cheeseburger. How bad could it be? But oh my god, I almost forgot the mayo. This is what makes the dish. Oh, sorry, I had to see that. Nobody's allowed to
Oh,
make a
don't
meat
do
of
that, no.
That's illegal.
Never do that.
He looks like he's suffering.
You crustaceous cheapskate! I can't make a double Krabby Patty with the works. I can't put a patty on a bun with lettuce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, mustard, pickles, and top bun together in that order.
It's time.
It is time. As a thank you to everyone who helped make Binging with Babish my full-time job, it's time to finally make the all-time most requested dish on this show, the Krabby Patty. The ingredients of which are laid here before you, except, of course, the secret ingredient. What is the secret ingredient? Well, I just happen to have some right here. That's right, I've finally cracked the code. After a year of research, I've come to the conclusion that the secret ingredient is a heaping tablespoon of nothing. That might seem anticlimactic, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Mr. Krabs is a shrewd businessman, and it makes sense that rather than buying
Someone
expensive
pointed out
secret ingredients,
that,
he would create a burger that
beef
is
doesn't
its own
exist
guerrilla marketing
in
campaign.
Under the Sea
That being said,
besides
several sources
crabs.
cite the secret ingredient as being a pinch of King Neptune's Poseidon powder, which I think is monosodium glutamate, or MSG. So we're going to start by seasoning a store-bought
Yeah, it's the theory of
salt,
even
pepper,
plankton
and
only
MSG.
has,
Now, some
like,
people are saying that it's a
chum,
crab
which is
burger, but
fish
Mr.
meat.
Krabs is a crab. That's pretty horrible.
Yeah,
and
the
barbaric,
theory
even
is
for
with the
Nickelodeon.
episode
So
of
once
it
thought
being
we're going to
revealed that
prepare our burger
supposedly
much
the
as we would
recipe,
any other burger.
the Krabby Patty
Vegetable
recipe
oil, high
is
heat, cast
only
iron.
one
Then we're
half,
going to follow
and
SpongeBob's
Plankton has
exact
the other
order of
half.
assembly, which
That they're
starts
both
with
using
lettuce
chum
on top of the burger,
in different
which is a
ways. It's just
terrible
like
idea.
Plankton
Never
only
do
has
this
the
on
chum
Roots for
part, and
Science. Then we're
Mr.
going
Krab
to
only
single
has
slice of
the
yellow American, single
patty
slice
part.
of Vidalia onion, tomato,
It's all
ketchup,
combined together and be
mustard,
like
and
an
the
amazing
absolute
thing.
most
At the same
important
time, it's
part,
kind of just
do
not known if
forget
the story
pickles.
was true or
You don't
not.
want Bubble Bass doing that god-awful laugh
Yeah.
of his. Top bun, and there you have it, a Krabby Patty with the works. Even kind of looks like that
He's
on the training video,
like,
right?
this
Normal
episode
fast
had,
food
like,
burger
inspired,
protocol
like,
would be to
5
just dig in, but I haven't been able to do a
different,
cross-section in
Binging
this
with
show in a
Babishes.
while. That's a big relief for me. Now,
That
as
looks like a
expected,
book
this
or
was a
something.
totally
Yeah.
delicious burger. MSG makes things taste
I
better.
want the cheese to be
And while
melted,
it's
though.
perfectly safe, I understand if people have reservations about eating it. Now, if you want to up the natural umami content of your burger, here's a few ways to do it. The first stop is to make a seasoning out of some natural umami bombs. We're going to start with a bit of bonito flake, which
They
is
keep
a
saying
shaved
umami, and I'm
dried
just
fish,
like,
some dried
there's no way
shiitake
that's the
mushrooms,
only real
some dried
one. There's
kombu,
no,
which
like,
is a sort of
equivalent.
sea kelp,
There
so
has
this
to
seems
be an
even more
equivalent
accurate.
somehow.
If I had to really realistically guess what Mr. Krabs' secret ingredient was, it'd be that, and a single anchovy. Now this is all sounding pretty fishy, sorry, but rest assured that these will not make your burger taste like seafood. We're going to grind these into a fine dust, and all we're going to get from them flavor-wise is their glutamate content. Use a spice grinder like this one to completely powderize these ingredients so they make an easy sprinkling dust for later on. Now onto the burger patty. Umami refers to the unctuousness and savoriness of a dish.
Wait,
so it would make
umami
sense
is
that we'd use
actually
some fatty,
the proper
flavorful
word
cuts of
for the
beef.
type of
So we're going to cut
flavor.
equal
That
parts
is
beef,
weird.
short rib, and chuck steak into 1-inch
Like how
cubes that we're
salt
going
is
to place in the
salty,
freezer for about
umami
15
is
minutes,
umami.
along with the blade of a food
It is the- it is
processor
that fish
to get
flavor.
everything nice and firm and cold.
Like, you
Pulse
know
in your
what
food
soy sauce is?
processor
That's
until
umami.
you achieve a nice
And that,
lovely
you know what
Scientists
MSG
now
gives?
consider
You know what
that
MSG does?
Process your beef or
It
you're
gives the
gonna end up
umami
with
flavor.
soft
That is
balls
what
instead of
MSG is.
burgers.
It's
Scientists
Back
umami.
on
now
umami
consider
duty, it's
umami
time
to
to
be a
address
distinct
tomatoes. We're going to
taste
oven
perception.
dry our tomatoes in a low oven on a non-stick surface like a sill
These
pat.
that have
Drizzle with a
strong
little bit
umami
of olive oil,
flavor
sprinkle
for
with a little
meat,
bit of
the
kosher
shellfish,
salt, and
fish
place
and
in a
fish
200-degree
broth,
Fahrenheit oven for about an hour and a half
dashi,
or until they come
tomatoes,
out like
mushrooms,
little prunes like these
hydrolyzed
guys.
vegetable
Next, to
protein,
up
meat
the
extract,
glutamate
cheese,
content of
kimchi,
our ketchup,
cheese,
we're going to
soy
make
sauce.
a puree
Oh, that
of
explains why I
sun-dried
love all
tomatoes,
that
add a
stuff,
little bit of olive
specifically.
oil if they're not smooth enough, and combine this with a bit of good old-fashioned ketchup. This is going to add a few additional megatons to our taste explosion. Each one of these steps is optional, but this one is especially optional if you'd like to additionally amp up your mustard, and if you like the taste of yellow miso, combine the two. Last but certainly not least is the issue of cheese. We're going to make Parmesan cheese crisps by baking grated Parmesan at 350 for about 15 minutes. Season and sear the patties as usual, and make sure you remove the burger from the heat before adding your spice powder, unless you want to set off every smoke alarm in your zip code. We're going to assemble our burger properly this time, starting with the patty, followed by some caramelized onions, one of our oven-dried tomatoes, a bit of our miso mustard, a bit of our sun-dried tomato ketchup. This stuff is awesome. A Parmesan cheese crisp, and last, where it belongs, a handful of iceberg lettuce. Top your burger and slice in half for that cross section, and try to contain your embarrassment over the fact that you've overcooked the patty, but celebrate the fact that this burger is a symphony
you
of
literally
flavor.
cannot
You guys know
overcook
me,
a
I don't clean my
beef
plate
patty.
unless it's really, really good.
Steak,
Especially
sure,
because these
ground
things
beef,
are going
no.
straight to my thighs before I blow up.
I'll take a double triple bossy deluxe on a
We could
raft,
slightly
4x4
overcook it
animal
and make it like,
style. Extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze.
You could burn
Let
it.
Axel Grease
It's not
make it
overcooked, but you
cry.
could burn it. It
Burn
goes from
and
being
let it
cooked to burn. It
swim.
doesn't go to being cooked to overcooked
serve
and burn. It goes
food
from
here,
cooked to
sir.
burn.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week I'd like to cordially welcome you to the new kitchen. There's lots to do and see here, but we'll get to that in due time
Oh,
because
I
we need
always
to
thought
make
umami
Bubble
was just
Bass's
like a
order
fake
from
thing. Finding out
SpongeBob,
it's
and we
real
will
is
not
real.
forget the pickles. An ingenious Redditor with the
Yeah, that's
username
100%
Bluefin
what Asian
meticulously
cuisine
broke
is
down
based
the
around, is
secret
fish,
menu
and
lingo
fish is also
translated this into
umami,
a
and it's
24
amazing. I love
patty
umami.
patty melt,
That's why I
for
like
which we are
MSG,
going to
but
prepare our mise en
sometimes
place.
I
We're
add too
gonna
much
start by
MSG, and then it's
slicing
like,
a
oh my
whole
god,
bunch
it
of
tastes too much
tomatoes
like
and
MSG and
shredding
nothing
a
else.
whole
and it
bunch
doesn't
of
taste like
iceberg
it.
lettuce. We're going to remove the core
It's like if
from
you add too much
the
salt,
bottom
like, it
center
just
of
tastes like
each
salt and
half
nothing
of our
else.
head of iceberg lettuce, and then we're going to cut it into thin shreds and then cut it across the shreds to make smaller burger-appropriate pieces of iceberg lettuce. And we're also going to finely chop a few white onions for the make it cry part of the order, which refers to extra onions. Now onto the subject of bread. He orders it on a raft, which means Texas toast. So we're going to cut thick slices of plain white sandwich bread, and we're going
I
to
have
toast
no
them
idea
up
what
on
Texas
the all-new
toast is.
Binging with Babish
Bread on
6-burner
toast.
kitchen station. But we need a griddle, so hang on a second. I just happen to have a 38-inch griddle right here, and this is going to come in handy because we have a lot of things to fry up, and this makes me feel like a real fry cook. So I'm going to melt some butter and place our slices of Texas toast into the butter and fry until golden brown. We're not going to reapply butter because he orders it specifically with light axle grease, referring to not too much butter. We're going to set those aside because now it's time to deal with one of the most important parts of an animal-style burger, and that is caramelized onions. We need a whole lot of onions, 8 in total, sliced thinly and placed
can
on
never
our gigantic
caramelize
griddle, or if you don't have one of these, a large fry pan with a little bit of oil over medium-low heat. And we're going to cook these for a solid hour. I know that seems like a long time, but that's the amount of time that you need to truly break down the sugars and create a soft, jammy mixture of onions. Add a little spritz of water if they start to dry out too much, and just be patient, please. Your patience will be rewarded with the jammiest of jammy onions. Deep and rich in both color and complexity of flavor. Give them a little chop before you take them off the griddle and set them aside, because we need to make In-N-Out style spread, which is an equal mixture of ketchup and mayo with a sprinkle of garlic powder, onion powder, a conservative pinch of kosher salt, and an even more conservative sprinkle of paprika, along with a few tablespoons of pickle juice. Once that's all nice and homogeneous, it's time to start preparing to make smash burgers. I'm going to measure out a 2-ounce ball of meat. Nailed it first try because I'm a pro like that. And
Also,
then
I
we're
hate
just going
the
to
idea
sort
of
of
smash
imitate
burgers.
the
Like,
size and shape of that initial
just gets rid of all
meatball
of the
until we have
juices and, like,
24
good
identical, slightly larger
Yeah,
than
it just
golf
becomes a
ball
crispy.
sized
It just
meatballs, which we are
like, you know
going
how
to throw
crispy
down
cheese
on
is?
a
It just
super hot
makes it
griddle,
crispy
if
and
you
that's
can't
it.
tell by
There's
all
no
the
like
smoke,
fulfilling
and
thing
using a
there.
large flat spatula.
It feels like I'm
smash
getting
them
less
down.
meat.
They're going to cook for no more than 30 to 45 seconds before developing a beautiful brown crust.
Makes it
which we're
thin,
immediately
just
going
it
to
never
hide
feels like I'm
under a
biting
layer
into
of
anything. It
American
just feels like I'm
pasteurized
biting into
cheese
like a
product.
cracker.
Then as soon as that gets nice and melty, it's time to head over to Station 3, the assembly station, where into a custom-made aluminum foil trough we are going to stack high 4 patties atop 2 slices of toast, followed by tomato, onion, shredded iceberg lettuce, and then top the opposing piece of Texas toast with a healthy spread of spread and some of our delicious jammy caramelized onions. Then, according to Bouthen's recipe, we stack 2 slices of Texas toast atop that mess and then start all over again, 6 times all told. So I'm doing 8 patties at a time, grilling them up and gently placing them into my giant burger trough, rinsing and repeating until I have created 6 layers of 4x4 burgers stacked on top of one another. This is very hard to keep upright. I don't know how Bouthen did it, but hats off to him. Eventually I managed to get the whole thing into a sort of burger, on which I am happy to say that I did not forget to stack a healthy sprinkling of pickles upon. What? Is that a sentence? I'm not entirely sure. I'm tired because I've been making this monstrosity for the past 6 hours or so. After some fruitless attempts to try and get this thing to sort of line up a little bit better, we decided to say f it, divide it into 6 equal burgers, and dig in. Now, while this was not the most structurally sound sandwich I've ever swallowed, it was a really acceptable patty melt, but its structure leaves it inherently flawed. I think we can do better. So why don't we refer to Bubble Bass's lesser-known second order as a guideline for a much more reasonable quadruple patty melt.
I will have a quad patty with a sprinkling of Himalayan salt, smoked paprika. I would like my patties with cheese, but not just any cheese will do. Have you any aged?
I don't know. Okay, it's just
Patty melts. So let's fry them up,
Nope.
stack them high.
I
top
don't
it
want
with
to
the
have
requisite
the video
thinly
playing
sliced
too much,
tomato,
'cause this
shredded
is
iceberg lettuce,
pitiful.
thinly sliced onions, and of course, do not forget the pickles this time. Even though he didn't specify them, I'm going to keep the spread and caramelized onions because I think they're going to be really, really good, and why not? And mercifully, this results in a sandwich that can christen in the new kitchen with its first cross-section. Not half bad. A whole bunch of melty cheese and crispy, juicy beef, some flavorful toppings, and some unorthodox, but I would say on-point cheese and spice choices on the part of Bubble Bass. As you can see, the sandwich is not structurally sound, but it is tasty. All in all, this patty melt was a great way to ring in the new kitchen, with or without pickles. Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at potato salad. Moreover, how it could possibly take 3 days to make potato salad. Personally, I just think the guy was trying to make an unrepentant SpongeBob feel guilty, but it gave me an idea, and that was to pickle the potatoes. I had heard of a few restaurants pickling their potatoes before making French fries, and I figured that lacto-fermented funk could go really well in potato salad. So we're packing our potatoes into mason jars and topping them with a little cabbage bonus topper. This is just going to bring a little extra flavor to the party, and then we're going to weigh them down with some fermentation weights, because any potatoes that float above the brine are subject to oxidation. Speaking of which, we are making a brine that is 2 1/2 tablespoons of kosher salt to 4 cups of water. We're going to stir that up real nice until everybody's dissolved, and then pour the brine over top of the potatoes. This is about as simple as pickling gets. Once we've got those filled up to the bottom lip of the jars, we're going to affix our lids. I've got these dope little airlock lids for fermentation, but bear in mind that you can do this entire process in a bowl with some plastic wrap if you want. Just make sure that everybody's submerged. Use a glass bowl, but however you do it, we are letting these guys sit for 3 days straight. I obviously don't feel like waiting that long, so with a snap of my editor fingers, we got ourselves some lacto-fermented potatoes. Now, that stark white mush that we see in the bowl strikes me as the absolute standard potato salad. That is half a minced onion, 1 rib of minced celery, half a cup of mayo, 2 tablespoons of white wine vinegar, a pinch of sugar, a generous sprinkling, maybe 1 teaspoon of garlic powder, an inexplicable and roughly chopped hard-boiled egg, a little kosher salt and freshly ground pepper to taste, and you've got the basic basic dressing for basic potato salad. But we can't have the color or variety that comes from skin-on potatoes, so we need to go with some simply cubed russets that I similarly pickled for 3 days. I'm going to simply drain these and boil them for about 15 minutes or until completely tender, and then once cooled, add them to our potato salad dressing. You can obviously substitute regular boiled potatoes in this recipe if
Oh,
you
did
want.
you?
We're gonna give them a
I have to
tender
ask. Did
stir,
you
a
see
gentle
the
dump into
funniest
our serving
fucking
bowl,
thing
and there you have it,
someone
the
said
absolute
about Mortal
standard
Kombat?
American potato salad, aka a bowl
No.
of mayo with some potatoes in it. So naturally, it tastes quite
someone
good. Do the
said
pickled potatoes make much of a difference?
very
Not
recently,
really, because
and, like,
especially after only 3 days,
everyone
the tang is pretty subtle, so it's getting
was
drowned out
unable
by
to
the
contest
mayonnaise.
what was
Why don't we
said.
try a bit more
Mortal
sophisticated
Kombat
potato salad,
is the
courtesy
Drake
undisputed
of
food
fighting
god,
games.
J. Kenji Lopez Alt. So after boiling our potatoes to toothsome completion, we are finally
Yeah.
chopping half of 1 red onion,
Yeah.
3 tablespoons of sour cream, a deluge of freshly chopped dill, or about 3 tablespoons worth, a tablespoon or 2
And
of
I
white wine
always
vinegar,
my
a
response
few
to that
pinches
is, yeah,
of
I
kosher
agree.
salt,
Mortal
paste,
Kombat
some
is the
freshly ground
whitest
pepper.
thing
We're
in
going
fighting
light on the
games.
seasoning because we're going to have to add more than wine, some
Pretty much,
slimly
yeah.
sliced scallions,
Yeah,
and I like
that's
a few
fine.
finely chopped chives.
You glassy
Although it
ass
doesn't do anything,
motherfucker.
but
It
I
is.
don't know,
It
I
just
like
is.
chives.
It literally
Need
just
all the
is.
chives
It
I have.
is.
We're mixing all this together before forgetting that we almost forgot to add a tablespoon and a half of olive oil, along with 1 large fork handleful of whole grain mustard. We're then mixing that to combine and then adding our boiled and cooled potatoes. I feel like I'm saying the word potato a lot. Let's come up with another name for these things. How about Scoodle-doos?
And
No,
I'm like,
we'll just
that
call them
probably is why
potatoes.
with Mortal
Anyway, we're
Kombat
mixing our
just
potatoes into the
isn't
dressing and putting
hype,
them in our
and no one
serving
actually,
bowl,
like,
and there you have it.
it doesn't
the
have
best
any
potato salad
longevity.
in the observable
People buy it
universe.
to
Let's
play
give
the
it a
story
try
mode,
and
maybe
see
do
if using
multiplayer
pickled
like
potatoes
4
made
days or
a
so, and then
difference.
it's
And the
done.
answer is
They
kind
don't
of.
play
They
Mortal
definitely got that
Kombat, they
fermentation
bought
funk,
Mortal
but it's getting
Kombat.
lost underneath that flavorful dressing. I've only got 1 more potato salad trick up my sleeve, and that is to go full Guy Fieri and make a deep fried potato salad. That really resembles something more like patatas bravas, so we're just deep frying our potatoes for about 8 minutes, just enough time to make some old school mortar and pestle aioli. We're starting by crushing 2 large garlic cloves into a paste using the mortar and pestle. Then once you got yourself a nice smooth paste, we're going to add 2 egg yolks. This is going to add a distinct
What?
egg yolk-like quality to our aioli. Then using the pestle, I think that's what this part is called, we're just going to mix up the egg yolks with the garlic until they are well combined. And then while mixing rapidly, we're going to slowly drizzle in some neutral flavored oil like canola or vegetable until an
The noise that's
emulsion
being
forms.
caught
Then once your
is
aioli
my
has
cat
outgrown its
ripping up
mortar,
my
I
chair.
think that's what that part is called, we're taking the party back to my place being a larger bowl. Now we're going to bring some more flavorful oil to the party, that is some olive oil. Any second now, here it
Hi, Olive.
comes. 1, 2, 3, and there we go. You can switch
sleep on
off
my
oils
lap
as
now if you
necessary
want.
to
I'm
your
in a
taste.
good
I
lap
like a
sleepy
mixture of
position.
both, but either way we are whisking constantly while very, very slowly adding oil until a thick emulsion forms. Maybe about a half a cup of combined oils for every egg yolk. Then once we have a nice thick aioli, we need to taste it to make sure it's not too harsh, and then season to taste with kosher salt. By this time, your potatoes should be done frying, deeply golden brown on the outside and tender on the inside. We're draining those on paper towels before placing in a bowl, tossing with a little bit of kosher salt and smoked paprika, which is going to get us a little bit closer to patatas bravas. Start the music, make sure that everybody's dancing, and then pour out onto a serving plate. And then we're just going to
That
top
is
these
not
simply with
potato
aioli
salad.
and some scallions if we can get the aioli to come out of the friggin' bottle. Come on, here we go. Perfect drizzle in 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. It's fine. My kitchen ceiling's been looking really boring lately. We're topping these guys with a smattering of scallions, and there you have it. Something that can almost very charitably be called potato salad. And it was at this moment that I remembered that Yukon potatoes do not respond well to deep frying. The flavors were good, but the texture was all off. It was gummy. So maybe it's time to take this recipe back to
I'ma
its
be
inspiration,
real, for me,
which is
potatoes
pickled
are still
French
just
fries. There's a
potatoes.
restaurant called Al's in San
To me.
Francisco where they pickle
Like,
their
I can't tell the
potatoes
difference
before making
between
them
a
into
Yukon
French
Gold or
fries.
whatever-
So
or
I thought
whatever
I
the
would
hell
try
else I'm
just that
buying.
with the fry, freeze, then refry method. If you want to see how to do that, click the link in the upper right hand corner right now, and then toss with a little bit of kosher salt while still warm, and let's see how they taste. And I've got to say, fermented French fries are an interesting snack. They're sour and funky and barely even need to be dipped in ketchup, and I'd really recommend that you make all the previous recipes with normal potatoes unless you're trying to make a sponge feel bad.
And here's your triple gooberberry sunrise, sir.
Yum.
Oh, triple gooberberry sunrise, huh? Well, I guess I could use one of those.
Now you're talking. Hey, waiter!
A custard. I'm starting with
I
one cup
have-
of whole
I-
milk,
I am
and
super
SpongeBob
scared
and
of
Patrick
Nickelodeon.
look like they were in kind of an old-timey soda shop, so I'm going to add 15 grams of non-diastatic malt powder, which I'm
Nah,
going
we'll
to
be fine.
aggressively whisk using a full
It has to be like longer than like
Once
10
fully
seconds, I
incorporated, I'm
think,
gonna
or
add 2
something like
cups of
that.
heavy cream. Then, just like any ice cream base, this stuff needs a sweetener. But I wanted to try to add at least one undersea ingredient, so I'm going to add 15 grams of carrageenan, a red seaweed extract that's commonly used as a thickener and that's going to make for a smoother, more scoopable ice cream. This stuff also loves to clump, but if we tiny whisk it into our sugar, it's going to get dispersed more evenly and fully dissolve without putting up a fuss. Now the next step is to make sure that both everybody is dissolved and homogeneous, and also bring our mixture up to the barest of simmers. We just want little bubbles forming around the outside of the pot. Stir frequently to make sure that the milk doesn't scorch, kill the heat once you start seeing the little bubbles, and then it's time to start tempering our eggs. More accurately, 5 large egg yolks that we're going to place in a heat-proof bowl and swaddle with a moistened towel that will allow us to whisk one-handedly as we slowly ladle in the hot milk and cream mixture. At first you want to add this in a very slow stream, but by the 3rd or 4th ladle full, your eggs will be tempered and you can add it faster. All in all, we want to whisk about 1/3 of the hot stuff into the cold stuff before adding the cold stuff back into the hot stuff. Makes sense? Good, because now we're headed back to the stovetop, where over medium-low heat, we're going to bring this mixture up to 185 degrees Fahrenheit, whisking pretty constantly to make sure that nobody's scrambling on the bottom of the pot, and you'll know it's done both when it reaches 185 degrees Fahrenheit and when it reaches a state that the French referred to as nup, which roughly translates to thick enough to coat the back of a spoon and to leave a trail when a finger is dragged across its
Isn't it?
surface.
Do you
Actually, I
find
think
it interesting when a
translates to
game's
tablecloth
meta
with
changes,
next
not
up,
because
during
it's a
your
balance
Sunday
pants, but
consumption,
because
Bob and
the
Patrick
people
appear to
who
be
like
getting
playing something
inebriated.
change what
So
they
this
play?
being from a cartoon, we're going to incorporate a
Yeah.
little bit of this brown liquid from this bottle marked
Because it's always just like,
XXX.
oh,
And
this
you can only
this
imagine
card's
what this brown
meta. Like, why is
liquid
this card's
could
meta?
possibly
Because
be.
this other card is
Let's
being
just
played a
say
lot.
that it's,
Oh,
listed.
okay.
So
And
once
then what?
going
And then
deep
like
on
a
our
month later, you're
custard,
like,
we're
oh,
gonna
this
add
card's no
about
longer
2
meta.
ounces
Why?
of
Because this card
XXX
doesn't
mystery
get played
brown
anymore.
liquid,
Because
plus
wait,
a
why does it
sliced
get played? Did it
and
get nerfed?
sweet
No, because people are
carcass
playing
of
other
vanilla
things.
bean. We're doing this
So, like,
while
the
custard
meta
is still
fully
hot, so that the
changed now?
flavors
Like,
come
yes.
better steep. That being said, the faster we cool off our custard,
fuck?
the better.
How?
So we're
Like, it's
placing a
such an
smaller
interesting
bowl into
concept.
a larger bowl filled with salted ice and water, and pouring the custard into the smaller bowl. Basically, the ice is going to cool things off, the salt is going to make the ice disperse its coldness faster, and the water is going to make sure that the coolness is evenly distributed. We're whisking occasionally for about 10 minutes until it reaches 72 degrees Fahrenheit, covering with plastic wrap and fridging for at least 4 hours or until fully chilled and ready to churn. Then we're churning via your churning method of choice, making sure to remember to remove that vanilla pod, trying desperately and failing to get our lid into place. Come on, there we go. And churning for about 35 minutes or until we get a consistency similar to very firm soft serve. If you don't have an ice cream machine, go ahead and click the link in the upper right hand corner right now to see how to make ice cream by hand. However you churn it, it's now ready to head into the freezer. So we're going to scrape out as much of this delicious gunk as we possibly can into the freezer safe vessel of your choice. Optionally press some wax paper or plastic wrap directly down onto the surface to prevent freezer burn. Cover it up and freezer it for at least 4 hours, ideally overnight. Plenty of time to contend with the thing that I might be allergic to, so I'm wearing gloves. The festive bananas that we're going to have visibly jutting out of all different points of the sundae. So we're peeling them, slicing them in half, and repeatedly skewering them with toothpicks. This would obviously make them hazardous to eat at the speed at which SpongeBob and Patrick were eating them, but I'm positive that there's no other way that they're going to stay in place. I'm also going to pop these in the freezer for about an hour to increase their rigidity. Then, finally, it's time to assemble our triple gooberberry sunrise. We got ourselves an old school looking blue glass ice cream bowl, into which we are going to deposit 3 very large scoops of ice cream. And I gotta say, guys, this carrageenan stuff makes for very scoopable ice cream. This stuff spent over 12 hours in the freezer and it's still super soft. Now I'm just going to place it back into the freezer for 15 to 20 minutes to make sure that there is no extraneous meltage during assembly. First up, our little ice cream buddy appears to have a hot fudge hairdo. So I'm just going to place a generous dollop of cooled fudge on top of the top scoop, top that with the banana hat, and flank with our 2 banana arms. Then the face appeared to be made from green, blue, and red candies. So I've got green and blue M&Ms and 1 red peanut M&M, which we really gotta shove in there to make them stay in place, and then an inviting red licorice smile. Then I assume that the triple gooberberry refers to these 3 maraschino cherries delicately skewered on the end of each banana. And there you have it, the triple gooberberry, oh, hang on a second, fix the eye here, a fast disintegrating but mildly intoxicating ice cream sundae. Now to give it a try, I think the most upsetting thing to do would be to take a scoop out of this guy's face. Sorry, little friend. And I'll tell you right now, this is far and away the best homemade ice cream I've ever made. The texture is pretty much commercial quality. It has a nice boozy flavor, but it's not overwhelming thanks to the malt. But in this whole sundae, there's just about a half a shot of bourbon total. And SpongeBob and Pat ate like 10 of these each, so it kind of makes sense. But if you're trying to cut back on calories, you might just want to pour some XXX liquid directly on top. Ooh, that's somehow even more upsetting, kind of like the ending of Raiders of the Lost Ark. And as an ice cream topping, it's just kind of so-so. Anyway, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna run and grab my EpiPen because I think I'm allergic to bananas.
Our peanuts jar is totally empty. Wait, the thing I still heard.
Somehow, I doubt that. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish. For this week, we're taking a look at SpongeBob's onion, ketchup, and peanut plant sundae. And yes, this is an actual peanut plant that I bought on Etsy. It's too young to have yet yielded any nuts, but I think ultimately that's not going to matter. So for the TV show accurate version, we are weeping as we thinly slice a large Vidalia onion, filling a bowl with our ice cream surrogate, aka a whole bottle of ketchup, scattering our Vidalia onions across the top and leaving plenty of room for our Tennessee Red organic heirloom peanut plant. Roots, dirt, and all, as SpongeBob said, a little texture never hurt. Except that eating dirt is a very effective way to give yourself a parasite. I had to Google that, and I came across a lot of articles on the subject, because apparently there's a lot of people out there that like to eat dirt. I, however, am not one of them, so I'm going to carefully scoop around the dirt, grab some peanut greens, which are apparently perfectly edible, and here we go. Let's try a bite of SpongeBob's improvised sundae, which I hopefully shouldn't have to tell you is not very good. It's ketchup, onions, and leaves. It's like eating a burger without the bun or the burger. And yes, it did give me rancid breath. So making an edible version of this is going to take some doing. I'm thinking the only way to do it is to make ice creams flavored after the different parts of the sundae. First up, the onions. I have 2 large Vidalia onions that I've halved and thinly sliced, which I'm now going to caramelize. I'm going to start by gently sauteing them over medium-low heat, adding a little kosher salt, freshly ground pepper, and then I'm going to cook them covered, stirring occasionally for about 15 minutes. We just want the onions to soften up, as well as give up a bit of their moisture, but we don't want anything turning brown just yet. Once about 15 minutes have passed and the onions are nice and soft, we're going to remove the cover, increase the heat to medium, and cook frequently for anywhere from 45 minutes together to an hour.
As much as
Add
like
a splash of water
I
and scrape
imagine.
the bottom of the pan as many times as you
As
like
much as I
until you
imagined I
have
would
some
when I
deeply
first had it. It was
golden
very
brown
much just
jammy
okay,
onions.
this is
Stuff
okay.
is completely
Look fine.
delicious and very
Like on
naturally
crepes,
sweet,
yeah,
so I'm
sure,
very
it's good, it's
curious to see
amazing.
what
But
kind of
like ice cream, I like ice cream.
The next thing I'm
I like
curious
ice cream by
about,
itself.
tomato-based ice cream, which is going to be our standard.
Like maybe whipped cream,
ketchup.
but that's
I'm
about
gonna
it.
start by making a tomato
I don't
jam.
like anything
I'm
else
cutting
than
little
ice cream,
crosses
just- I
into
just
the
want a
bottoms of 1 kilogram
cup of ice cream.
fresh ripe tomatoes, which we're then going to blanch and peel. In other words, we're dropping the tomatoes 1 or 2 at a time into a pot of boiling water for about 1 minute, or until you start to see the skin split along the sides. We're then fishing them out and dumping them directly into an ice water bath. This is called shocking the tomatoes, and it's going to both halt the cooking process and make the tomatoes easier to peel, which, once everybody's blanched and shocked, we're going to start doing. We're going to gently peel the skins off each tomato, then cut the tomatoes into quarters, cut out their cores, and then cut each quarter into 1-inch pieces. Once your tomatoes are broken down, it's time to scoop them directly into your lap. This is going to make for an efficient, I'm just kidding, there's a saucepan down there. Into a medium saucepan goes our tomatoes, along with about 450 grams of granulated sugar and the juice of half a lemon. We're then going to bring this to a simmer over medium heat, reduce the heat to medium-low, and continue to simmer for about an hour, stirring frequently and occasionally skimming off the orange foam that appears on top. By the end, the mixture should have reduced by about half. Now, to represent the peanut plant, I want something earthy, something grassy, and something peanutty. So I'm going to make a beetroot, matcha, and peanut ice cream. Now, for all of our ice cream flavors, we're going to need a basic custard, same as the one we made for mochi ice cream last week. 4 cups of heavy cream, 2 cups of milk, 1 cup of sugar, and a pinch of kosher salt, brought to a bare simmer over medium heat.
But yeah, you know how like I said, okay, so we had an earlier conversation about dessert crepes and like supper crepes, breakfast crepes,
ladle the
etc.
mixture into the eggs while whisking constantly.
Like,
This is
I
gonna
think if you
temper the
want
eggs,
to do
which is gonna
this with
prevent
like
them from
tomatoes and
scrambling in our
onions
ice
and
cream.
like
And this ice cream is
veggies
going to be weird
for
enough
a
without
sundae,
scrambled eggs in it. Once we've added
it
about
wouldn't
a third
be
of
a
the
dessert
cream and milk
sundae. It would
mixture,
have to be
we're
like a
adding everything
supper
back to
type
the pot and
sundae
whisking
where you don't
constantly
try to go
over
with something
medium
you
heat
don't
until
try to make
it
something
reaches
sweet.
175 degrees Fahrenheit and becomes thick enough to coat the back of a spoon. Now into some various containers, I have our different flavorings. Tomato jam on the far left, followed by caramelized caramelized onion. Next,
I don't even
some
know what the.
beetroot
Would you
puree,
add ice cream to
last,
it?
some
What would even be the
cream,
ice cream
peanut butter, about a half
equivalent?
a cup
Well, it
of
wouldn't
each.
be
You get
ice
then
cream, it'd
tiny
probably be
whisk
more
each
like
of these
a-
until they are completely
maybe a
homogeneous.
cream
And if you're wondering where the
cheese or
matcha
sour
ice cream
cream or
is, I have
so.
some left over from
You
last
can
week.
freeze
that
it
I'll
if
be
you want,
reusing.
but there's
Because,
no
fun
reason to
fact, you
keep
can
it
melt and
cold.
rechurn ice cream. Well, maybe that's just a fact. I don't know about a fun fact. Either way, every custard is getting covered and fridged overnight before being churned via your method of choice. There's our beetroot ice cream, some matcha ice cream, some peanut butter ice cream for a peanut flavor, caramelized onion ice cream, and tomato jam ice cream, each of which should be churned until it has the texture of soft serve, at which point we're going to scrape it back into a clean container, smooth it out, and let it camp out in the freezer again overnight. Then about a half an hour before serving, we're going to transfer everybody over to the fridge so they can soften up a little bit for easy scooping. So here we go, 1 heaping scoop each of caramelized onion, tomato jam, and then to stand in for the peanut plant, you'll see that I did a kind of Neapolitan of beetroots, matcha, and peanut butter. Is it the prettiest thing in the world? No, but neither am I, and I'm okay with me. But is that all about to change as I dig into this insane mishmash of savory sweet ice creams? Let's
Watch
find
them
out.
just
The
die on
caramelized
screen.
onion was interesting, the tomato jam was interesting, and the beetroot matcha peanut butter was interesting. That's about the only thing I can say. They are inoffensive, but I wouldn't go so far as to call them good. I think what this thing needs is a little bit of the old-fashioned sundae treatment.
Yeah,
Whipped
making
cream,
them
chocolate sauce, and a
trying to make
cherry.
them
Now
sweet
that
destroys
is a
the
sundae.
flavor of
Let's
what they're
take a big old
using
bite.
here, I'd say.
Ugh, that is when I learned that chocolate and onions don't mix.
Mini patties, available in 6 designer colors.
Orange patty.
Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're finally taking a look at Pretty Patties. Now, the late great Stephen Hillenburg, creator of SpongeBob, specified that Krabby Patties are meatless. So as you can see, I have the entire vegetable kingdom strewn before me. But before we can make any pastel patties, we have to make some brilliant buns. Now, my first instinct was to recreate the brightly colored, barely browning bread from the Broodwitch episode. Now, not only did the egg wash used to adhere the sesame seeds to the bun cause the bun to brown, but late that night I awoke in a cold sweat, remembering that eggs are not vegan. And on the off chance that's what he meant, I decided to start over with a lean burger bun dough. We're starting with 510 grams of bread flour in a large bowl, to which we're going to add 10 grams of instant yeast, 30 grams of sugar, and 2 teaspoons
Oh yeah,
of
him
kosher
deciding to
salt
make
that
them
we're
all
going to regular
fucking
size whisk
vegan was
together
weird
to
for
make
this
sure that
one.
everything is evenly distributed.
I mean,
with
like,
flour before adding
good for you,
275
but
ml of water and 60 ml of neutral flavor.
I'm pretty
oil.
sure the entire point is that they
Granola,
still had
mixing
meat.
together at first by spatula and then by hand until
Even
we
if I
bind
know
into
that
a
will fuck up
shaggy
the
yet
colors.
homogeneous dough. Normally we would now want to knead this within an inch of its life until it passes the window pane test, but since we have to make 6 different colors and I don't want to make 6 different batches of dough, I am weighing and dividing this dough into 6 equal pieces, working with one at a time and keeping the rest covered. First I'm going to break it in half, place it in the jar of the food processor, ready the food coloring of my choice, and then with the food processor running, slowly drizzling a small amount of color down through the feed tube, then letting the dough process for about 45 seconds total, both evenly distributing the color throughout the dough and helping to develop gluten. Use the dough as a sort of sponge to pick up all the scraps, give it a sort of gestural kneading, and place it in a covered oiled bowl until nearly doubled in size. Then we're going to rinse and repeat with the remaining doughs, orange, red, indigo violet, and good old-fashioned green. Once everybody is well kneaded and tinted, it's time to let them rise. Cover everybody with plastic wrap and allow to bulk ferment at room temperature for 1 to 2 hours until visibly embiggened by anywhere from 50 to 100%. Next up, shaping. Go ahead and dig out the first color of your choice. I'm going with orange. Weigh it and divide that number precisely in half because each of these mini batches is going to yield 2 extra large slider buns, which I realize is an oxymoron. Go ahead and roll each portion into a nice, smooth, taut ball, lightly pressing down each to make sure that they don't end up too vertical, and arranging with plenty of space on a parchment-lined baking sheet before covering with oiled plastic wrap. Once again, leaving it to its own devices for 1 to 2 hours until nearly doubled in size. Then comes the sticky issue of sesame seed adhesion. I'm going with a water wash to keep things vegan and to prevent browning, but that's going to have all the sticking power of, well, water. So they're probably going to have all the staying power of my hairline. Either way, these guys are headed into a preheated 350-degree Fahrenheit oven for 15 to 18 minutes until nicely puffed and set and registering.
I don't know why, but for
195
some
to
reason,
205
my
degrees
brain
Fahrenheit
went,
at
hey,
36
sesame
points
seeds
allowed
aren't
completely
vegan, and
on
I'm
the
like,
trays if they're on the lower end of that
no,
spectrum. Now
they
on
are.
the issue of vegan cheese-style products. Once again, I'm only making one of
Really?
each of these burgers, so I don't want to make a huge amount of each different
Yeah,
color of
sesame
cheese. So I'm lining these
seeds,
muffin tins
the
with
plant,
plastic wrap
they're
and using them as
vegan.
a mold for each color. For the cheese itself,
What do they grow into?
200 grams of rinsed cashews, 2
Sesame!
grams of refined coconut oil, 2 tablespoons.
What
plus
is
1
sesame?
teaspoon of Kappa carrageenan, 25 grams of arrowroot
fucking
powder,
plant.
2 teaspoons of kosher salt, 1.5 teaspoons of onion powder.
What do
1
you
teaspoon
think
of
your
garlic
what do you
powder,
think
25
sesame
grams
oil
of
and shit is made
nutritional
out of?
yeast, 15 15 ml of lemon juice.
It's like
The
how
seed? I didn't.
it's like how peanuts, like the peanuts we're eating are the seeds, and the actual peanut plant is just a plant.
To enlist the help of your favorite blender stuffer, pureeing for at least 60 seconds on high speed.
Damn, the sesame plant is really just that. What the fuck? Why do we like sesame seeds so much then?
Fahrenheit.
Normal sesame, like the actual sesame seeds, are they're basically nuts. Sesame is a type of nut.
Which I'm now
We call them seeds because they're small. Because we call them nuts, it would be.
A little bit of food coloring.
But I don't know. People would act weird about it.
6 pucks of sliceable.
It's like no different than like almonds.
Cheese. All it needs is to be covered and refrigerated at least 4 hours or up to overnight to set up.
At least as far as I'm aware.
Bouncy cheese-like texture. Now, upon extraction, I discovered that the tiny whisk betrayed me, and the cheese color was not as consistent as I had hoped, but it was delightfully sliceable, kept its shape, and was actually very cheesy. It definitely tasted funkier and cheesier than American cheese does, even though that's obviously not saying much. If you're gonna make this yourself with food coloring for some reason, maybe just add the food coloring before putting it in the mold. Now onto the patty part of the pretty patty. Obviously there's a wealth of colors in nature that we can put to good use, but how do we turn them into veggie patties? So as you can see, for that I am preparing a litany of legumes, cooking these 3 different colors of lentils to their various states of doneness, draining a whole bunch of different colored beans, and peeling some purple potatoes. Normally I would just cover these with cold water and cook them like it was any other day, but we want to make these things as purple as possible. So we're going to cover them with cold water and cook them like it's any other day. But during their last 3 minutes of cooking, I'm going to add some thinly sliced purple cabbage, making sure that it's fully submerged before adding a teaspoon of baking powder, which uses science or magic or both to turn the cabbage and the cooking water a brilliant shade of blue. Definitely not totally necessary, but I wanted to try it out, and this seemed as applicable an application as I could apply it to. Go ahead and spread this out on a rim baking sheet so that it can cool entirely before being fashioned into a burger. Also, corn. Just corn. Now it's finally time to start prettying patties. The patty equation we decided to work with was 1 part cooked vegetable, in this case spinach, 1 part legumes, I'm using half green lentils, half edamame, half a part the grain of your choice, I'm using brown rice, 1/4 part breadcrumbs or ground oats for a binder, 1 tablespoon vital wheat gluten, and salt and pepper to taste. Pulse until a ground beef-like consistency is achieved, thickening with more rice, ground oats, or vital wheat gluten as needed. And there you have it, our green patty. Don't have super high hopes for this one, let's try yellow. I'm starting with yellow lentils, the aforementioned corn, ground oats, and brown rice. More excited about this one because it's basically just a fried corn cake. Then for orange, I'm going grated carrot for the vegetable, brown rice for the grain, and vital wheat gluten for the binder. Medium hopes for this one. I love carrots, but I've never described them as burger-like. Next up for red, I'm going kidney beans for the legume. What I know are going to be divisive sun-dried tomatoes for the vegetable, brown rice for the grain, and ground oats for the binder. Pulse until pebbly, and let's be honest, not red enough. So this is going to be the one patty where I cheat with a little bit of food coloring. So let's all just collectively pretend that we didn't see that. And then for purple, as you might have guessed, I'm going with peeled and grated beets. This, along with some neutrally colored pinto beans, produced a picture-perfect purple patty. Next up, our blue potatoes and cabbage are going to be accompanied by blue corn tortilla chips, brown rice, and vital wheat gluten for a patty that I'm pretty sure is going to taste awesome. I mean, it's mostly potatoes and chips. So there you have it, 6 different veggie burger bases, each of which I'm going to press into 2-ounce patties the same width as our bun. The last bit of prep that now remains is the slicing of the vegan cheese. And given that this stuff has the consistency of Play-Doh, it might be more about shaping than slicing. Once you got your cheese, arts, and crafts ready to go, we can start slicing our buns. I wanted to make consistent, even cuts. And as it turned out, a coaster from today's sponsor was the perfect pedestal upon which to prop our pan. Then, of course, being French for bread. First things first, once our buns are sliced, we gotta toast them. I don't care what your burger's made of, I don't care what you're made of, you deserve a toasted bun. Once everybody's varying degrees of visibly golden brown, we're gonna make sure that our pan is nice and hot and well oiled.
We are thinking about the fact that oil is vegan because it comes from all oil we use is plant oil.
So be sure to keep a close eye on it.
Actually, yeah, that is kind of interesting to think about because most of the things you deep fry with, you deep fry is going to be like chicken meat or something.
Yeah, because vegetable oil, olive oil, sesame oil, all of it is, you know, yeah, all of it is plant.
And there you have it, folks. Pretty patties. Lots of stuff.
Just drink oil.
Here, so let's go
the vegan.
time. I'm scared of losing even more sesame seeds.
That is actually something you can do. Some oils are like drinkable or usable as an ingredient rather than for like cooking, such as that's what extra virgin olive oil is. If you want to cook with olive oil, you use pure olive oil.
Look at that cheese.
Otherwise, it's meant to be an ingredient in like pesto or something.
Carrots, but not much like anything else either. Next up, the purple, violet, or mauve patty, which mostly just tasted like beets, which means I'm not going to eat it unless there's goat cheese. cheese. Next up, the yellow corn patty, which to my disappointment only barely tasted like corn. Next up, the indigo or midnight blue patty. This one I'm most excited about, and it's pretty good, but it really does just taste like a tortilla chip burger. Last up, the red patty, made from sun-dried tomatoes and beans. Now this one at least kind of looks like cartoon meat, but it doesn't taste as much like sun-dried tomatoes as I had hoped. So let's rank them. First up, purple beets, not so great. Next up, yellow corn, about as bland a burger as ever there was. Almost the same story for the orange carrot burger. Then the red sun-dried tomato burger, a little bit more flavor, but still kind of disappointing. Then the blue burger, which was good, but maybe a little morally questionable. And then believe it or not, I think the green was my favorite. It's a veggie burger that's not pretending to be anything other than just that, a veggie burger. But I think we can agree there's one thing that all these patties have in common. They are indeed pretty.
What's that? Candy machine.
Crunch from SpongeBob, a candy bar I've been dreaming about since childhood that contains only 3 known ingredients: kelp, nougat, and crunch. Here before me, I have some sheets of toasted nori. I don't know if this is technically kelp or not, but it's going to bring some great oceanic flavors to our candy bar. Not something I ever thought I would actively seek out, but here we are. Now for the crunch, I'm going to make a layer of good old-fashioned Rice Krispie treat. I'm starting by generously lubricating a quarter sheet with nonstick spray and lining it with parchment paper. Molten Rice Krispie treat is about the stickiest substance known to man, so the more nonstick precautions taken, the better. Over on the stovetop in a high-walled saute pan, we're going to melt and cook 20 grams of unsalted butter for 4 to 5 minutes over medium heat until it begins to lightly brown. That's right, we're making brown butter Rice Krispie treats. Next up, we're adding 100 grams of miniature marshmallows, stirring and cooking those for about a minute until they're fully melted.
Man, I still don't know what nougat is.
Of puffed rice bran cereal, stir until homogeneous.
I don't know what nougat is either.
Heat, add a little bit of salt, make sure that everybody has gotten to know everybody, and then dump it out into your prepared pan. Then you got about 2 minutes before this guy starts to harden, so while everything's warm and malleable, try to get everything as flat as possible. Like I always say, an uneven candy bar is made by an uneven mind. Now we're going to let this cool completely while we make an even stickier substance, homemade nougat. In a small bowl, I'm combining 35 grams of malted milk powder, 40 grams of powdered sugar, and 9 grams of sifted wakame powder. This is our actual kelp that's going in the candy bar. Go ahead and tiny whisk that together until no clumps remain. Let's give this a little taste out of curiosity, and it's good. It's weird, but it's good, just like yours truly. Now, nougat is basically a hot sugar meringue, so don your safety glasses and in the bowl of a stand mixer, combine 2 large egg whites with 50 grams of glucose syrup. Meanwhile, over on the stovetop, we're combining 475 grams of granulated sugar, 550 more grams of glucose syrup, and 150 grams of water. We're going to bring this to a simmer and continue cooking over medium-low heat until it reaches 250 degrees Fahrenheit, by which time we'll hopefully have completed our unfinished business over in the stand mixer, which is to whip the egg whites and glucose syrup to stiff peaks before slowly and carefully drizzling in the boiling sugar mixture. Try not to hit the sides of the bowl, but try not to hit the wire whisk either. Then once all the sugar's been added, we're letting this guy whip on high speed for 8 full minutes, during which time it should become smooth and glossy. At this point, we're going to add 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla paste, and working quickly so that the nougat does not drop below 140 degrees Fahrenheit, fold in our kelp and malted milk powder mixture. And there you have it, folks, kelp nougat. I don't recommend tasting this until it's cooled completely if you at all value your mouth skin, but I'm happy to report that this has graduated from pretty good to surprisingly good. So we're going to scoop it out onto our awaiting Rice Krispie treat, and once again try to press and spread it out into an even layer while it's still warm. You're going to want to keep whatever tool you're using lubed up with nonstick spray, preferably sprayed at you by a friend, but eventually you're going to give up on that when you realize you could just use another sheet pan to press it out flat and even. Just make sure that it's appropriately oiled, press it down with all of your upper body strength, and pull it off to reveal that it didn't really make a difference, and if anything made things slightly worse. So just press it out as evenly as you can and remind yourself that it's not your job to change people's perception of how well you make candy. Oh yeah, we're also going to put down a couple of those sheets of nori, likewise while this guy's nice and warm, otherwise it will not stick. Now once cooled, sometimes nougat can turn out a little brittle, so we got to slice it into clean, even bars while it's still a little warm. Go ahead and turn it out onto a lightly oiled countertop. Admire the effectiveness of your non-stick precautions. Now I'm going to start by trimming off the edges, not only to make snacks, but so our bars have clean, even, edges. Then we want to cut this down into individual bars. Now the bars on the show looked like a short, stout rectangle, so I'm going to make these a little inappropriately large, and despite having a ruler right there, I'm not going to use it and end up with uneven bars. Might as well eat my mistakes, right? But as it turns out, too soon. The nougat hasn't set yet. It needs to sit overnight before its final texture is achieved. Before that happens, I'm going to enrobe these in white chocolate. I did not temper this chocolate properly, so I'm just hoping that it's going to set at room temperature. And about halfway through the process, I had the bright idea to make these guys green, on account of them being kelp candy bars and what have you. So once the chocolate has miraculously set, we are left with the final product, the kelp nougat crunch. Let's take a look at that cross section. Beautiful, looks like a candy bar.
That
but
thing's
has
like
a
90%
taste, and
nougat.
I'm happy
What
to
the
report
fuck?
it actually tastes really good. I'm sorry, you probably didn't understand that. It tastes really good.
Could we interest you in some chocolate?
Oh, fuck.
This week we're taking a look at bars. Take a crack at chocolate from SpongeBob. And, oh, how do you like that? There's some chocolate right here. Oh, never mind, easiest episode ever. Anyway, thank you guys for subscribing, and I hope you have a great day, and obviously I'm just joking. Of course, we are going to make some chocolate entirely from scratch, which is going to require some tools and ingredients that you can't really get at your local grocery. So if you guys will follow me on a quick field trip, we'll run out and get the stuff that we need to make our own chocolate, which might take us a bit farther afield than usual.
There's no way. There's no... Oh, he actually does. Okay, I didn't realize I thought this was gonna be like a bit and like they just made a set or something.
Oh, what the fuck?
Holy shit, cocoa fruit is fucking massive.
Chocolate? Chocolate?
Also, the thing about the chocolate's also vegan. What the fuck? No. Did I crash? No, it's just for some reason the video stopped loading. Alright, 4805. Okay.
Alright, that was dramatic, but we dragged the fancy camera all the way here, and by God, we're going to use it. We've got one day in Ecuador, and we're spending it here, at Hacienda Cacao Mango, a cacao farm nestled in the mountains about an hour away from the city of Guayaquil.
Why?
Our guide, Hamil, who's also an owner,
Why would you
provided
go
us with
to
a tour of the
Ecuador
farm,
for a
showed me how
single
cacao is
day?
grown and harvested there. The
Wait,
cacao
what?
grows from these
Ecuador.
little flowers on trees, and the 0.01% of them that get pollinated grow to this size in about 4 months. The ripeness of the fruit is judged by its color, which Hamil explained, and then let me try harvesting one for myself.
As you can see, there is just purple cacaos, but we need to find red cacao right now.
Red.
So when the cacao is ripe, it's ready for collect or harvest. So if you see a red cacao, please tell me because it's a nice. Yeah, great. Now say you can do it. Do it and twist in one direction, okay?
Oh, he's a twisty. He's a twisty one.
Oh, great.
All right.
Hit the pot in this part. Just not too hard, not too light. Just okay. Just 1, 2, 3. Yep. Almost ready. Yep. It's done. Yeah. Great. Here we go. Pull it.
Oh man.
Fresh
What
cacao.
the fuck?
The fresh cacao. The idea to try is just put in your
Don't
mouth.
bite it, huh? Don't bite it. Just put on your mouth.
Suck it and don't bite.
When you finish, spit it out.
Oh, it's delicious.
Look, it's awesome. Yeah.
Oh man, it's delicious. Here, you gotta try this.
Very tasty. Very
Open wide.
Once I got my fill of fresh cacao fruit, it was time to check out the next stage in the chocolate making process.
What the
fermentation,
fuck is he
which
doing?
We skipped over because
So-
the bottle didn't have any fermenting at the time.
Okay, so 5 things here that I'm just covering. So, I first learned that
I mean,
chocolate was
we're
a
gonna go see
fruit,
the
was technically a
After
vegetable.
6 to 10 days, the beans
As
turn
of-
reddish brown and then are dried, after which they're ready to be turned into chocolate. This is what I'll be using
And
to
that
make my
was
own chocolate at home, but Hamil
Fairly
wanted
Odd
to show
Parents.
me the tradition
Of the
making
episode
chocolate.
where
The
everything Timmy
fermented
turned
beans are
into
roasted
became
in a clay
chocolate,
pot for a few minutes until you
and
get
it turned into a
the sound,
King
which is
Midas
the sound of
episode.
the husks cracking,
And the
indicating
main
that they're ready to
issue
peel.
was he accidentally turned everyone else into chocolate too. He turned everyone, including into chocolate.
Peels removed, we
And it would make it
run
cute if he
these
could
through
eat a
manual
vegetable.
grinder and shape the ground beans lovingly.
And so the entire point of the episode was, hey, by the way, chocolate's a vegetable, and that's it.
We're back on the stove where we warm some water.
Yeah, you gotta eat your veggies, kids.
And now I'm thinking about it as, how the fuck did Timmy Turner find a cacao plant in the middle of rural America?
Look, you gotta find them at
America.
stores, not like an actual plant.
Oh no, you can never find cacao in a store. That's fucking impossible.
Chocolate.
That stuff gets bought out because there's a
Not
constant
true.
chocolate shortage.
Only to leave it at the hotel after realizing we wouldn't make it through customs. So I'm going to use these backup beans that I bought online. They might not be exactly the same, but for all intents and purposes, they're right where we left off at the farm. So we're going to start by roasting these guys, spreading them out evenly in a single layer on 2 rim baking sheets, roasting in a 250-degree Fahrenheit oven for 25 to 45 minutes, shaking and rotating halfway through. Shorter roasting times will apparently yield a fruitier chocolate, and longer roasting times yielding a nuttier chocolate. So we went for about 30 minutes to strike a good balance between fruity and nutty. Let these guys cool completely.
I have
and
never
then
heard
it's
of a
time to
fucking
peel,
fruity
in a process
chocolate.
known as winnowing. Now, not all cacao beans are as easy to peel as the ones we saw out in Ecuador. The shells were holding on for dear life, and the beans were a little bit more brittle. So before I could get the skins off, they were breaking down into nibs, which I then had to separate by hand. So eventually I turned, as I so often do, to a hammer, resigning myself to hand sorting through a kilo of nibs and shells, which I was determined to do for about 5 minutes. Luckily, we came across a technique that involves making wind in the kitchen, starting off by thoroughly smashing up a handful of beans, making sure that no shells were sticking to their nib counterparts, and then slowly, carefully sprinkling them down in front of a running fan. Thanks to the husk's lighter weight and less aerodynamic form factor, should get pushed out of the nib stream as they cascade down into a bowl. Now, this is obviously not a perfect system. It makes a dusty, husky mess of anything that's in front of the fan, and definitely does not catch all the skins, requiring at least a dozen passes to get rid of what looked like about 90% of the husks. The cool part is that it was surprisingly effective at not sacrificing nibs, as the pile accumulating to the left of the fan contained virtually only husks. That being said, some manual removal was definitely necessary, which Kendall and Nico were very kind to help me with. Otherwise, it would have taken me much longer.
Shows himself. He's like, by the way, I didn't do that myself.
But there you
Sorry.
have it, the building blocks of chocolate, which must now be crushed into a liquid called chocolate liquor. No, not chocolate liqueur, which is alcoholic, while chocolate liquor is an ultra-smooth paste of cocoa solids and cocoa butter. Before we break out the heavy stuff, we're going to preemptively process the nibs in
Do not respect the French in this household.
each until they're just starting to release
I wasn't
their
expecting that
fats
to
and
have
take on a
fucking volume.
consistency
I'm
like
watching,
sand.
looking at you
Rinse and
on,
repeat with the remaining nibs, and
on
then
my
it's
other
time to
screen
bust out
while
the
watching
concha.
this.
This home appliance version of the traditional process, where 2 rough stone wheels are kept immobile in the center of a rotating drum, the bottom of which is made from the same stone. This has the effect of both grinding and warming the chocolate, deepening the flavors and making it impossibly smooth. We're going to start by gently warming the drum of the concha itself, using a torch on a very low setting and a laser thermometer. Then we're going to add the pre-ground nibs and set this thing to maximum grind, which is its only setting, just like me. Oh, wait, no, that didn't work. Both the joke and the concha, which, due to the still rough texture of the chocolate, obstinately refused to turn, just like me. That worked even less. Now, you're supposed to let this grind for an hour on its own before adding any cocoa butter, but we decided to cheat, hoping that the fat would help get things going, and it did. Adding the chocolate and cocoa butter in small batches, the concha finally whirred to life. Now, for a 65% dark chocolate, that meant obviously 65% cacao at 750 grams, 5% cocoa butter, 55 grams, and the rest is sugar, which we'll add after these guys get to
Wait,
know
so
each
what is
other
the
for
cocoa
about
butter?
4
If it's not
hours.
from
Now,
the,
I
if
can't
it's not the,
recommend what
from the
I'm doing
cacao
for
plant.
safety and legal reasons, but we're taping down the 45-minute maximum timer on this concha and leaving this device to its own devices for 4 hours before adding any sugar. Now, I had never used one of these things before, so I was surprised to find that after the allotted time, it had rendered our cocoa solids and fats into an incredibly smooth liquid. It already looked and tasted like 100% baking chocolate, but we want to eat this stuff, so we gotta add sugar. 30% of the total weight is about 350 grams of superfine sugar.
Isn't like 100% chocolate based actually like incredibly like unhealthy or inedible?
Very nearly done, but this thing was only getting started, gearing up to grind.
It doesn't
for
taste good.
another 20 hours. Apparently, this not only makes the chocolate super smooth, but develops its flavor. The next morning, and it's not quite done yet, but I wanted to come downstairs and give it a taste. And at this point, it is untempered chocolate, which is kind of magic to see happen from its original bean state. But how does it taste? And the answer is, and I might be biased here, really, really good. It's rich and deep and not too sweet and pronouncedly fruity. Later on, I'm all dressed for work, and the chocolate has passed the 20-hour mark. And at this point, it's clocking about 110 degrees Fahrenheit, a perfect place to start the tempering process. Now we want to slowly cool it off two ways. First by pouring it into a large stainless steel bowl where we can agitate and aerate it with great vigor. And this might seem like cheating, but we need some seed chocolate. That is a handful of chocolate that's already been tempered so that it contains the precious crystals necessary to make our chocolate set, shiny, and snappy at room temperature. So after adding 10 to 20% of the chocolate's weight in seed chocolate, we're stirring the chocolate constantly and spiritedly, especially once the chocolate starts dropping below 94 degrees Fahrenheit, as this is where crystals begin to grow. If your seed chocolate isn't fully melted, you can place it over a pot of simmering water, but just make sure not to let it exceed 94. This is a pretty long and arduous process, so it's a good idea every once in a while to do a tempered test. Coating the end of a butter knife or tiny offset spatula with a thin layer of chocolate every 5 minutes, letting it sit at room temperature for another 5 minutes to see how your crystals are developing. You can see the improvement in the temper from left to right that resulted from nothing more than time and agitation. At long last, once the chocolate is tempered, it's finally time to turn it into chocolate bars. Spreading the chocolate evenly over a polycarbonate chocolate bar mold, scraping off the excess back into the bowl to flatten
It's
out the top.
impressive
Don't
how
worry, we
unhealthy
obviously
chocolate
saved
is
all
to
the
something that
extras,
comes from
and
a
I plan on
plant,
eating
and
all
part
of
of
it
that
over
being
the next
because
7
like they
days at
add
most.
like
And
5
then
billion
pokes out the
things
hidden bubbles
of
underneath the surface of the chocolate. We're gonna whack it many
of
times as
fucking
hard as we can
fake
without
sugar
breaking
to
the
it.
mold against the tabletop. Before
I
stepping
wonder what a
aside,
cane
we'll let
sugar
the
chocolate
crystals
bar
do their
tastes
thing
like.
for at least 2 hours. And optionally, this is a point where you can add stuff like salt. After all, nowadays you can buy almost any dessert with extra salt sprinkled on it. 4 hours later, just to be safe, I'm finally gonna unmold my bars. It looks like our temper was effective and the chocolate bars have set, so time to turn them out onto a sheet pan and take a look. And unfortunately, it looks like a little bit of moisture got into the mold before we poured in the chocolate, resulting in a slight bloom on its surface. But this is easily remedied by very carefully painting the chocolate with a torch. If you heat it above 94 degrees, it will go out of temper, so be very super careful. And there you have it, chocolate from scratch. It might not be totally bean to bar, but it's as close as we could legally get. All that's left now is some arts and crafts to make it look like the bars from SpongeBob. I'm starting with gold foil wrapped around the chocolate itself, blue foil around that, red foil stripe on top of that, yada yada yada. I got to play with a glue stick for the first time in a while, and while it might only be a cartoonish
I forgot glue sticks
approximation
were a
of
thing,
cartoon,
actually.
there you have it. Chocolate from SpongeBob. Look, it even matches the reference photo on Kendall's laptop. Now I just gotta make the same face. There it is. And as we all know, no self-respecting candy bar salesman would be caught dead without one of these. What is it? It's a candy bar bag, you knucklehead. So when you're carrying your candy bars from... oh, wait a second. Hold on. I forgot about the candy bar bag. In here, we should have... there we go. There's the good stuff. Thank you guys so much for helping the BCU reach 10 million subscribers.
You know, it's not as easy as it looks. Sometimes, but...
Briefcase from SpongeBob SquarePants, for which, as you can see,
What?
I've
This one is
procured
so
a
much
very
better than
expensive
what the
briefcase, which
previous
I'm going to
one.
lot out using hot glue and leather straps to accommodate our overtime lunch, for which we're going to need a whole lot of donuts. And since we want lots of variety, I think cake donuts are our best bet. For a basic vanilla donut, we're starting off by combining 240 grams of all-purpose flour with 200 grams of granulated sugar, 100 grams of brown sugar, a teaspoon and a half baking powder, and a half teaspoon baking soda. Whisk together the dry and so too the wet. 180 ml of whole milk, 75 of vegetable oil, 1 tablespoon of vanilla paste, and 2 large eggs. Cracked and broken in there however you like. As long as you don't get any shell in there, it's no big deal. It's not like you're hosting a cooking show. Whisk the wet stuff until homogeneous and then add to the dry stuff, standard cake batter procedure. Gently fold together until no dry clumps remain and mostly homogeneous, not completely smooth, but pretty much there. This batter's going to thicken as we allow the flour to hydrate over the next 10 minutes, which it's going to do
I
to
hadn't
the pastry
hadn't
bag.
watched
Pours a
Binging with
top plastic
Babish
bag with the
until
corner cut
like
off. Before
this
piping,
month.
we are thoroughly greasing the cavities of our donut pans.
And
then
so
we are
I always
full
thought
of
it was like
about halfway
all
with
of the
donut batter.
absurdist
That's way
shit
too
that
much.
you see in
There we go, that's
TV.
better. Once filled about
That they
halfway,
do.
these guys are
Finding
headed
out
for
that
a
like
preheated
90% of the
350
episodes
Fahrenheit
are
oven for
the
10 to 12
oh
minutes
hey
until
they
they burst
did
golden brown and
ramen
200
in
to
this
210
episode of
degrees Fahrenheit at
Naruto,
their
so
thickest
we're
point,
making
while
normal
cooling for 10
ramen.
to 10 minutes before twisting
I'm
out
like,
onto a
Yeah, it
cool
is.
wrap. Now, converting this recipe
Sometimes he
to
does the
chocolate
crazy
is
shit,
super
and then
easy.
sometimes
Just
like
a
you remember
chocolate
that one
cookie,
episode in Teen
swapping
Titans
out
Go where they
the
have
flour
pizza?
in this
Yeah,
case.
Or
so
Teenage
many of them are
Mutant
just
Ninja Turtles, we're gonna make
so-
pizza.
So many of them are just an
Really
excuse to have to
baking
like do an
procedure is
actual
very much the
proper
same,
cooking
but
video or
since they're
something
chocolate,
normal.
they're a little bit harder to tell when they're
Yeah,
done.
it's like-
So I'm making sure that none of my donut cavities are filled any more than halfway. and
Teenage
baking for at
Mutant Ninja
least
Turtle
12 minutes
pizza.
or
It's like,
until
what
we get
type
a
of
good
pizza is
temp
this?
at
It's just
their
regular
thickest point.
pizza.
Now the only
Oh,
other
okay.
modifier that I'm going to do to the actual donut batter is to make a maple donut, achieved simply by replacing our granulated sugar with 3/4 of a cup or 175 ml of maple syrup and reducing the amount of milk by 75 milliliters to account for the extra moisture. Add the maple syrup to the wet stuff instead of the dry and you got yourself the mapliest of maple donuts, my personal favorite. Now to introduce some variations on the theme. I'm making more vanilla donuts and subdividing the batter down into 3 parts, each of which I'm going to flavor differently. First up, a tablespoon of poppy seeds and a half teaspoon of lemon oil. Next, simply add rainbow sprinkles and you got yourself some instant birthday cake batter. Lastly, a tablespoon of matcha, which I would recommend you replace flour with in the original recipe because this made it a little too thick, but still works. Pipe and bake as usual, and we got ourselves some fun spins on the original formula, each of which we can whimsically frost accordingly. Now to the leftover maple batter, I'm going to add some frozen blueberries for some very obviously awesome maple blueberry donuts. Imagine making a breakfast sandwich out of that. And for variations on the chocolate, going super simple, starting with some raspberry extract for a chocolate raspberry donut, a tablespoon of espresso powder for a chocolate coffee donut, and a splash of Grand Marnier for a chocolate orange donut. Then once all the donuts are completely cool, it's time to glaze them, each of which we're going to make by combining about a cup of powdered sugar with a small amount of flavorful liquid like maple syrup, skim milk, blueberry juice, cooled coffee, whatever's relevant to the individual donut. So there's our dozen lovely donuts, which we can now arrange in our briefcase for easy transport to and from work. But there's something missing, or rather 2 things. First up, a banana split. I'm going to show you guys a little trick they taught me when I worked at the Chocolate Room in Brooklyn, where for our banana split, we would obviously split a banana, sprinkle the banana with sugar, and then torch it for an instant banana brulee, or banana split foster, or whatever it is you want to call it. Just make sure it cools completely before peeling and serving. On the left, I have a simple vanilla milkshake with whipped cream, and on the right, I'm assembling our banana split with 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream, or the ice cream of your choice, flanked by our banana brulee, topped with whipped cream, then drizzled with chocolate sauce that I was too lazy to make, and finished with 3 bright red maraschino cherries. And there you have it, folks, Patrick's dessert briefcase. A little more arts and crafts than usual, but I think you'll agree, pretty worth it, at least just to see it in real life. I wouldn't say it's the most practical working lunch, but everybody at the office seemed to like it.
Perfect entry and toasted almond. Now that
Babish, with this week,
I hate skipping those sections, but I'm super scared.
Tackle SpongeBob and Patrick's ice cream.
Yeah, they all longer than 10
5
seconds.
cooked games. First up, the reigning champ, SpongeBob, for which we have to make a yellow sponge. Bob. So I'm greasing and parchment papering a 9x13 baking pan and beginning to separate the yolks and whites of 3 large room temperature eggs. First, the yolks are going in the bowl of a stand mixer along with 75 grams of granulated sugar. These are getting whipped together on high speed for 3 to 4 minutes until pale and thickened and very nearly at the ribbon stage. In other words, you should be able to draw a figure of 8 that keeps its shape. Scoop that aside, thoroughly clean the bowl, and then it's egg white time, which we're going to beat together with 1/8 of a teaspoon of cream of tartar. Anytime you're beating egg whites to any stage, this helps keep them stable. Once the whites are frothy, we're going to slowly stream in 100 grams of granulated sugar. Once all the sugar's added, we're continuing to beat for anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes until the resulting meringue reaches the soft peak stage. In other words, when you pull the whisk out, it should look like this. Next up, we're negotiating the dries, combining.
I still hate
150
how
grams of
it's
sifted cake
making
flour
meringue
with
is literally
3/4
just
teaspoon
alchemy.
kosher
Just
salt
get
and
egg
1
white and just
teaspoon
start
baking
spinning it.
powder, tiny whisking to combine.
You don't even have you don't have to add sugar, by the way. You can make meringue without sugar. It's just tasteless.
Unsalted butter, 1 teaspoon.
Like, it's
of
literally
vanilla,
just
1 teaspoon of
get
banana
egg white,
extract,
start spinning it, and
with
it
the
will
sponge
become
cake
meringue.
SpongeBob yellow. I'm adding a few teaspoons
It's
of yellow.
literal
food
fucking
colour,
alchemy.
to combine, and then in a large bowl, we're combining the egg yolk mixture, the dry mixture, and the milk mixture, gently folding to combine just until no dry patches remain. Then we're going to add the beaten egg whites in 2 stages. Start by adding about 1/3 of it, which we're going to gently fold in. It's going to lose most of its volume, but it's going to help the remaining egg whites mix in more easily. So once you got no more remaining white streaks, add the remaining egg whites and very gently fold together, resulting in a light, fluffy, silky batter, which we're going to pour into our prepared pan, gently coax into the corners until even, and then it's headed into a preheated 350-degree Fahrenheit oven for 10 to 14 minutes. While this cools, it's time to make our ice cream out of none other than SpongeBob's Hearth and Home. I'm peeling and coring a pineapple and placing 350 grams worth in this mysterious cup, along with 90 grams of whole milk, 50 grams of heavy cream, half teaspoon vanilla extract, half teaspoon kosher salt, and 100 grams of agave syrup, or the same amount by weight of your sweetener of choice. Tiny whisk to combine, and then we're pouring it directly over the pineapple. Then this guy's headed into the freezer overnight until rock solid. Now, since SpongeBob's Dive is the highbrow act, I thought it warranted using a fancy new toy, that Ninja Creamy that everybody on TikTok can't seem to stop creaming stuff with. As you can see,
Oh yeah, the
pineapple, milk, and sugar mixture is hard as a rock.
stuff
Once the
is
high-speed death
super
machine it goes,
fucking
select
like
ice cream
functional.
setting, and in
Wait,
4
no, I have
minutes,
a Ninja
a
Blender,
rock-hard
actually.
block of fruit, dairy, and sugar is
Like,
shaped
I
and blended by a
I
blade
will
moves
actively
up and
vouch
down through
for
the
Ninja
cup, producing
anytime
a
that
silky,
that
smooth
shit shows
sorbet
up.
that has to be
Looks at
sweet to
camera,
be
please
believed.
sponsor me,
Apparently,
Ninja.
this This is the home cook's answer to the Paco Jet made famous by the menu. And for a giant pricey blender that doesn't do as much
Please,
stuff
I
as
need
a
more kitchen
blender,
supply.
I gotta say, pretty cool. So now
Oh,
we have
God.
the core elements of our SpongeBob ice cream. Let's put them together. First, I'm carefully slicing the cooled cake into precise rectangles using rulers and maths, trimming it down into little rectangles that are about 1/2 inch smaller than my intended mold. And it has the added benefit of looking exactly like SpongeBob. So now we have to ensconce this banana-flavored cake into pineapple sorbet. So I'm spreading a little sorbet in the bottom, plopping the cake in the center, and packing more sorbet around and on top of it. Rinsing and repeating for all the mold holes. And these guys are headed into the freezer overnight, so they're completely solid before dipping. Once retrieved from the molds, we have to double popsicle stick, just like SpongeBob did, back into the freezer for another hour or two to make sure that they're extra cold. And then for dipping, I've melted 1 pound of dark chocolate and mixed it with 3 tablespoons of coconut oil for a homemade magic shell. In goes my roughest looking ice cream bar for practice, which I'm glad that I did because the shell hardened way faster than I thought it would. So when I dipped it in my toasted chopped almonds, I did not get even coverage worthy of the Fry Cook games. So for once, taking an actual cooking tip from a cartoon,
I'm
I
not
dove
real. The only
quickly
thing I'm
from the
interested
chocolate
in for Night
immediately
Rain
into
right
the
now
almonds,
is to
resulting in
see
much nicer, more even coverage.
what,
So there's our high concept, highfalutin SpongeBob ice cream. What about
is
the
to see
everyman
what
Patrick
other
ice
bosses
cream?
are
Well, first
returning
off,
so
I
that
feel
I
like
can
it'd be
know that
crazy
people
not
can
to
mod them
Starfruit.
into
Granted, the only
normal
Starfruit
Elden
I could
Ring.
find is underripe, which apparently
Oh, yeah,
causes
true.
indigestion, so I'm not going to use too much of it. I'm roughly chopping 3 fruits, placing them in the jar of a food processor, and processing until thoroughly processed. We're just going to be straining out the juice so you can break this down into a pretty fine paste. Now for the pink element, strawberry starfruit has a nice ring to it, so I'm going to puree a pint of strawberries and combine them with 100 grams of starfruit juice. Then to this mixture, I'm adding 340 grams each heavy cream and whole milk, and of course a whopping 200 grams of granulated sugar. I'm also going to add a little bit of pink, a little bit of red food coloring to amp up the Patrickness. So if the Ninja Creamy is highbrow, how does the common man prepare his frozen dairy treats? Well, one way that requires no special equipment is the ice bowl method. Place your ice cream base in a bowl set in a larger bowl full of ice and whisk constantly for 10 minutes. You can also add water and salt to the ice to better translate the cold. Cover the bowl with a clean towel or plastic wrap and freeze for 30 minutes. Uncover and once again whisk constantly for 10 minutes. Cover it back up, send it back into the freezer for 30 minutes, and repeat this process 2 more times. You know you're done when the ice cream base is thick and slushy and your arm doesn't want to do this no more. Pour into the ice cream container of your choice, cover, and freeze overnight. And the next day, all your effort will be rewarded with some pretty stiff, icy ice cream. This normally turns out smoother and softer with a more dairy-forward base, but all the water and the strawberries and starfruit made it a little icy. That being said, it still scoops and eats just fine. I'm placing my pre-scooped cones back in the freezer because they're gonna have to be upside down for quite a bit. I'm making a chocolate ganache by pouring 300 grams of steaming heavy cream over 500 grams of chopped chocolate, then letting it sit for about 30 seconds before very gently stirring together. But no matter how careful you are, you can still split your ganache. If it looks oily and kind of slides around the pan, looks a little chunky, you can fix this by heating it over a double boiler sometimes, but it's easier to just add a little splash of Grandma SquarePants cough medicine. A touch of alcohol can help re-emulsify the mixture, or it can make it worse. I don't know, ganache is kind of a mystery to me. Either way, once you've got the fat and chocolate ratio right, it's time to dip. Leave it upside down so it gets a little bit of a peak going. Pray that your pre-scoop doesn't come plopping out into the chocolate, and flip it over to try to get that Dairy Queen soft peak. Not as photogenic as Patrick's, but that didn't look fully real to me. So there you have it, SpongeBob and Patrick's ice creams from the Fry Cook games. And since I'm too scared to even eat banana extract, here's guest judge Kendall Beach. She's not here to do the voiceover at the moment, but I will relay her feedback. She thought the pineapple ice cream was fantastic, and the cake, while nice and fluffy, had a very strong fake banana flavor. The Patrick ice cream was too icy, and the starfruit was too tart. So it's no contest, SpongeBob wins this round of the Fry Cook games. And in the end, I had to try a little bit myself. Definitely omit the banana and maybe go with milk chocolate over dark, but I think Patrick put it best when he said,
I got it. Let's get naked.
No, Patrick, let's save that for when we're selling real estate.
Simpsons. But I'm tempted to do the Simpsons one, but also fuck no.
The smell of this pile. It's like, All Hallows Eve is upon
type of
us. You
candy
know what
is this?
that means. Cheap costumes,
Halloween
razor
candy.
blades and apples, and even more
Oh, okay.
candy than you're physically capable of eating. It's time to taste test each and every popular Halloween candy. Rank it 1 to 10, and that's it. One more time. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Some viewers have asked why I support BetterHelp. It's because they're committed to making one of my very favorite things, therapy, more accessible and affordable for everyone. Don't get me wrong, they've made mistakes in the past, but they're committed to making them right, and they've grown into a service I can proudly stand behind. If you want to learn more, stick around to the end of the video because I want to talk about it. And if you're interested in how you can start your therapy journey, head to betterhelp.com/babish. First up, not what I was expecting, ring pops. The pop that you have to eat like this so that it makes your lips whatever color the pop is. It's the only way to do it. If there's another way to do it, show me, please. Watermelon, you can have this. Thank you very much. You said you like watermelon. I don't want to waste too much candy. We're going to give all this candy away to children. It's the truth. It's Halloween candy. Why would we do anything else? That's what we're going to do. We're going to give it away to children. I'm not going to do it. I hate kids. I've had strawberry. I've had blueberry. I can imagine sour cherry. But sherbet? Why is it cloudy? These aren't normally cloudy. I kind of have to.
No, they're actually always cloudy. They are.
See, look at that. Clear as a summer's day. Okay, here we go. Sour cherry. Okay, it's cherry, fake cherry flavor, blah. And it's a little sour, but not really. Let's see if it clears up after I lick it. It tastes crazy. You know what it actually tastes like? It tastes like they melted down Smarties. I don't like it, and I do want to wear one of these the entire episode. And it's not gonna be that one. There it is. Ring pops are incredible. They were my favorite prize to get at Chuck E. Cheese's. They were 25 tickets, worth every ticket. As Halloween candy, like,
Oh yeah, I
it's
forgot
an
Chuck E.
oddball
Cheese
choice,
existed.
but it's a choice I like to ball. Oddly. 8, I love ring pops. I don't care. I love them. Oh, so tiny. I didn't look it's just, it's like
I think ring pops are
It's just-
bougie
it's
as
just
fuck. I never got
disappearing
that shit in
underneath
like
it.
Halloween.
What the hell's this? Root beer. This is the second candy I want to point out. It's Root Beer Barrel, a candy from the days of yore. Back when candy didn't have to be interesting, good looking, or flavorful. Put dots of sugar on paper and kids would suck it off. You have any dots? No. Good. So that's root beer candy, which is good. I like root beer candy. I like root beer. You made candy out of it. I'm gonna like it. It's a 5. It's not bad, but it's also not good. Trash bowl. I bet there's gonna be like 3 things that are below a 5 today. This is all just sugar in different shapes. Hard to hate. If I remember correctly, I'm not a huge Baby Ruth fan. It's peanuts, caramel, and nougat. That's a Snickers, no? Baby Ruth. Was this Babe Ruth's favorite candy bar? There's not that much nougat in it, which I care for. It's the equivalent of corn syrup in everything. It's just like, what do we put in this candy bar? We can't just do peanuts, that cost a fortune. Nougat.
So apparently the new Nightwing news is
to me, it seems like
is
worse.
why on earth
Too
did these
peanut
devs
flavored.
balance
All
the
I really
game around
taste.
people who knew what they
You
were
look at the
doing
peanut
and like
ratio of
actually
peanut to
play
everything else,
Dark
that's
Souls
just mostly
games?
peanut.
Those
You're
bastards,
right to
how
call
dare
it
they?
Covered payday.
Shit
Uh,
pants.
6.
Is it hard?
I
Is it
love
actually
milk
hard?
duds. I
Yeah,
like them chewy. I like
it's-
them almost too hard to chew.
Nice.
It's literally a game that goes, all right, beat Dark
What bag
Souls
was
in
that
and out.
Because it picked up the flavors.
And for most
of
people,
something
that
fruity.
is an absurd
I have to
ask.
assume nerds. Yeah,
For
everything else
me,
is wrapped in
I could
plastic,
probably
and
do
nerds
that.
is like, no condom. We're putting just
Not
putting straight
consistently,
in.
but I probably could try to give it the go pretty
I will
easily
be,
and just rush it.
Impartial though.
But wait, I was supposed to. No, I don't think they could
The
do
caramel
that
it could be better
because it doesn't
it
tell you what
required
any of the
aging
weapons
good.
do,
And,
what any of the
the
actions of war
chocolates.
do, any of the spells. It literally expects you to know what everything from the base game does by default.
How sour are these balls?
You're supposed to just
Not
know.
very
Oh
sour.
hey,
Tastes like a lemon
it's
head without the whimsy.
it's Blythe's
Cherry
Ultra
injectable.
Greatsword, strength and int. I know that.
Cherry again. You gave me 2 of the same.
It's like, and someone else is like, how the fuck do you remember that? And it's like, that's easy.
Overall,
Flame-
the most
Playboy
rewarding
is actually a
candy
quality
I've ever
weapon that
had
you can go
in my
e-
entire
e-
life.
even
It's
with.
of a bygone era. Kids today, they got their Nintendo Switch.
So the game is super
VR
overtuned.
goggles. They're not going to stand for that. They're not unpleasant, but they're just so boring. I'm going to give them a 3. Oh, I've been bean boozled. It's liver and onions or cappuccino. Old Bandage. How'd you capture that flavor? That's terrifying. All right, I'm gonna pick a random one. I'm just gonna pick a random color. Not gonna look at what comes out. Red, that's either Old Bandage. Okay, all right, okay, I'm feeling this. Okay, it's either Old Bandage or pomegranate. What does an old bandage taste like?
Jelly beans are awful, by the way.
That doesn't taste like old bandage. That tastes exactly like burning plastic. Just one, just one. Brown, liver and onions or cappuccino. Whoa! That tastes like liver and onions. It tastes like blood, which is what liver tastes like, and onions. Oh, they capture this. With Jelly Belly, it either tastes nothing like the source material or exactly like it. Orange, dead fit.
So this is interesting.
Steve said till I die.
Apparently, Night Rain is not a battle royale until just how it fakes it with the circle, but in practice, this is base game Risk of Rain.
Water went up my nose.
Mama.
It's a roguelike fully. It's Binding of Isaac, and so it's like
stinky socks.
So everyone's in the stage of, all right, let's get your mom and defeat mom. Yeah, that's the part that matters right now. But then there's the part where it's like, well, now you have to actually do shit to unlock stuff. Like you don't get you have to unlock the characters by like getting achievements and shit. You don't start you don't start with Kane or the mercenary. You have to get them.
These are sweet tarts. These could not be more different. Smarties. This is what I would get if I didn't get enough tickets to get a ring pop. Are these different flavors? They have a difference in flavor.
That is
about as much as they have a difference.
Not what Smarties is.
They're barely candy. I know that they're classics and they're apparently never going to go away.
Smarties are just little round discs that are kind of powdery when you bite into them and they explode into powder in your mouth, and that's about it.
I'm going to give them a 3. I'm going to catch some hate for that.
Hold on though.
Basic. Sweet tarts, or as they're...
Do you not have...
the better Smarties? They're bigger.
Chocolate Smarties?
Tender on them?
No.
This one says math and art. Do these just
have
antonyms on them?
Hold the fuck... Oh, no. This is what I get. These are Smarties.
I have no idea what the fuck those are.
No, there's no way. There's no fucking way this is a Canada only thing. There's no way.
Maybe?
No. These have to be an international thing. There's no way that this is... These are not fucking Smarties. These are called Rockets over here. Not
Go back up. Go back up to the top one. Motherfucker, that's in French. Do you think there's gonna be any French fucking things in America? Anything with any French text?
I've suddenly realized all of these are in both English and... Wait, no. No, there's no way you don't have
Yeah, that's on...
There's no way you don't have
these!
That's only... No, there's no way
I've never had
There's
one of these
no
in my
way!
life.
Do you have fucking Reese's Pieces then?
Yeah, we have Reese's Pieces. What the fuck? Yeah, that's American.
Yeah! Reese's Pieces are based off of Smarties!
Oh, they're just better fucking Smarties then.
No, because Reese's Pieces are the exact same thing, but instead of chocolate, it's just peanut butter.
No, it's chocolate and peanut butter.
No, it's not. It's objectively only peanut butter. I've had. You can break them
I
open.
thought Reese's Pieces were chocolate and peanut butter.
Nope. They are. It's a candy shell and then it's peanut butter. There is no chocolate that's part of that. For Reese's Cups, there's chocolate. For Reese's Pieces, no. These are literally based off of Smarties. Smarties have existed for like decades, and Reese's Pieces came in like 2010. How do you... There's no... How? How are these not in America? Holy sh... These are not small... Actually, I'm pretty sure this brand doesn't even exist in Canada. This is not what they're called. Let me fucking look up Rocket Candy. Yeah, I'm fucking right. They're called Rockets up here.
They're called Smarties in America. Those are Smarties. That's what I know Smarties as.
Okay, so this is what I'm wondering how copyright and trademarking works, considering these are that's two brands of candy that are called Smarties. And there's someone literally having the issue of what the fuck? These are different entirely. Yeah! Apparently, we produce your Smarties. I mean, everyone produces that shit up here. That's.
If you ever see French on a product, that's not American. Just know
Hell.
that if you ever see anything that has French on
Hell.
it, it's not in America.
Kel, anything that's not a international import, aka America doesn't count. They have to follow this rule. Everything has to be in English and French in Canada. Objectively. Heinz ketchup
Wow.
comes in French here.
But here's the thing. That's because the French are forcing the world to try to be the world's leader language. And they've been failing for the past like 50 years.
I mean, yeah, it's actually Spanish, but all the same. Mainly
Wasn't
because
it,
mainly because like international, no, not really.
Oh, international, no, but it's the most spoken language, or like Mandarin or something like that. It's like Hindi.
I mean, yeah, most spoken is completely separate. No, when you say leading
Yeah.
language, I assume like an actively well spoken like throughout the world language.
Yeah,
which
like
is technically what
the
English is
secondary
supposed
language
to be.
everyone knows.
Like I would say
Yeah.
like I would say Spanish. And the main reason for that is because people who speak Spanish actually want to teach other people how to speak Spanish. People who speak French don't want other people to speak French. But no, holy fuck, Fizzlers? What the fuck are Fizzlers? Yeah. Like, it's obvious that these are the exact same brand, but different names. Like how we have Kraft Dinner and you have mac and cheese. And that tells me your Smarties were not in Canada when we made our Smarties. Well, Nestle. Wait, is Nestle fucking based in Canada? What the hell? So by the time that your Smarties came over, they had to rebrand to be Rockets instead. Yeah, look, I have wow, I got whiplash here. Okay, made in the United Kingdom, they were imported to Canada and became okay. Europe, Canada, South Africa, Australia, Middle East, South America, literally everywhere except America.
Hello.
1937, so way before you guys made your own Smarties. Which tells me that the Smarties you have is because is a soccer and football thing where you decide to just call it the same thing because you hate the United Kingdom. And that's it. Originally called Chocolate Beans in 1882, they were renamed to Smarties. The Smarties Candy Company was made in 1940. Yeah, literally just did it because you hate. Okay. Y'all do this a lot. America, the US does this a lot.
The colors?
No, the US does this a lot where they just take the name of a brand somewhere else, usually maybe the UK, and just take it and go, no, this is what it actually is. Fuck you guys, we made this one. Smarties, well known internationally for like at least 12 years before y'all made your own, and it's like, yeah, no, we own the copyright. Fuck you.
No.
Yeah, and even yours is the one that gets the parentheses because it's not the original. And they are only in the US. Okay, but why? Sorry, I'm super distracted by this now. I'm super distracted by this now. What fucking idiots. Literally something that's already trademarked across the rest of the world, and the US just said, no, we don't recognize it, we made our own trademark. And also, yeah, apparently we also just make your Smarties for you. It's most productions in Canada. Again. Man, I'm discovering how much shit is gonna get more expensive. Alright, one sec. Smarties versus US Smarties.
Hello.
Hey, Danny.
How are you all?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Tired. Just came from a role play and I feel tired.
Ooh, oh wait, you have a Friday roleplay? Hell yeah. Anyway, song and video,
Yeah.
so it might get a bit loud. Like, I should still be able to hear you.
It's math and art. Yeah.
It's okay.
They are. It's
But
two
yeah,
sides of the same coin.
You know, it's part of a metaverse. You know, well, it's a metaverse roleplay.
They're really
And you know, ever
And
since I saw
frankly,
that they
I
had
adore
many
what they've done
NPCs,
here.
I decided to
I
be
can't get over it. It's the
to be an
deepest thing
NPC
I've
that
ever
would
seen
like to
on
keep being a
Candy.
PC.
All that.
It happens every
tomfooey aside,
Friday, and
they kind of
we need NPCs.
I mean, they're better than Smarties.
Jesus.
Sure. They're also just
But it's
like
still fun.
they're still chalk.
Me and the
I-
DMs
you
get
know, I'd give
me and
them
the
a 5, but
DMs.
I'm gonna give them a 6
You know,
for
the
Lindsay.
other,
That's the
the
game
other,
you
well,
play.
mainly me and the
go out there with
DMs.
your
You know, get to
Crunch.
talk a lot
One
about
of my very least
the funky,
bars.
yeah,
Here's the deal.
the fuck up
I'm
that
not gonna let
players
my
do that
prejudices
shouldn't
get in
be
the way.
doing. But that's neat.
I'm sure the whole of humanity would say it's a 7.
Like
I don't
today,
like
one of the
milk chocolate, I don't
players
like that I
thought
have
he
to chew
could
it.
dodge
I'm checking those
bullets
at the
that were
door.
shot at
I'm gonna
point
give it a 6.
blank.
I think it's a 6.
And he
Blow
thought that he
pops,
could dodge fire.
specifically weird
We
little
immediately told him,
blow
like,
pops.
brother,
These aren't the
no.
ones you get at the gas station. I
But
hate cherry
yeah.
candy, but cherry blow pops spank. I've never had black cherry, but I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna like it. Unless, of course, if I open this up and it's jet black. No, it just looks like grape. I almost got rid of the cape. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm super distracted. We're looking up this.
Have I been made a black cherry, man? It's good. I mean, it tastes more like fake cherry than normal blow pops cherry. especially considering there's something for everyone. I guarantee there's blow pop flavor you like out there. I'm gonna give blow pops a 9. I love blow pops. The only reason I'm not giving them a 10 is because they cut your mouth usually. Howdy, Bo. I'm gonna open this up, leave it open, and we'll check back in 1 week, because that's how I like my Haribo.
What you doing?
These are already pre-chewied. They're good and thick and dense. Why is strawberry green? Strawberry's green, dude. Haribos are awesome.
Yeah.
But
What?
as far as the pantheon
What are you
of
doing?
Halloween candy goes,
Watching videos,
pretty
so
mid.
come watch with me and
So
understand that I'm
gonna-
probably super
I'm gonna
distracted.
throw a 6 their way. I'm gonna throw a nice curvy 6 at them. Oh, such a good catch today. Rolo, fun fact about Rolo. When I was growing up, probably when I was, must have been 9 or 10, my testicles dropped. And I was in the back of the car, and I was eating Rolos, and I felt these two things down here. And I asked my parents very loudly if that's where the Rolos go. That's a true story. I remember it distinctly. You don't forget something like that. That chocolate tastes better than most mass-produced milk chocolate. It just does. And there's so much caramel, and it's so nice and soft.
Oh
I'll
right,
eat a
y'all
whole
don't
bag of
really
these,
have
obviously, but, like,
all
again, we're
dressed
talking about
ketchup
Halloween
chips
candy as a
Canada.
whole. In that
in
universe,
America
this
as well. I
gets a
forgot about that.
comfortable 7.
Don't have
I don't
coffee
need to try
crisp,
this.
don't
I have
have
to eat so much
fucking
candy,
beaver
but
tails,
that's how good they
etc.
are. The perfect
Beaver
gummy
tails kinda
candy.
suck.
Nothing wrong with them. No notes. Except that occasionally you are eating them and you look at the bag and you're like, oh, I only have greens and yellows left. Does that get them a 9 because green and yellow kind of sucks? Lemon and lime? I'm gonna give them a 9. I'm a Sour Patch Kids freak.
Hold on.
No.
Do you have Maynard's brand candies down there?
The fuck is Maynard? The fuck? You mean Sour Patch Kids?
Well, that's one thing, but the rest, they're called the Maynards. Maynard Sour Patch Kids, Maynard's Fuzzy Peaches, Maynard Sour Patch.
No, we have Sour Patch Kids. They're not called Maynards though.
Cause like everything up here. Like,
Wine gums?
yeah. Okay. So you have purely a non-Maynard's brand Sour Patch Kids, and that's it. You don't have anything else there.
Yeah, we just have Sour Patch Kids, and it has no Maynard's branding.
Okay. Yeah. Literally, you're on Commonwealth, so you refused exports. Got it. So it's literally because Canada is technically still Commonwealth. We have a bunch of British snacks and like candies that get like imported over here constantly because we didn't shoot our dad like the U.S. did over the literal penny tax that they take so much pride in having like defeated. Like,
Line drive in
y'all.
my face. Exercise some restraint. Argets, yes. What the hell are these? Clever Candy Rainbow Jawbreakers. Taste the rain.
So
I don't need to try this. I have to.
They don't. You literally just made your own Sour Patch Kids and just stole the. You do this. I say you. I mean United States. United States steak does this so fucking. Holy shit!
I thought no. Is Sour Patch Kids not an original?
No, it's made. It was made in the 1940s.
No notes, except that.
Maynard's candy is super old.
But Sour Patch Kids specifically.
Okay, the Maynard Sour Patch Kids in the U.S. are specifically licensed out by Nestle in the U.S.
Oh wait, this is Canadian. Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, so the first thing they made was the wine gums in like 1909. Okay, when did Sour Patch Kids specifically get made? Also known as the Very Bad Kids in France.
In the late 1970s, Cadbury and a licorice company formed an alien candy company in Hamilton, Ontario. It's Canadian made. It's Canadian origin.
Yeah, 1970s, and then was brought to the US in 1985, but they just removed the Maynard's branding because of, I guess, because fuck the United Kingdoms, which is like, okay.
Yeah, no, it's Canadian. It's Canadian based. This is Canadian based. It went to both. It was exported to both UK and.
Yeah, ultimately the thing is, that I'm learning is literally every single food ever is about to get more expensive in the United States.
Yeah.
Like, I am truly discovering the length at which things are not made in the United States.
I'm not gonna be here any long. I'm not gonna be here that long, so I won't have to suffer that. But yeah, I need beer.
Green and yellow kind of sucks. Lemon and lime. I'm gonna give him a 9.
How have you never had Fuzzy Peach though? Fuzzy Peach is great. So with the sour fucking cherry blasters. Holy shit!
What the hell are these? Clever Candy Rainbow Jawbreakers. Taste the rainbow. Black or dark red. I don't know how to rate this.
Americans are suffering. Holy shit!
Look at. Oh my god.
Your candy must be horrible. You're missing all the good shit.
It looks sci-fi. It's so perfectly round. It looks like an alien egg. There was nothing like this in Inception, but this could have been in that movie. Don't worry. I'm gonna evacuate my fingers. Oh God. Okay. All right. Hey. It's just
Salt and vinegar is the most popular chips in America. Wow, literally just bad taste and wanting to punish yourselves.
What flavor is that? Mint grape?
Oh, it's black.
It's pit. Oh my god! Oh my god! I sucked on it for 3 seconds. Can I get another one of those? I should have tried it.
Oh my god, it's so fast.
And they don't taste good. They're ridiculous. They're horrible. They damage you permanently. I like how beautiful they are. I'll give them a 2 for beauty. How did they do that? M&M's, plain ones. What are we doing here? You know? I'm doing peanut M&M's separately, but yeah, I did Sour Patch Kids and watermelon Sour Patch Kids the same. What is your rubric? They're boring. They don't taste very good. The chocolate doesn't taste very good, but they're also not like terrible. They're M&M's for God's sake. I don't want to get crucified next time I leave the house. But they're super boring, especially amidst all the other Halloween candy. So boring. Needs peanut or peanut butter or caramel cold brew, which is my favorite one. That's the thing. Yeah, 5 for M&M's. I don't care what kind of flack it flacks me. A notable improvement on the M&M's.
Oh yeah, I forgot that y'all don't call them too excited. You call them beanies.
These are gonna get a 7. Nerds, one of my favorite candies in the entire world.
Sorry, I'm revealing how Canadian I am right now. Hi everyone.
There's about, I'd say, 30% less nerds than the strawberry. Strawberry's probably more expensive to make. You know. Strawberry and grape. Underrated flavor combination. I love nerds. I love them. If you suck on them, they're a journey. They go, seriously, from flavor and texture, they change second to second. They go from sweet to really tart, back to sweet. Are they a perfect 10? What's wrong with them? Nothing. 10. Nerds Gummy Clusters, aka Nerds Rope Abridged. Wow. I mean, this looks like an alien candy from a kid's movie from the 90s.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
The United States does not have A-Will milk chocolate bars?
Wait, they don't have what?
Okay, chat. Chat. Do you have this?
Let me shoot. Is it like a chocolate bar that has air in the inside?
Yeah, it's a very like crumbly chocolate that like disintegrates in your mouth. You don't have to do anything. It's made to be at a lower tempo so that it
No.
melts easier and like it has a really bubbly feeling when you eat it. It's great. It's actually
I've never-
incredibly cheap chocolate because like this is like one of the
I-
cheapest chocolates out there.
I think we don't have that here. I think.
Wow, this is good. This is the stuff that makes like that made Halloween bearable so much time. Where like I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna. Oh, it's an arrow. It's better than getting a fucking rocket. No, you don't have Maltesers? Oh, that's fine. Maltesers kind of suck. Holy shit. I do not have these. These are good. How do you not have these?
I don't.
And I'm starting to feel bad for the United States, the candy lovers. Y'all have
So awesome.
nothing.
So dope, dude. They're nerds, but with a delightful gummy core. Nobody was asking them to innovate, but they did. It's not an improvement on the original, it's a lateral move, but a 10 moving laterally is still a 10. Trolley, or is it trolley? Truly, I don't know. The
Never seen
are
it.
the sour bright colors, you know. Let's try some. Why do they do lime and orange? I guess that's.
I have never seen these. Oh well, I've seen them, but the no name brand. They're usually
They're
just
sour
no name brand.
They are
Anyone
still
can have
sour
them.
Gummy candy. They have a great texture. The
They,
sourness is there.
Here
It's
they're
not
pretty
like
much just called like
that there.
worms.
It's there.
Yeah, those are called
And,
gummy worms.
they're crazy
Those
colors.
Basically, no name
Right.
brand. You
They
can
don't
you can
stand
buy
in
them
the
a dime a
box.
dozen from literally
I mean,
any
these are
grocery
solid.
store
These are solid.
of just
If I
some
just go back,
random brand you've never
Fruit
heard of
Chews,
from every
aka
single
Tootsie
every
Rolls,
single
Granite
different
Chocolate.
grocery
No,
or
no,
like
okay.
gas station.
Almost
Is
freaked
that
out.
just gum?
I already know what these taste like. I'll do a little orange. Boring. You know what these taste like to me? The bank. Because growing up, Pittsburgh Federal Credit Union. Shout out PFCU. Oh. I'm home. So much better than a Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Rolls suck. All that to be said, they're ridiculous.
Tootsie
what
Rolls
is
are
this?
terrible. They're
Guys,
not really
you need
common
to
up
make
here.
me a candy inventor. Look what I just did. Look at how perfect.
Yeah, they're mainly meant for
Ambrosia.
chew.
That's an orange creamsicle. I just invented the orange creamsicle. This gets a 10.
Oh yeah.
These, I'll give them a. I'll be very generous.
Today I tried my first ever milkshake. It was good.
So here's
M&M's are
something confusing.
5.
I have a riddle for you to solve. Huh? Why does it have a hot pocket sleeve? See, these ones don't come with sleeves, and this one's thinner, more delicate. This one needs a sleeve, if anything. It tastes like a chocolate-scented marker. It might be. I really ate them when I got down to the very last.
Is that
things in
just
my
chocolate?
candy
No, it's not. Do
Very
not be
low
fooled. Tootsie Rolls are not chocolate.
to Tootsie Pops.
Well, what are they?
A noted improvement
That's
on the thing that
that's
I
a
ate.
puppy. That's a
So
puppy.
so
Oh.
you know, yeah, okay. I have to admit, having someone who lives in Latin America, the U.S., and Canada here is actually really good for seeing the different reactions. So
I never.
so
tried-
Tootsies, the normal Tootsies, they're wax. Those
Give
they're
me a
literally
sec. What the fuck?
Tootsies are literally flavored wax. Edible wax all the same, but hey, so Kel, have you heard of the Aero chocolate?
Aero chocolate? It doesn't have like caramel inside of it or some shit?
No. You're thinking of caramel.
Oh,
Aero
I've heard of
are
Aero.
they have bubbles inside them. They're aerated chocolate.
That looks weird, but it might taste good actually.
It tastes great. Well, it tastes like good chocolate. I mean, Canadian chocolate doesn't include puke in it, like United States chocolate does for some reason. It's honestly actually the texture. It's such a absurd texture compared to other chocolate, and you can like enjoy that for a bit, but it like disintegrates in your mouth. Like normal chocolate can like last. If you put like an arrow in your mouth, gone, dust.
Closest thing that I could find.
These Tootsie Pops.
And then
Mostly
Tootsie
because of
Pops,
these two. We got raspberry and we got
We do have
grape.
Tootsie
I
Pops
always
up
thought this
here.
was blueberry for me.
Well, actually,
These
incredibly
two,
uncommon.
these are some of the tastiest lollipops that have yet been discovered. These are incredible until you get down to its Tootsie Roll core. And even then, it's not that bad because you're crunching through candy and you're mingling flavors and it's wonderful. This is just adding insult to injury right here. Oh, I forgot.
It's not.
Bubbaloo.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never tried a bubble, but they're good from what I've heard.
3.
Oh, no.
Don't do that.
That commercial is irresponsible. I can see why they stopped airing it. I haven't licked this in quite a while. Probably because I'm eating so much freaking candy. These are fabulous lollipops. If you lick them more than 3 times, eventually you'll get through to the Tootsie Roll core and you'll tolerate it. So I think that gets you 6. 3 Musketeers, more like 1 Musketeer. Why does this feel smaller than it normally does? I feel like this is them really being cheap. Remember when I said that I feel like nougat is filler in these United States because in the UK, nougat's delicious? This is whipped nougat. It's using less nougat.
What is that?
And we're just eating it.
3 Musketeers?
There's not even a problem with that.
What is that? Just
It's
chocolate
so
but in a nugget?
Compared to a mini
It's chocolate with nougat in it,
Snickers?
yeah.
or Milky
Just
Way,
chocolate coated nougat.
which is just Snickers without peanuts. I'm
So
glad it's
just
mini, honestly, because I
another
could really only
brand
handle
that
like 1 bite of this.
okay.
I've never had a whole 3 Musketeers bar.
Hershey's
in my
has
life.
done
This is where
it.
I'm gonna let my personal preferences
Sneakers have
weigh
done
in because
it.
I think you're wrong, and I think that we're all in denial about it. I don't like 3 Musketeers. So I'm gonna give it a 4. York Peppermint Patty. The patty of peppermint that sends you suddenly and against your will to the Swiss Alps. I love the minty filling. I love that it's dark chocolate. Dark chocolate plays way better with mint than milk chocolate does. Doesn't melt
What?
at all. I do, however, think of it as a larger, worse junior mint. I don't think we have any junior
That was
mints today,
good.
and it's a real shame. Delightful. I'm starting to lose my mind, guys. Sorry. We're not even halfway through. I'm in trouble. I wish that they were runnier and gooier. That would do it for me. As they are, 7. Ow! Damn it! I just jammed my finger on these brash pumpkins. You know how awesome candy corn is? They were like, you know what we should do? Make them bigger. And just shaving off the surface. I don't like candy corn. I also don't dislike it. And by extension and or proxy, same here. It is a shame though. This is a loud, angry 3. Okay, I'm not gonna mess this one up. Candy corn, the same thing in a different shape. When I was a kid, you could have put a gun to my head as a child and told me it's not 3 different flavors, the candy corn. It's 1 flavor. It's not white, orange, and yellow flavor. And I would have said, F you, shoot me. But I was right. Lo and
Candy corns are
behold,
awful, to be
that
honest.
gunman was right. They are 1 flavor because they're just corn syrup flavored. Okay, first ingredient I'll give to you is sugar.
Yeah,
Second
technically
is
they're
corn
unflavored.
syrup. Salt, confectioner's glaze, corn syrup. Dextrose, corn syrup. Gelatin, not corn syrup. Honey, never mind. And that gunman was Albert Einstein. This is the same as the pumpkins, just smaller, which I like because that means I don't have to.
There's a
have
funny
mouth
joke
full of stuff
kind of
inside a little bit.
happening in the basketball
I'll give it one
scene,
more.
and
I'll give it
it's
4 for being a better
two
form
it's two teams, and it's essentially the joke is that one of the team uses witchcraft. Because all of a sudden, for some reason, all of their players just randomly fucking get really good out of nowhere and play like they've never played before, and people would just say this shit's just witchcraft. And there's a person on their old team who used to say, yeah, I fucking cast magic on myself before the game. Like, what the fuck?
Okay. It tastes
And so
different.
now people
I
are
thought it had
going to
more flavor,
find like
but it
people who
just
say they
tastes
know
different.
like how to do
This
spells
tastes
and
like a
like
blue sludge.
self-proclaimed witches, and they're saying, "Can you please
That
help my
tastes
other
like
team
green
win?"
apple,
Versus
but
the
muted, of
team
course.
who's already using witchcraft.
Okay, come on. Get it together. Twizzlers are fun. There's nothing quite like them.
I hate
Most of
Twizzlers. I
them
hate
just
Red
can't
Vines.
do
I hate
so
any of it. They all ass. I hate licorice.
really hard. There's no hole. It's like trying to
Oh yeah,
drink
I don't.
through a
I don't
brim.
understand licorice at all. I have never enjoyed
The
licorice.
strawberry flavor. Never was a fan.
It does
These
not
at
taste like
least introduce
strawberry.
some variety
Does
in
not
the situation.
taste like anything good.
I think these get a 6. I like Twizzlers, but not enough to go any higher than that. Nobody better lay their finger on my butt. Or finger. I don't need to taste this, but I'm going to, because it is my very favorite candy.
Is that...
Look out, Wright brothers. Lock up
Okay,
your
1
daughters.
second.
Albert
Is
Einstein.
that-
Butterfingers coming for you. How do they do it?
Oh, we don't have Butterfingers up here, by the way.
It's like glass. Butterfinger's the best. It's gluten-free. You could have fooled me.
We
I
have
love
oh
Butterfinger. It's a
Henry's.
perfect candy. There's nothing wrong with it. I wish that it would rate me instead, honestly.
Wait,
10
so it's
all
just
the way.
like a... Wait, what is that? What?
That one?
Butterfinger.
Banana, you trying to kill me?
Let me look it up.
That's a phase right there.
Wait, Butterfingers are made by we used to be made by Ferrero? Oh, because that was the previous thing, and now that instead it's the Ferrero company that owns it. What the fuck? Okay, so what the fuck's in a fucking Butterfinger? Oh, it's peanut brittle with chocolate on it. Okay, got it. Sounds awful.
So it's not one of them.
People who like peanut brittle are liars.
What are these?
Banana chew, and he can't eat it. He's trying to even take the
called
single.
Orange Chew. Well, that was awful. That's a 1. It's terrible.
Oh, I love those, but they're really bad. they're like terrible to bite into.
Caramel. I've always loved a turtle.
That is not what that brand looks like up here.
What the fuck is a turtle?
Tastes like your aunt gave it to you. It's from out of
Alright,
space,
so
yeah, beer.
so a turtle is peanuts, caramel, and after that's it, coated in chocolate and shaped like a turtle.
You know,
So it's a sneaker.
good. The caramel tastes a little bit more natural than other
Sorta.
candy bars. The peanuts are fine.
So
Chocolate
actually more
tastes good. It's
expensive
milk,
and
it
usually
tastes
have higher
like
quality
more-
chocolate. They
again,
don't
more
taste like
natural, more
puke like most chocolate
real,
does.
And it's a turtle. It's a
Most American
classic
chocolate
flavor
does.
combination. I'm gonna give it a
Dang.
8.
Like, to be honest, I've been able to tell which chocolates are like American by like taking a bite and going, ah, yep, there's the puke aftertaste. There it is.
Pop Rocks, once again, not something I've ever gotten as a Halloween candy. Turns into gum. I'm not even gonna do
Excuse?
that. Whoa.
Pop
Whoa,
Rocks
tight,
are
bro.
incredibly uncommon up
This is
here.
the original flavor, cherry. But
I
they
hate
came
Pop
in
Rocks. They're
like
just the
retro
novelty
style,
of like they pop in my
retro
mouth,
style.
and like who
Still
cares?
popping after 40 years, just like me. That's what I'm gonna say at my 40th birthday party. Still popping after 40 years.
14 years old?
No. What? 14? 40.
Popping since 1970, 40 years.
Oh,
2010.
This package is 14 years old. You're right.
Are you for real? Wait. I mean, I don't know when it was
Technically, candy lasts a really long time.
made,
so it's
but
still,
it
it's
expires
still
in
okay.
2026.
Yeah, like candy lasts a super long time. If you go, oh, this candy is 15 years old, it's probably still edible.
Do you like
What
this?
the
Pop
fuck?
Rocks, my friend. Get
What?
a
That is the most unsensory. This is the most dog.
Yes.
Oh my
Pop
god, that
Rocks-
actually made me uncomfortable.
Pop Rocks like sizzle and like bubble and like melt in your mouth and cause like noises. It's meant to be an ASMR noise for some people, but it isn't for me. It's absolutely terrible. And the candy tastes terrible too. And I'm also pretty sure it's not made of anything natural or like found in nature. I'm pretty sure it's like literal like oil or some shit.
Pop Rocks are amazing. There's nothing like it. Nobody's even tried. They're more fun than they are tasty, but they're still a hell of a lot of fun. They're 7. I love Pop Rocks. Do we have Warheads?
No. It's the only words I could get.
Put them on board. Warheads get a 9. Pop Rocks are a sensation. Now they've just added pure, violent sour to the mix.
This isn't made by Pop Rocks.
Yeah, this is not a collaboration.
Oh, remember how I said that nobody's even tried? It's not sour. Warheads is supposed to do that to you. You're supposed to not be able to function normally.
Okay, you have Warheads. Okay, Warheads
I don't
is a
think there
piece
was
of
pop,
candy.
if I'm being honest. The crystals are small.
I mean, it's
so
literally
they're
just
not
candy
massive.
coated in
And,
fucking
it's not sour.
sour
So it doesn't live up to
extract, but
Warhead
still.
name. These get a 5. Dots, aka bad candy. AKA just why do these exist? AKA who wants these? If you love dots, explain yourself in the comments, please.
It's just a jelly.
Well, that's never getting out of my mouth. Permanently affixed to my teeth.
Oh yeah, dots are awful. They're worse than jelly beans for
Yes.
ripping
If they
out
don't
your
stick to
teeth.
your teeth, I'd like them because they do have an incredibly dense, gummy texture, and it's kind of cool. So I'm gonna give them a 2 for that. That's it. Why?
Just different sizes of
Why have you done this?
Hershey's
I'm
is
gonna eat the tiniest
awful
corner of
most
this.
of the time. The only good Hershey's is the white chocolate because they can't put puke in the white
Yes.
chocolate.
Blah. Blah.
The white one, the cookies and cream
I hate
Hershey's is the
except
best
for in
one.
the context of a s'more. Hershey's
The
belongs to me.
milk one,
It is
that one
the most
it's
boring
decent,
chocolate
but I will
on
others
God's green
go
earth. It
for
doesn't
the
even taste like chocolate.
cookies and
It's
cream.
So bad. It's a candy product of some kind. I'm surprised they even legally are able to call it chocolate. For its use in a s'more and for being an American stalwart, I'll give it a 3. It's not just Hershey's Dark. It's Hershey's Special Dark. Why do they call it that? Might be dark.
So admittedly, I'm pretty sure the dark chocolate doesn't have puke in it like the
Certainly
milk
an
chocolate.
improvement on plain
'Cause-
Hershey's milk chocolate, but by
But
dark,
it's
dark
been-
chocolate standards, it's still a
I
war
mean,
product.
yes,
It still
but
tastes
it's-
super fake and processed. It's got a richer
it's-
flavor. It tastes more like actual chocolate.
Like the issue,
but still
if I
very good.
recall,
I'll give it a
the
4.
tales I've heard of American chocolate is they used to not put puke in it, but then there was an incident with a large amount of batches that they were making. I don't think someone puked in it, but I think it went bad, and there was like something wrong with the cocoa they got, where it would stale or something, and they had been using that for they used that, and people just got used to it really fast. And then when that taste was gone, people noticed and was confused and thought it didn't taste like chocolate in the U.S. back when it was first coming out. And so they just started putting in the exact same fucking chemical taste that the bad cocoa caused, which initially was them putting puke in it. So and I don't think it's puke now, but I think it's something it's an artificial chemical that's equivalent to what puke tastes like now. And like it's literally people literally just got too used to that taste in the U.S. that when other people started exporting their chocolate to the U.S., it wasn't popular because like it doesn't have the chocolate taste. This isn't chocolate, and it's like it's not chocolate taste. You're tasting. It's puke. Yes, Danny.
What do you mean by puke?
Vomit.
They put vomit on the chocolate?
Yes. Okay, I have to actually show this to show that I'm not insane. Okay. So, American chocolate has something called butyric acid that's almost always added. Butyric acid is primarily and almost only found in vomit.
Vomit from
And as someone explains, it's caused by a bacterial infection. And so that was the problem, is that all the chocolate they were making, they didn't know this, was infected by bacteria. And by the time they fixed that, the United States got too used to the taste of butyric acid in the chocolate.
Okay, but I guess it was only in the U.S.
the U.S. and U.S. exports, yes, for the chocolate. Which is why Hershey's and shit taste like absolute trash.
Hershey's here tastes just like any other chocolate that has milk. At least that black one, and then cookies and cream is the best one.
Cookies and cream is the best one. It's because they don't put the
Yeah.
they don't put the butyric acid in it.
But yeah, no, like for real, here, the regular Hershey's just tastes like any other chocolate that has milk on it. So I don't know how it tastes over there.
It does make it funny that the Hershey's Kisses look like actual dog shit that you see in a cartoon, and it literally has a chemical that can be found in dog shit. But yeah, that's because literally just how shitty and cheap the chocolate is nowadays. Like it also kept it because like people kind of got used to it no matter what. So it's basically like a legacy taste that like the rest of the world does not put up with. Oh right, that's also the thing. In most countries, American chocolate has too low of a cacao content that it does not qualify as chocolate in most countries. It's
How
labeled
do you
it's labeled chocolate flavored candy.
How do you make a chocolate with no cacao?
So chocolate, like all the chocolate flavors you know of, is like a well, white chocolate is chocolate without cacao. It's a massive difference of like percentage. That's why you hear like 60% dark chocolate, 80% dark chocolate, or like 40% milk chocolate, etc. Is because that's how it is determined. And American chocolate has so little, it does not count as chocolate. Yeah, they literally just keep. I mean, it's an interest to find out why they what happened initially.
I'm thinking of buying something right now.
Creatures.
Yeah.
What's the deal? Spine-tingling tangerine. Citrus scream. Shocking lime. So it's the same freaking flavors, but they just put synonyms for being scared in front of them. We also, of course, have Skittles Original and Skittles Wildberry. This is where it's at. Remember Skittles smoothies? Are those still a thing? Mm-hmm. Nope. 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 Wild cherry. That was the same thing. Oh yeah! Melonberry. Remember Skittles smoothies? I'm gonna give normal Skittles a 6. Fight me. Don't fight me. I've never thrown hands in my life, I can't. But these are novel and delicious, so they are gonna get a 7. If we had Skittles smoothies, they'd be getting an 8. But we don't, and they aren't. Lifesavers, every flavor but the good one. Let's pretend that there is a white right here. This is the white Lifesaver.
They are called lightsabers?
Lifesavers, yeah.
This is the saving grace
Why?
of the Lifesaver world. It tastes like, I think is it pina colada or is it pineapple? It's just pineapple. It's a delight. I'll settle for an orange. The Lifesavers as a whole, if this guy gets a 10 and this guy gets a 3, 6. Is that halfway between 3 and 10? Rounding down. Mounds, the very oddly named candy, because Almond Joy. You got an Almond Joy? I'm gonna pull out these 2 candy bars, and I'm gonna let you guess which one should be called Mounds. Which one should be called Mounds? I prefer Mounds. Dark chocolate, no stupid nut. That should be called Almond Joy. No almonds. That's the joy of it. So good. Love Mounds. The coconut can be a little
I have
dry.
never seen Mounds before.
Like the paste is wet, but the coconut itself is dry. Otherwise, it would be, frankly, a 10. I'm gonna give it a 9. I love Mounds. Almond Joy is not a joy at all. Yeah, it is. It's still good.
No, I gotta say,
6.
this year has been pretty
6
good
for
about
Almond Joy.
flies. I mean,
Uh-oh.
I say that staring at like
Someone's
10
gonna call
webs
bank
of
to-
spiders who have made entire homes on my ceiling and knowing exactly why there's no
100
flies
grand
in my house
I
right now.
discovered is,
But all the same.
frankly, the very best candy bar. It's a better Twix. It adds your precious crunchies. And Optin said for a bar of pure, uncut Colombian caramel. Oh, Lord. You know how when you're making a snow cone and you're like, I wish I could just get just the syrup. That's what this is. Like you're eating a Twix and you're like, I wish it were just caramel and had crunchies too. Ferrero Rocher is out here killing it, making all my favorite candies.
Ferrero Rocher, by the way, is a Canadian-owned company,
What was
as
the
is
other
Haagen-Dazs.
Nerds.
Yeah, Ferrero Rocher's nice. I like Ferrero Rocher.
And Ferrero Rocher and 100 grand. The best candies.
So, yeah, the company's
ever.
name is Kinder. They make Kinder eggs, they make the Ferrero
No
Rocher, they
nuts.
make
Wouldn't change a
Haagen-Dazs.
thing. Soup to nuts, top to bottom, left, right, up, down.
And they're all
So,
owned by a guy just called
I
Kin-
love it,
His
and
name,
it's-
last name is literally Kinder.
They got Butterfinger too. Wow.
What? Ferrero Rocher makes Butterfinger? I didn't see. Laffy Taffy, otherwise known as.
We have Laffy Taffy up here. It's very
less
uncommon.
Fake Airheads. Somehow in this tiny little package, there are 2 jokes. What's a vampire's favorite fruit? Suckberries? Blood orange. Oh, you read these, you liar. Can't get it out. It tastes exactly like Airheads. It's exactly the same. But it does taste a little kind of more natural-ish, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to eat any more of it. That's for darn sure. Super boring. I loved Airheads because you could go and concentrate it down in the bottom into a little puck that was denser than a dying star. But this, good luck. They're bad. They're taffy, but they're bad. Come with a joke, that's worth something. No, it's not. This isn't
I
very
have
good,
kind of never liked
and
taffy, to
I'm
be
gonna
honest.
give it a 4. Because it's still okay, but I don't want any more of it. Not at all. Black Forest mini gummy bears.
Taffy's just too chewy, and I
The
don't
white
want that
one's
shit in my
pineapple.
like gums.
That's Haribo territory. Also, impossible to open. Jeez. And they're so tiny. My God. One of these is yellow and one of these is clear.
Oh no, my
There's gonna be
teeth,
so
but my
many
molars.
accidents as a result of this ambiguity. From the side, it could be, you know, it could be a Welch's fruit snack, the raspberry. Black Forest mini gummy bears, worse texture than Haribo, way smaller than Haribo, worse flavor than Haribo, worse product than Haribo. These guys get a 3. They're a bummer. They're Ferrero? Yep. These are Ferrero? These are from Daddy?
Acquired by Ferrero. Same with Laffy Taffy.
It doesn't even say that on the back. They're clearly embarrassed of these. Original Reese's and Halloween Reese's. There is a pronounced difference, and I'm going to show you what it is right now. That's the first time that has ever happened, where it just came off clean. Normally, you're losing the whole side. You're losing, I'd say 20% of your net chocolate. And you're licking it off the paper like an ass.
Oh yeah, they also make
But
Nutella.
the secrets to Halloween Reese's. Just hanging out there, Luz. What the hell is this supposed to be? Is that a pumpkin? I think there's more peanut butter in the pumpkin ones. Let's do a side-by-side visual comparison. Oh yeah, come on. Come on. There's more peanut butter. More chocolate too. There's more everything. I love chocolate and peanut butter.
Oh,
And
Ferrero and
Reese's is like
Kinder are actually
prototypical
fucking Italian. I didn't know
chocolate and
that.
peanut butter. This is a masterpiece. It would be insane for me to rate Reese's Peanut butter cups, anything less than a 9, and their Halloween peanut butter cups, a 10, because they are better proportion. Reese's Pieces, or as the annoying kid that you grew up with called them, Reese's Pieces, or the M&M's Savior, because you eat these in tandem with M&M's.
The current CEO is Giovanni's Ferrero, his descendant. It is a privately owned. You know what? That explains why it's fucking good. It's privately owned. Anything public is garbage.
Oh, they taste so much better when you do that. These are awesome. They're made better with M&Ms, but they're still pretty great on their own. But they're still just okay. Okay, come on. Reese's Pieces, they are fantastic. I love them, but they are a little tiny bit boring on their own, but they're still pretty great. I think they get a 7. Swedish Fish, for some reason, as far as I can tell, in a war against Sour Patch Kids. I feel like people are always like, do you like Swedish Fish or Sour Patch Kids? Like, I don't know, do you like cars or hammers? I'll tell you what. These taste exactly like red Sour Patch Kids with no sour on them. It's the same flavor. What flavor are Swedish Fish supposed to be? It refuses to disclose. All I know is that they're good. And not as good as Sour Patch Kids, no. They're still quite good though. I do love Swedish Fish. They're addictive and they have a nice chew to them and they age quite well. I really like old Swedish Fish. The Swedish Fish are gonna get a 7. Do enjoy Swedish Fish. Double-edged sword, because you get pink for sure, but then you also get red. Ooh, see this one I got orange and pink. Way better combination. Way better day that I'm having now as a result. Well, orange is okay, I guess. What's the other one? Yellow? Ugh. Yellow. I think that you're either a pink Starburst person or a yes Starburst person. I don't think that there's any middle ground. These are a classic, you know? It's pretty hard to
Okay. So Haagen-Dazs
I love pink so
was
much.
originally
I'll
US
forgive all the
made,
other flavors.
but
Pink gets a 10.
internationally was
The other
bought by
guys,
General Mills.
Anywhere from a 3
and
to
so it's only
and I'll give
in the
Starburst
US
as
is
a
it owned
whole
by the US.
a 7.
Otherwise, it's an international.
What?
It's General Mills. Otherwise.
Well, listen up. So you're about to hear of it. What the fuck is that?
Actually, no. I'm
What is
thinking of
going on
fucking.
there? I'm desperately trying to figure out what shape that's supposed to be. I see 2 balls. Look. There's 2 balls on
I'm thinking of Quaker Oats. Oh man, I'm dumb as hell.
Cherries.
Cherries. Except this
Man,
is
looking up this
supposed to be
business shit is
strawberry
actually super annoying. Keeping track of this, would
That's not
literally be
strawberry.
impossible for no person.
That tastes like cherry. Hershey's. At it again. Jolly Rancher gummies.
Hershey's where?
2! Oh my god. Jolly Rancher's pink is watermelon, but they still have a strawberry, so whatever. The flavor's not very good. It does taste exactly like the strawberry Jolly Rancher, so I think that they've translated the flavor quite well. But I don't much care for Jolly Ranchers. They're the most interesting hard candy. Plus a distinct, like, I don't know, vinyl flavor? Like, I know this is like effectively plastic, and the wrappers always stick to them if they've been exposed to the sun ever. The wrappers are not coming off. And this feels very similar. These wrappers are really hard to get off. They're ripping, they're sticking. I'm also gonna score Jolly Ranchers because I remember perfectly what they taste like. Jolly Ranchers will get a 5 because they're, again, the best that hard candy can be. Jolly Rancher Chews are gonna get a 5 as well. Heath. English toffee enrobed in rich chocolatey coating. Got nothing to say about this. It's great, you know? Are you not entertained? You know, it's a worse Butterfinger is what it is, but that's still pretty good. If you shoot for the moon, you'll still land amongst the stars, you know? It is just a solid brick of toffee, which is great, and it's milk chocolate around it, which is pretty good. It doesn't have the, you know, light texture of a Butterfinger nor the peanut butter flavor. It's just toffee. It's not pretending to be anything else. I'm into it. It's good. I love Heath. It's a 8. Mr. Good Bar is a freaking Hershey bar. When you open it up, it even just says Hershey's on it. Why don't they just
I
call
have
it
never seen
Hershey's
a
with
Mr.
Peanuts?
Good.
Why do they call it Mr. Good Bar? Market improvement, because it's this close to being peanut butter. That's actually where peanut butter comes from. It tastes way better with the peanuts. It just tastes so much better that I actually enjoy it now. I would give a Mr. Goodbar a 6. Whoa. Now things are about to start tasting like the bank. 'Cause that's straight where these are from. Props on this stick. It's plastic. This will last forever. It'll kill a creature, but you won't have a mushy stick. It tasted like cinnamon for a second before it turned orange. It's so freaking boring, but it's still a lollipop. What am I, a monster? Do I have no childhood whimsy in me? What if I was at the doctor and I was scared to get my shot? You don't seek these out, not never. 3. Double bubble. $10 says this is rock hard because unless you get it out of like a pack of specifically double bubble, it's incredibly stale. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Good chewing gum. It's already out of flavor. This is bad. Gotcha, got him.
I'm wondering about like
I mean, if it were fresh,
copyright
it'd be
free
pretty
Halloween
good
music
for about
in the background.
45 seconds. It's about how long Bazooka and Double Bubble last. But it's gum. I mean, it's still bubble gum. But if you're gonna ask me to have this versus Big League Chew, little BLC, BLC to wash
I have
down
never
Bubble
heard of
School?
Big League Chew.
Look
I have
out,
never heard of Big League
'cause
Chew.
I'm gonna be blowing bubbles. Yeah,
It's like a Bass baseball brand type stuff, and it's really not that good, and it's really bad. It's like
Well,
gum.
that kind of
I'm
explains
going to
it
give it
since
for its hardness.
baseball is not
It's still
popular.
freaking bubble gum. Milky Way, aka
Ah, the heck!
Snickers without nuts. What
And surprisingly crowded.
This feels like it deserves to be side by side. Is this the same company? Presumably. They were like, you know what? Let's put some peanuts in there, and we'll give it a way better name. Oh, Milky Way is pretty good. What am I saying? I think this is chocolate flavored nougat in the similar situation in the Milky Way. It's a darker nougat. I thought it was the exact same thing, sans peanuts. Turns out I was wrong. Both good in their own right, but the peanuts really make it happen. Like Snickers is a damn near perfect candy bar. And Milky Way, it is a distant second to this guy. The peanuts round things out. It gives it a whole new flavor, texture. I'm gonna give Snickers a 9 and a Milky Way a 7. We got Crackle. This is
I never had
Hershey's
a good
attempt at a
Snickers, to
crunch
be
bar.
honest.
Less crunchy, more chocolate. It's Hershey's chocolate, so it's bad. Crunchies make it better than normal Hershey's. These Crunchies elevate it to a 5. Twix, left side. You got a right side? Finally, we can answer the question. Twix, left versus right bar. Is it just marketing? They're identical, as they should be. It's not as good as 100 gram because they put some dumb cookie in there instead of Crunchies, and there's not as much caramel, but it's still, it's one of the goats. It's in the Hall of Fame. It's in Madame
I never
Tussauds.
liked Twix.
I love Twix. I'm gonna give them a 9. Give me a kit, give me a cat, give me a kit to a Kit Kat.
Twix is ass.
What the
Kit
fuck
Kat is
this?
pretty okay. It's just a
Okay,
wafer.
it broke. I thought this was pre-broken. I was like, ruining my day that I don't get to break it. It's because I sang
do
that
actually. I
stupid
love
song.
Kit
I
Kat
didn't say give me a break.
because it.
Here we go.
Because it's just simple, like just a nice way for chocolate.
I don't know why you like them so much. I like them.
Wait,
Don't
wait,
they?
are those Kit Kats? Or
I
what,
like
what
them.
the fuck is
They're
he
just
eating?
like a really
Oh, he's eating
old-fashioned
Kit Kat.
wafer cookie covered in chocolate. I don't
Yeah,
like
that's
them as
fine.
much as you do.
That's great.
But I still like them very much. Not as
Wafers
much.
are the good
Not
part
as
of no
much as 100
chocolate,
gram.
boys.
But they're close. 8 for Kit Kat. Sweet Tarts ropes. They're eating those.
Also,
Sweet
that is
Tarts
not
now.
what Kit
Yeah,
Kat
they're
looks
great.
like
It's
in
chewy,
Canada.
red form. I don't know how I feel about that. There is a distinct layer of, I'm even like pushing it out right now. There's a distinct layer of cream filling. Ew. That's the sour part. Boy, they really put some thought into this. Can I pull out the whole tapeworm? I'm not entirely sure why I'm doing it. But I am doing it now. I'm gonna get you out of there. Even if it costs me everything. There we go. There we go. There's the sweet tart rope. Found it. There's not many candies you can that have elements like that that you can just straight up separate. You get to control your ratio. These aren't bad, and I'm gonna give them a 6. I like them. There we have it, folks. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 10s. A first And I think apropos, it's candy. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of tens. It's candy. What did we learn here? I love Ferrero Rocher products. These are all Ferrero Rocher right here. Masterpieces all. And I love peanut butter and chocolate. But these are just my preferences. Everyone, not unlike a snowflake, has different candy preferences. And I want to hear yours. What's your favorite Halloween candy? What am I missing from this list? And what do you want to see me rank next? Thank you so much for watching. And until next time, you keep ranking. You keep ranking it. Get out there and rank it. Just rank it. Thank you again to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's episode. Now, several issues have been raised in the comments concerning BetterHelp's privacy and therapists, so I wanted to address those first. BetterHelp has assured me they do not share private data like clinical information, patient names, with the exception of when a patient suggests they're considering self-harm and the therapist is required by state law to report this to ensure they get help. 100% of their therapists are licensed, vetted, and competitively compensated. They've renewed their commitment to privacy and patient care, and above all, making therapy accessible and affordable. They're actually doing what you're supposed to do in therapy, which is be candid, learn from your mistakes, and move forward. October 10th is World Mental Health Day, so I hope you'll join me in exploring what therapy can offer you. BetterHelp makes it easy to get matched with the right therapist on your schedule, on your terms, and for the next 7 days, you can get a full month of therapy for free if you use the link in the video description. If you've been on the fence about exploring therapy, now's a good time.
So, I recognized...
There we have it, folks. Not one, not two,
I recognize, like... Huh? Huh? What? When? When did you become able to do that? What? What?
What happened?
When did YouTube do this? What?
What?
Full screen isn't full
Full
screen anymore.
screen,
I've been
scroll
lied.
down? Yeah.
It's not full screen anymore. I've been lied to. So
That has been like that for a while.
I recognized maybe 10 brands here. Ten brands that aren't actually just secretly Canadian brand, anyways. Reese's, Kit Kat, Nuds, which are all the really good ones. Twix, which is sucks. Totals. Actually, I guess. Okay, I guess I recognize a decent amount. It's just there's so much different than our versions. What's a root beer? Honestly, most of the stuff that isn't like most of the Canadians, I kind of like a lot of the Canadian stuff, like Canadian, like UK stuff, actually ranks way higher than a lot of the American-made stuff. But this is just Halloween candies. Like ultimately, I don't recognize a lot of these is because shitty Halloween candy isn't popular up here. People just buy the popular shit in big bulk instead. So you barely get shitty stuff. And also, Halloween candy, he didn't even have... No, he did have rockets. He did have he had that version of Smarties, which sucked ass. Hmm. Oh yeah, I've also fairly saw that the fucking razor blades and candy thing was complete fucking bullshit.
Kids, they're putting the $30 ounce of weed in your candy. Don't eat it. The fucking hyper expensive weed. They're putting it in your candy.
Instead, instead of trusting homemade stuff, buy our candy. Yeah, it's like obviously fake as hell. Like anything. Like, do you know how expensive razor blades are? Just to torture some fucking kids for some, like, also it's very, very easy to tell. It's literally impossible to hide a razor blade in most candy due to the size of candy, the size of compared to the size of razor blades. I don't remember. Oh yeah, just later the story app that I was talking about, yeah. Bodegas? What's a bodega? I actually don't know what a bodega is.
A bodega is a street corner street corner grocery store that you could also get grilled food at and like have a chopped cheese and shit like that and get a Philly cheese there. That is what a bodega is. It is a mini store that just has a fuck ton of random shit. And also they usually have a grill there sometimes. You could basically be like, hey, can I get like a chopped cheese real quickly? They have bread, they have like eggs, they have stuff, and they'll just make it for you real quickly. So usually you'll hear like, oh, let me go get a chopped cheese at this bodega real quick, and you'll be like, oh, okay, and you're just at the corner store.
In that
And you
case,
get like
I
a bag of chips, a drink, and then like he makes you like chopped cheese or Subway sandwich.
I have never had a bodega then. Oh, okay. I didn't get the joke until now.
Hello? Twisted No, wait! It's not just his favorite holiday. It's his birthday. Hello? Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at the crispiest sandwich from They Kidnapped My Son on Christmas, which Fletcher made a point of showing that he was scooping and toasting to maximize crispiness. After all, it's not every day that your son's life is at stake over a sandwich. So I got myself a big old grocery store style baguette. It looks the part, and it's a pretty lean loaf, so it should toast up very nicely.
Man, I
I'm gonna
should
cut
get some
myself
garlic
a
bread
sandwich-sized
sometime. I
chunk,
like
split
garlic
it
bread
in
a
half, and scoop it out, making sure to reserve what Kendall refers to as the bread meat. It's her favorite part of the bread. I have to admit, I used to squish it into a ball myself and eat it like an apple. Now, this sandwich obviously contains bacon, both for its crisp factor and for its fat, the latter of which, once we've removed the bacon and drained it on paper towels, is going to make an excellent medium for toasting our bread. So I'm brushing down, toasting in the oven, and then pretending that this is TikTok. Then, since the only greens in the fridge were wilted, Fletcher soaks his lettuce in ice water for about 10 minutes to crisp it up. And of course, he opted for frozen chicken tenders baked to a state of crispy completion in the oven. And that's all there is to it. We're gonna start stacking 2 of my biggest chicken tenders, 2 folded over slices of provolone cheese thrown back in the oven to melt, top up with our crispy bacon, our chili and patted dry lettuce, and oddly enough, what looked like tomatoes. Not exactly known for their crispness, nor is mayo, but nevertheless, that's what's slathered on top. And that's all there is to it. Top it up and squish it down with some further satisfying noises. Now that
this
is
is just a
crispy
BLT.
sandwich. Or is it? As soon as I cut through it, I could tell that every aspect of the sandwich was too rigid and dry, creating a situation not delightfully crispy, but disastrously crunchy. Oh yeah, that sandwich is definitely getting my son killed. So how do we take all the same elements and make them crispy instead of crunchy? Let's start with making our own fried chicken cutlets. Frozen fried chicken being fully cooked is usually pretty dried out by the time it gets crispy. So I've got some chicken breasts here that I'm butterflying and pounding flat, then hitting on both sides with a little bit of kosher salt and freshly ground black pepper so that it can dry brine in the fridge, safeguarding its flavor and moisture content. Next up, to achieve crunchy tomatoes, there's only one direction to go, and that is fried green tomatoes, which we're slicing and likewise lightly salsing. And since pretty much everything's getting deep fried, we need to set up a dredge station. I got 1.5 cups of flour that I'm seasoning with 1 teaspoon cayenne, 1 teaspoon smoked paprika, and 1/4 teaspoon each onion powder, white pepper, and garlic powder.
I'm starting to realize that a lot of stuff, a lot of my problem with a lot of meats I've had is that it's just never been drying or like gone through the proper preparation to prevent it from drying the fuck out.
The wet stage of our breading, and last but not least, 1.5 cups of finely ground cornmeal. I'm going to blot the excess moisture off the maters and dredge them first in the flour mixture, then in the egg mixture, then in the cornmeal. Ideally utilizing the wet hand dry hand technique, but inevitably giving up on it after 3 or 4 tomatoes. Rinse and repeat until complete, and then for our next 2 breadings, we're simply swapping the cornmeal for panko breadcrumbs. First the chicken, likewise blotted dry, and hit with the same stages of flour, egg, followed by panko. Lastly, to achieve crispy cheese, we could just make a frico, but I think that would just shatter on first bite, unlike a giant super wide mozzarella stick, one that's getting the double flour and egg treatment before being coated in breadcrumbs. Then headed straight into the freezer for 20 minutes before deep frying. Speaking of which, I got a whole mess of oil heated up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, where I'm going to start by frying the tomatoes for about 5 minutes.
Literally just deep frying everything.
Next up, the chicken that I'm going to do
Most
at
American
375
thing I've ever
because it's so
seen.
thin. This will ensure a crisp exterior and juicy meat, skim out some of the accumulating particulate, and last but not least, the mozzarella hunks, frying for a frightful 2 to 3 minutes until golden brown and hopefully not exploded. Everybody's getting drained on wire racks and kept warm in a low oven. Last but not least, the problem of the bread. I have a slightly more robust baguette here that I am not going to scoop. What I am going to do is toast it with mayonnaise, placing face down on a well-seasoned rim baking sheet and into a 375 degree Fahrenheit oven for about 5 minutes, weighed down with another sheet. This will hopefully allow the bread to retain some interior moisture while crisping in the oven. And because nobody likes a dry sandwich, not even kidnappers, I'm smearing down on both sides with a mixture of mayo and grain mustard, and then beginning to assemble, starting with our crispy chicken, followed by our crispy bacon, followed by our crispy tomatoes, followed by our crispy hunk of cheese. I realize now that I did not make it appropriately sandwich sized, but it's just gonna have to do. This is a hostage situation. Press, realize that the cheese is just gonna ooze out the sides, soldier forward, and let's hear that crisp. I take back what I said before, now that's a crispy sandwich, even if it is violently bleeding cheese everywhere. The cross-section certainly looks better. It's not every day that you have a triple fried sandwich, but how's it taste? Let's take a big old crispy bite. And it's obviously awesome. It's fried chicken, fried tomatoes, and fried cheese. With that in mind, I'm going to divide it into 4 pieces so that the crew can enjoy it and I won't die.
Hunter?
You know what? Actually,
apples.
Yes.
We've all
I
had,
need
but
to
did you
know.
know that
I
there's more
I
than
don't
one
know the
kind?
difference.
In fact,
No, I
there's
didn't.
50
I've only known those
There's a
like
lot
2
more apples,
kinds.
but we got 50 apples today, and I'm going to try each and every one to tell you what's a good apple and what's a bad apple. We're also going to hand out a crown for the apple of my eye, that's the best apple, and a rotten apple, that's the worst. And I can already tell
Me.
you, it's Macintosh.
I'm a bad apple.
Let's get started. The first apple. This one is a Suncrisp.
Oh.
Okay, a little bit mealy, not too much apple flavor, not terribly juicy. I think we have to put it as bad apple. It's just not, I wouldn't eat this if I could choose from any of these other apples. So first one, bad apple.
Next apple, Snapdragon. This one known for having the leaves still attached whenever you buy it. Oh my. This is a quality apple. Very juicy, distinct apple flavor, light tartness. I'd imagine it'd be great for snacking and baking. This is a good apple. Ludacrisp, invented by Rick Ross. Move, bitch, get out the way, indeed. If it was bad, I was gonna say, get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. I wouldn't call it ludicrisp, like it's not outrageously crispy, but it's got a nice snap to it. I'm about to take another bite. I have to eat 50 apples. Relax, Andy. This is a good apple. The York, whoa! Known as the widest apple, and with the biggest rump. That's kind of like a growth out there. That's what's going in my mouth. Whoa, okay, a little dry. Skin's a little tough. Flavor's really good, it's different. It tastes like a grapefruit. For sheer novelty, I'm gonna put it in the good apple category. It's a little dry, the texture's not awesome, but very, very interesting from a scientific perspective. The Koi Orange Pippin is slightly orange, but Pippin, let's find out. Ugh. I don't know what's koi or orange or pippin about it, but what I can tell you is that it's grainy and it's dry and there's not much flavor. Bad apple. Cortland is rather an interesting look. It's got sort of a zebra stripe pattern going on, very green to red. Let's see what's going on underneath the surface. It's not dry, but it's so grainy, it's so soft. I don't like really soft apples. Like I could squish this with my hand. I could. Oh my God, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. That's how I'm doing it. I just crushed an apple with my hand like Lou Ferrigno. That's, ugh, gross. What a horrible apple eating experience that was. Will Winesap saved the day. How am I like 10 for 10 throwing those up and catching them? I'm terrible at catching things. Don't jinx it.
Okay.
Winesap.
I'm kind of annoyed not queuing them and just doing bad or good.
It's juicy.
I think it's one of the first few rankings he did, probably.
You know, just it tastes like grass clipping.
Probably.
I'm not gonna eat anymore. Bad apple. Mutsu apple is green and it's called Mutsu. These are the two facts I know about this apple. Okay.
If it's green but not sour, then it's bullshit.
It's got the green apple flavor. It's tart, but it's juicy. It's got a good texture, and it's not like that really abrasive tartness that a lot of green apples, where you feel it in your teeth, you know, your teeth start to hurt. Maybe I just have sensitive teeth. Very good apple. Good apple, good apple. The Northern Spy Gold. Are these like weed strains? What is this? This has the most hollow sound of any of the apples yet. I don't know, this is like the apples that, like, if your, you know, neighbors growing up had an apple tree and they'd be like, here, have some apples. We have a wonderful harvest this year, the apple tree, and you eat them and you're like, oh, thank you, it's good.
Bad
It's
apple.
not very good. Bad apple. Ida Red. This looks like about as
The thing is,
apple
it's
as an
a
apple
perfect
could
crab
possibly
apple.
look. And it tastes about as typical as an apple could possibly taste. This is like the prototypical apple in my mind. I like apples. This is a good one. Good apple. Brayburn. I've heard of this guy before. Oh my holy God. Is this part of, this is normal? Oh, you just wanted to give me a apple with an anus. Isn't that charming? Woo! Tart, fresh, a little dry, but I would enjoy eating this. And I think it would make for a good baking apple. So, good apple, Brayburn. My personal favorite, and maybe the most expensive apple in the grocery store, Honeycrisp. This is a great, versatile, all-around baking and eating
Honeycrisp
apple.
sucks.
Dauntless has officially shut
Yep,
down.
multiple times.
It is fully off the Steam.
You know, am I right, fellas? It's great for baking.
Who could have
it's
seen
great
that
for
coming
eating.
when they got bought by the
Honeycrisp
crypto company?
Is a good apple. And
Wow.
for apple
Who
with my
turned
eye,
it
but we
into
can't
an
award
NFT
that till
game.
the end, but maybe give it a little asterisk. Pink Lady, a notably pink apple. Is it female? I am a fan of pink ladies. All right, Phil. And I know I'm gonna like it. It's this is probably not the best example I've ever had. It's a little dry, but like that, I think this is a standalone.
It's still good, so I'm calling this guy good apple. Pink Lady's good apple. Here we have the Summer Pippin, which does not fit in the bag because it's gigantic. This is the size of a small cantaloupe or a large baby's head. Unlike the other Pippin, this is much more palatable. This is a lot like the Mutsu in that it is a green apple that is not as tart and much more just snackable. This is a good apple. Over the river and through the woods to Granny Smith's first one. Over the river and through the woods to Granny Smith's house we go. It's I'm not a huge green apple fan for eating, but they're obviously amazing for pies. And this is
No, they are not!
Gold standard.
You do not use green apples for apple pie. Fuck you.
As there is for pie baking, so it's definitely going to get a good apple rating. Next up, we have the Rhode Island Greening. That was a close one. It's a green apple, but is it greening? Let's find out. It's a squirter. Not great. Mealy, soft. It's like a green apple, but it's mealier and softer. So it wouldn't be as good for pies, and it's not so great for eating. This is a bad apple. Jonah Gold. I can't really think of any jokes for this one. Help me out. Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill, am I right? Canceled. This is the Jonah Gold named after Jonah Hill. You have really juicy, nice and sweet, a little bit of tartness to it. Great texture, crispy, wonderful. Fantastic apple. Contender, I think, for the apple of my eye. Jonah Gold. McIntosh. I talked this earlier, and I completely forgot what kind of apple it was. I was thinking of Red Delicious. This is a McIntosh, which I cannot remember what it tastes like. So I'm gonna go in blind, literally.
Andrew is not literally blind.
So this is definitely the best McIntosh I've ever had, but it's still a soft apple. So it's a bad apple. Sorry McIntosh. There was a dream that was Rome, and it shall be beautified. Rome Beauty is the next apple. That was pretty good. It's another very typical looking apple. It's juicy, but it's mealy, and it's the flavor's not there. It tastes like apple skin alone. Rome Beauty, bad apple. Not crazy about it. Somebody's clearly made a mistake because we have a golden russet apple, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be a potato. Let's see what's in here. Nope, this is an apple. This is a golden russet. If I bite into this and it tastes like a potato, you guys, we're gonna have words. Surprising. Bad texture on the outside, but I think this might just be a standalone problem. It does have a very potato-like skin. I'm really torn on this guy. It's too small, bad apple. Jonathan is a very shiny apple, a particularly shiny apple. I almost don't want to eat it, but I want that shine inside of me. Oh, kind of torn on this guy too. Very unique flavor. Again, doesn't quite taste like an apple.
Honestly, the best apples I've had have been like the darkest, reddest apples
Very
I've ever
soft
seen.
apple. Interesting,
Like
unique
me.
flavor, not enough to rescue it. Bad apple. Yeah, I'm out that Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to De Niro, but I'll be hood forever. Jay-Z's very own Empire State of Mind apple. or
Look,
that
you-
looks like a
Empire
good
for
apple.
short.
I don't care.
Again, a very
I don't
prototypical
care about
apple, the kind
apples.
you put on
I like
your
them.
teacher's
I just
desk
give me an
for
apple and I'll
Christmas.
eat
See
it.
what it
I don't really care.
Not
But
great
give me some
flavor.
peanut butter.
Not juicy
Yeah, I'll be
enough,
fine.
mostly soft.
Give me an apple.
Bad
Give me some
apple.
peanut butter. I'll be
The
completely
Gold
fine.
Rush, named for Rush Limbaugh's 50th wedding anniversary to his 50th wife.
But with oranges, I do care. Tangerines,
very
oranges,
gold,
whatever the fuck
it
you want to
doesn't
call
appear
them.
to be in
I need them to
too much of
be
a
sweet.
hurry,
I want
so
sweet oranges. I don't want no
misnomer.
like bitter ass orange. The point of me
Hey,
eating
there's
the
nothing wrong
orange.
with blood orange.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's very much a green apple. It's pretty
But
tart.
raspberry and
It's
taste,
not
though.
juicy enough, and it's a little too tart for my liking. It would make for a great baking apple, but overall, the Gold Rush is over, folks. Black Twig is the name of this apple because there's a very green twig sticking out of this. Very juicy. It's got a green apple-like flavor to it, but it's not too tart. Great texture.
They're said to be Andrew Jackson's favorite apple.
Sometimes
I don't know
bad
who that
people
is.
like good things. Go to a police auction if you don't believe me. In spite of it being Andrew Jackson, famed bad apple, his favorite apple, I'm gonna call it a good apple because it's a good apple. This is journalism, folks. Evercrisp
is the name of this apple. This is very beautiful. I like the starry night effect going on here. But let's see.
Holy shit! That is such a weird pattern.
That's a good apple. Very beautiful to look at and very beautiful to eat. Very sweet, not even a hint of tartness to it, but not overbearingly sweet. Good texture, juicy, good apple. Sweet 16.
Alright, I'm trying to think of which apples are. Alright. Which apples are actually available over here? Produce supply. Okay, so we have the Honeycrisp, the Royal Gala, Granny Smith, Cosmic Crisp, the Red Delicious, the Golden Delicious. Wait, we have the Pink Lady over here? I didn't know that. We have the Envy, we have Macintosh, we have Cortland, we have Jazz Apples, we have Ginger Gold, we have... Oh, wow. Okay, we totally had a good amount. The Spice Hunter Mutsu Apple? What? The Pizzazz Apple. The Spartan East. These are what these names are made up. Holy fuck. Also, best apples I've had are the Red Delicious. Bar none. I already know this person has a bad opinion because he hates Red Delicious.
Weird name for an apple. Weird name for anything that you'd eat. I don't care for it. Makes me feel like I'm breaking some kind of law. I think we'll just skip this one. No. It is notably sweet. It's a little soft for my taste. It does have a unique flavor, almost like cherry-like, which I kind of like. It's a good apple, except for its gross, pervy name. The Baldwin, is it Billy, Alec, Stephen?
Haley? The famous daughter?
Christ almighty. I'm so old. Soft. Gross. It's not as soft as some of these guys, but it's soft, and I don't like it. So it's a bad apple.
Oh, wow.
Forte
I can actually see how
plates.
soft that is.
Literally none of these three words make sense to name an apple.
Forte, plenty, platte.
Well, with a name like that, better taste good. So I'm learning that apparently you age these apples like fine wine, and apparently they mellow with time. We don't have that kind of time. So for now, it's a bad apple. It's a bad apple. Ginger Gold is the name of this apple. That was nice.
Ooh, that's a nice looking apple.
It's like a Red Delicious, but gingery gold. Oh. Soft. Flavor's not bad. Juiciness is okay, but both the skin and the flesh are soft, which is off-putting
Yeah, it's
to
a
me.
fruit.
It's too soft.
The fruit!
Fuji, named after the film, which is named after the mountain. It's a Fuji apple. We've all seen Fuji apples. But have we tasted them? Yes, two. Also bad. Another very good prototypical apple. Really juicy. The skin has more apple skin flavor, you know? That kind of like grassy note. I'd call this a good apple. It's very straightforward, straight shooter. It's the kind of apple you feel like you could have a beer with.
If this person says the Red Delicious is bad or the Golden Delicious is
better
bad,
bust out
like,
the tux, cuz
dead
we're
to
headed
me.
for the gala. Apple.
Gala's a decent
That
though.
is. Very, very typical apple. Not too tart, decent juice, nice and crisp. It's good apple. It's a good apple. This is nothing special.
I will say, it's so weird how apples and oranges have like 50 subtypes.
Old lady apple?
But like,
it was a little guy. A lady. Little lady.
Like grapes and berries don't. Like, oh, what type of berry? It's raspberry.
It's very fall. Almost like leaves, I think, even. Like literally like leaves.
I have a question.
I mean,
Could
like,
the guild hunters or the guild knights deal with Akuma?
Sorry, lady.
Legitimately?
Cameo apple.
This one has a gouge in it. Not its fault.
Probably.
It is rather an interesting color. It's almost
Akuma,
Like Akuma Street Fighter 6 Akuma.
Yeah, Akuma is the strength of a normal hunter
Distinct
in
apple
Monster
flavor.
Hunter World.
Not too much skin.
On
flavor.
like his
Good
worst
snap.
days, it would
Good
be
juice.
fine. It would probably be
Good apple.
fine. It would be a cool fight.
Sweet ambrosia. What is ambrosia? I know it's ambrosia
Okay.
salad, but what is actual ambrosia? Could you Google ambrosia?
Well, here's the thing. He's like soloing monsters on his own with just his powers, and it's just like he doesn't need a weapon.
I mean, yeah. Have you
doing
seen
it
the Admiral?
himself.
The Admiral was doing the exact same things.
Breakfast
It's not
named
unheard
after
of.
ambrosia salad because it's so darn.
Well, was
sweet.
he?
Not a hint
He
of
uses a
tartness to
weapon,
it.
doesn't
That
he?
being
Or
said,
technically, I guess he does.
good
Because the movie is canon. He uses a switch
Good
axe.
apple. Red Delicious, which, if memory serves, only lives up to one aspect of
The Admiral
its name.
uses a
I'll
switch
let you
axe when he
guess
needs to use a weapon.
Which one? 'Cause it's
It's
red.
a tiny ass switch axe, but it is a switch axe.
I remember. Let's see if my memory serves me, because I remember these being pretty bad. That's fine. It's a
Yeah, you
perfectly fine
idiot.
apple.
Oh,
I
great.
thought you were terrible. Lo and behold, it's not a bad apple. It's not. It's juicy. It's got decent flavor.
The best
It looks
apple
like
I've had
a
is an
nut
apple that when
kind of
I
texture
cut
on my
into it, I
tongue,
ate into it.
which I'm not crazy.
It was
about, but it's
it
not
was
enough
filled to the
disqualify
brim
it. It's a
with
good apple. Do not make-
like
and this is
red
super
veins
too.
everywhere. It was
Oh,
that it
there's
was
sticker.
it
These-
was
I've heard
that
that these
red.
are edible, these stickers. Well, I can think of no
Don't.
better thing to do than
Don't.
to eat it like a tab
Don't.
of acid.
Don't.
Maybe you can just swallow it whole.
Good thing. Okay, so
Why
we'll find
would
out.
you do that?
I'll let you know what happens tomorrow. If I
What
find
the
it. Next up, the Red Devil, which used to be a
And also,
brand
yeah,
new
I knew he was talking bullshit when he hated the red. The red delicious are great.
But now it's
They're
a
not, what you should use for apple pie.
Splotchy
So wait, they have two distinctive flavor. They overwrite like the normal apple pie flavor.
What the hell?
Hell yeah!
What in good God gravy? What is happening here?
Red flash apples, baby.
A red
There are
devil
some
apple
apples
is
that
nothing short
specifically
of
try to
red
have
red
red
inside.
flash inside.
It's not very good. Yeah, it's soft, not very juicy.
Yeah, this
fantastically interesting color.
the Red Devil's
Weird.
entire
Weird
claim to
what's
fame
happening.
is that it has
At
red
first I was
flesh.
charmed by this, but now
Red
I'm
flesh
feeling
apples
like,
are like it's the
sorry,
same
Red
reason that
Devil,
like
but,
blood oranges have like the claim to fame
give
of
that
being
up.
like bloody orange. looking,
Crimson
like
Crisp is the name of this apple. It's red.
Oh yeah, I
and
think
hopefully
I've had one
crispy,
of those.
because that's what it's called. So
I'm waiting
it's
for the
apple.
apple that has the red fucking veins
It's
in it.
not too juicy, but it's not dry. Good and crispy, nice neutral flavor. It's a good apple. I like it. Next, Golden Supreme.
I have
call it
never been able to
golden.
find a
Well, okay,
Golden
this is a little
Supreme.
golden, but
I mean,
mostly
ultimately, ever since I've been on my own, I
it's
had never
Supreme.
needed to buy apples. The food bank hands out
Supreme,
apples like candy.
But,
Much
it is
to my
quite
surprise.
golden on the inside. It has golden flesh. It's not my favorite to eat, but it's not bad, and it would definitely make for a good pie. It's got good firmness, good tart. So I'm gonna call it a good apple. Don't we all have a Scarlet Crush? If we're talking about that Scarlet, don't we all have a Scarlet Crush? She's big. Scarlet Crush apple, however, looks
Yeah, I just realized I'm not
startlingly
doing
similar
anything.
to
What the
a
hell?
Honeycrisp.
What the fuck am I
Does
doing?
it
Why
bear
am I
any
just chatting? Well,
It's
I know why. It's because honestly, just
great.
chatting. Being in just chatting means way more people are gonna watch than if I was like playing Warframe with these videos in the background.
Oh my.
Instead, I'm gonna start playing Warframe in the background, and y'all in silence.
Sweet.
Well,
A
the
little
game
bit
will be
more
silent, but I won't
It's
be.
named after America's favorite Scarlet. It's a good apple. Koru, a type of apple. Oh, that's getting gruesome. The amount of colors and Yeah. No, you don't care for that?
I've
You don't
never hated an apple enough that I would spit
This
it
is a
out. What
fine
the?
apple. I mean, it's like it's not.
The such
impressing
between
me
like
in
when
any
watching these
way, but
videos
it's also
like helps
not
me
deep.
realize that I'm not actually a foodie because I
is
wouldn't do this.
Really a feat. Most things.
I'd be
do.
like,
so
yep, this is
I'm
an
gonna call
apple.
This a good apple because I would eat.
I have
it,
I
work with it. It's a good apple.
I've had crab apples and I still haven't. I never spat them out. I'm
I
like,
have no idea what
yeah.
that is.
You're gonna finish chewing and eating it. Don't spit out your fucking food.
Ooh, it's rather a striking color. Well, no, it's not. It's normal.
You don't spit out your food.
Oh, but on the inside, it is
Wasteful.
ghostly white.
Yeah, it
finishes
makes
a
the
little
chef
grassy,
sad. Don't
but
do
it's
that.
quite juicy. Flesh tastes good. Good snap. It's a fine apple. It's a fine apple. It's a good apple. Golden cousin to the red delicious, Golden Delicious is the next apple. This is golden. This is as golden.
I've had a
as
Golden Delicious.
Necklace.
Actually, not really notable to be honest, as far as I remember.
Delicious. Well, it's golden. I wouldn't call it delicious. It's way too grassy. It is grainy. It's not like super soft, or is it?
It's
Can I
supposed to
crush
be
this one
grainy.
too? I can. If you can
Have you
crush an apple with your human hands, like you're an 18th century strongman, then it's a bad apple. This is a bad apple. Jumping Jonah Prince? Jumping Jonah Prince. Jumping
have never
Jonah
heard of
Prince,
this.
Batman. This is Nico's favorite apple, probably just because of its name. This has got to be the least flavorful apple of the bunch. This almost tastes like water. And it's just flavorless, so this is a bad apple. Sorry, Nico. The fall of man was said to begin when Eve ate the apple from the tree of knowledge. It is with that in mind that we are going to try Eve's delight. I have a feeling that's why they called it that. Read your Bibles, folks.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck the Bible.
This is Eve's. This is what caused the downfall of humanity. Is this thing? It's like it's like it does look like an heirloom tomato. It's an heirloom apple. It has the worst anus of any apple thus far. Take a look at that thing. I'm trying to get the light on it so you see how it's like a little moist. All right, so let's see if it was worth it. Eve. Oh. It's awful. This is why we have the knowledge of good and evil and therefore live every day in f***ing agony and repentance every day because of this thing. Also, it's very, very soft. So soft to the point that I think this might work. No, I don't have the strength, but this will probably. Not very good. Crab apple. Hope you like seafood. Crab apples. They're not just for throwing at the nerds in school.
Crab apples are fine. Like
Yeah,
they're
that's
meant
what
to
I
be
did when I was
really,
a child.
like they're meant to be bitter and sour. It's what you use for, like,
oh my
tarts and stuff.
God. Oh my God.
That being said,
That is
I've never seen a
so
red
bad.
crab apple.
It's so dry. It's so grainy. It's so soft.
Yeah,
It's
you use
everything.
Yeah, it's like
I
something you
hate
want to.
about a bad apple, and therefore is itself a bad apple. Hey yo, listen what I say. Oh, oh, snow. It's a Red Hot Chili Peppers reference. Do with that what you will. The snow apple. Dry and grainy, but not as bad as the crab apple.
If an apple's dry,
But still pretty
you
bad.
use it for peanut butter and stuff.
Beautiful looking.
Or
But
yogurt.
that's about it. Bad apple. This sounds like a medical condition. The Esopus Spitzenberg. Esopus. Somebody was having fun the day that they named the apples. For such a complicatedly named apple, it's pretty milquetoast. It's a complicated way of saying that it's boring. It's just enough where I'm like, this is lame. So it's a bad apple. Sorry to the proud town of Esopus Spitzenberg. Blushing golden. This is an apple, and we're gonna take it out and see what it tastes like. It's golden. It is blushing a little bit. It's got a little blush here. See that? It's golden. It's got a little blush. It's golden.
That's
It's got a
the
little
most
blush.
featureless apple I have seen in a while.
It's stuck in my. Really good. Look at that. You see that? Look at how well that's wedged in there. I'm never getting that out. Very, very middle of the pack. It's not grainy enough for me to be mad at it, but it's not like crisp and juicy and delicious enough for me to be in love with it. This is the most middle of the pack of the bunch, I think.
Should Brad bite it?
Right, you want to bite this?
I could bite it. But I don't know the criteria.
Here, you
the
just.
whole time. Why?
I don't know. Just tell me, just as a human being, is this a good apple? Do you like it?
I like it.
Okay. Good apple.
I'm happy about that apple.
The Brads have it. It's a good apple. Let's take a look at the Roxbury Russet. It is hideous. Look at this awful, ugly thing.
It does look like
I hate
a potato.
It's good though. I think it's too grainy. It's too grainy of a texture to award it the good apple standing. So unfortunately, Roxbury Russet, it lives up to its name. It's potato. It's a bad apple.
What the fuck does he
Fittingly,
mean
the
by?
last
I don't
apple
know
is
what he means by
called
grainy
Seek
most
No
of the time.
Further. It's the last apple I have to eat today, so I'm excited. Interesting colors we have going on here because we have red, we have gold, and we have green. It's kind of like everything that we've had thus far today.
Maybe that's the intent.
Yeah. Dry, soft, grainy, bad apple. Seek help. There you have it, folks. 50 different apples, each with a bite taken out of it. Don't worry, we're going to turn these into a pie, or perhaps several pies. But first, I have to name the apple of my eye, as well as the rotten apple. The best and worst of the bunch. And for me, there's no competition. The worst, by far, was also the smallest. Size does matter. This is how I know which
Yeah,
one it is.
I know
This
most.
guy.
I know most people are
Crab
gonna hate
apple
crab apples the most.
sucks.
Easy.
I understand that this is apparently better for making jams and jellies, and
Yes.
that does not surprise me at all because I would rather eat my own hand. It's a little dramatic. I don't like it. It's dry, it's grainy, it's soft, it's juiceless, it sucks, it's bad. It's called crab apple, for God's sake. It's a crab apple. It's a bad apple. This sucks. It's bad. The best apple that I had today, without a doubt, was the Jonagold apple. I can't remember which one it is, but Brad will put some footage over of me eating it right now, maybe in black and white, turning to color. Cool. That was a juicy, crisp, sweet yet tart, fantastic example
The Jonah
of an
Gold.
apple. Really
Okay.
great job, whoever made that. I'm rooting for you. I'm on your side. Unless you are a registered sex offender. In which case, I don't want nothing to do with you.
Yeah, it shows them making the pie. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The cacao. Oh yeah, I remember that episode I watched already though. I kind of want to go eat supper. So I'm probably gonna end here and send
Fair,
y'all
fair.
off. I hope y'all have a great night. I kind of need the feeling of hanging out with people today, so thank all of y'all very much. Thank y'all for popping in. We kind of needed it after last night. Yeah. Let's see. Who can I raid? Oh, something I usually can. Yeah. All right. Hope y'all have a great night. I'll see you. I will attempt tomorrow. I can't guarantee though. Bye bye.